Chapter 18 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. And ye had been where I had been. We went back to Kaskaskia, Colonel Clark, Tom, and myself, and a great weight was lifted from our hearts. A peaceful autumn passed, and we were happy save when we thought of those we had left at home. There's no space here to tell of many incidents. Great chiefs who had not been to the council came hundreds of leagues across wide rivers that they might see with their own eyes this man who had made peace without gold, and these had to be amused and entertained. The apples ripened and were shaken to the ground by the winds. The good Father Gibault, true to his promise, strove to teach me French. Indeed, I picked up much of that language in my intercourse with the inhabitants of Kaskaskia. How well I recall that simple life, its dances, its songs, and the games with the laughing boys and girls on the common. And the good people were very kind to the orphan that dwelt with Colonel Clark, the drummer boy of his regiment. But winter brought forebodings. When the garden patches grew bare and brown, and the bleak winds from across the Mississippi swept over the common, untoward tidings came like water dripping from a roof, bit by bit. And day by day Colonel Clark looked graver. The messengers he had sent to Vincennes came not back, and the couriers and traders from time to time brought rumors of a British force gathering like a thundercloud in the northeast. Monsieur Vigo himself, who had gone to Vincennes on his own business, did not return. As for the inhabitants, some of them who had once bowed to us with a smile now passed with faces averted. The cold set the miry roads like cement in ruts and ridges. A flurry of snow came and powdered the roofs even as the French loaves are powdered. It was January. There was Colonel Clark on a runt of an Indian pony, Tom McChesney on another, riding ahead, several French gentlemen seated on stools in a two-wheeled cart, and myself. We were going to Cahokia, and it was very cold, and when the tireless wheels bumped from ridge to gully, the gentlemen grabbed each other as they slid about and laughed. All at once the merriment ceased, and looking forward we saw that Tom had leaped from his saddle and was bending over something in the snow. These chanced to be footprints of some 20 men. The immediate result of this alarming discovery was that Tom went on express to warn Captain Bowman, and the rest of us returned to a painful scene at Kaskaskia. We reached the village. The French gentlemen leaped down from their stools in the cart, and in 10 minutes the streets were filled with frenzied, hooded figures. Hamilton, called the hair buyer, was upon them, with no less than 600, and he would hang them to their own gate-posts for listening to the Long Knives. These were but a handful after all was said. There was Father Gibault, for example. Father Gibault would doubtless be exposed to the crows in the belfry of his own church, because he had busied himself at Vincennes and with other matters. Father Gibault was human, and therefore lovable. He bade his parishioners a hasty and tearful farewell, and he made a cold and painful journey to the territories of his Spanish Majesty across the Mississippi. Father Gibault looked back, and against the gray of the winter's twilight there were flames like red maple leaves. In the fort the men stood to their guns, their faces flushed with staring at the burning houses. Only a few were burned, enough to give no cover for Hamilton and his 600 if they came. But they did not come. The faithful Bowman and his men arrived instead, with the news that there had been only a roving party of 40, and these were now in full retreat. Father Gibault came back, but where was Hamilton? This was the disquieting thing. One bitter day, when the sun smiled mockingly on the powdered common, a horseman was perceived on the Fort Cart road. It was Monsieur Vigo returning from Vincennes, but he had been first to St. Louis by reason of the value he set upon his head. Yes, Monsieur Vigo had been to Vincennes, remaining a little longer than he expected, the guest of Governor Hamilton. So Governor Hamilton had recaptured that place. Monsieur Vigo was no spy, hence he had gone first to St. Louis. Governor Hamilton was at Vincennes with much of King George's gold, and many supplies, and certain Indians who had not been at the council. 800 in all, said Monsieur Vigo, using his fingers. And it was Governor Hamilton's design to march upon Kaskaskia and Cahokia and sweep over Kentucky. Nay, he had already sent certain emissaries to McGillivray and his Creeks and the Southern Indians with presents, and these were to press forward on their side. The governor could do nothing now, but would move as soon as rigors of winter had somewhat relented. Monsieur Vigo shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. He loved les Américains. What would Monsieur le Colonel do now? Monsieur le Colonel was grave, but this was his usual manner. He did not tear his hair, but the ways of the Long Knives were past understanding. He asked many questions. How was it with the garrison at Vincennes? Monsieur Vigo was exact, as a business man should be. They were now reduced to 80 men, and 500 savages had gone out to ravage. There was no chance, then, of Hamilton moving at present. Monsieur Vigo threw up his hands. Never had he made such a trip, and he had been forced to come back by a northern route. The Wabash was as the Great Lakes, and the forests grew out of the water. A fox could not go to Vincennes in this weather. A fish? Monsieur Vigo laughed heartily. Yes, a fish might. Then, said Colonel Clark, we will be fish. Monsieur Vigo stared, and passed his hand from his forehead backwards over his long hair. I leaned forward in my corner by the hickory fire. Then we will be fish, said Colonel Clark. Better that than food for the crows. But if we stay here, we shall be caught like bears in a trap, and Kentucky will be at Hamilton's mercy. Sacré! Exclaimed Monsieur Vigo. You are mad, mon ami. I know what this country is, and you cannot get to Vincennes. I will get to Vincennes, said Colonel Clark, so gently that Monsieur Vigo knew he meant it. I will swim to Vincennes. Monsieur Vigo raised his hands to heaven. The three of us went out of the door and walked. There was a snowy place in front of the church, all party-colored like a clown's coat. Scarlet capotes, yellow capotes, and blue capotes, and bright silk handkerchiefs. They surrounded the Colonel. Pardieu, what was he to do now? For the British governor and his savages were coming to take revenge on them, because in their necessity they had declared for Congress. Colonel Clark went silently on his way to the gate. But Monsieur Vigo stopped, and Kaskaskia heard with a shock that this man of iron was to march against Vincennes. The gates of the fort were shut, and the captains summoned. Undaunted woodsmen as they were lukewarm at first at the idea of this march through the floods. Who can blame them? They had, indeed, sacrificed much. But in 10 minutes they had caught his enthusiasm, which is one of the mysteries of genius. And the men paraded in the snow likewise caught it, and swung their hats at the notion of taking the Hair Buyer. "'Tis no news to me," said Terence, stamping his feet on the flinty ground. "Wasn't it David that pointed him out to us, and the hair lifting from his head 6 months since?" "Und you like swimming, yes?" said Swein Poulsson, his face like the rising sun with the cold. "Swimming it is," said Terence. "Sure the divil made worse things than weather, and Hamilton's beyant." "I reckon that'll fetch us through," Bill Cowan put in grimly. It was a blessed thing that none of us had a bird's eye view of that same water. No man of force will listen when his mind is made up, and perhaps it is just as well, for in that way things are accomplished. Clark would not listen to Monsieur Vigo, and hence the financier had perforce to listen to Clark. There were several miracles before we left. Monsieur Vigo, for instance, agreed to pay the expenses of the expedition, though in his heart he thought we should never get to Vincennes. Incidentally, he was never repaid. Then there were the French. Yesterday running hither and thither in paroxysms of fear, to-day enlisting in whole companies, though it were easier to get to the wild geese of the swamps than to Hamilton. Their ladies stitched colors day and night and presented them with simple confidence to the Colonel in the church. 20 stands of colors for 170 men, counting those who had come from Cahokia. Think of the industry of it, of the enthusiasm behind it. 20 stands of colors. Clark took them all, and in due time it will be told how the colors took Vincennes. This was because Colonel Clark was a man of destiny. Furthermore, Colonel Clark was off the next morning at dawn to buy a Mississippi keel boat. He had her rigged up with 2 4-pounders and 4 swivels, filling her with provisions and calling her the Willing. She was the first gunboat on the Western waters. A great fear came into my heart, and at dusk I stole back to the Colonel's house alone. The snow had turned to rain, and Terence stood guard within the doorway. "Arrah!" he said. "What ails you, darling?" I gulped, and the tears sprang into my eyes. Whereupon Terence, in defiance of all military laws, laid his gun against the doorpost and put his arms around me, and I confided my fears. It was at this critical juncture that the door opened and Colonel Clark came out. "What's to do here?" he demanded, gazing at us sternly. "Saving your Honor's presence," said Terence. "He's afeard your Honor will be sending him on the boat. Sure he wants to go swimming with the rest of us." Colonel Clark frowned, bit his lip, and Terence seized his gun and stood to attention. "It were right to leave you in Kaskaskia," said the Colonel. "The water will be over your head." "The King's drum will be floating the likes of him," said the irrepressible Terence, "and the boys would be that lonesome." The Colonel walked away without a word. In an hour's time he came back to find me cleaning his accoutrements by the fire. For a while he did not speak, but busied himself with his papers, I having lighted the candles for him. Presently he spoke my name, and I stood before him. "I will give you a piece of advice, Davy," said he. "If you want a thing, go straight to the man that has it. McChesney has spoken to me about this wild notion of yours of going to Vincennes, and Cowan and McCann and Ray and a dozen others have dogged my footsteps." "I only spoke to Terence because he asked me, sir," I answered. "I said nothing to any one else." He laid down his pen and looked at me with an odd expression. "What a weird little piece you are!" he exclaimed. "You seem to have wormed your way into the hearts of these men. You know that you will probably never get to Vincennes alive." "I don't care, sir," I said. A happy thought struck me. "If they see a boy going through the water, sir," I hesitated, abashed. "What then?" said Clark, shortly. "It may keep some from going back," I finished. At that he gave a sort of gasp, and stared at me the more. "Egad," he said, "I believe the good Lord launched you wrong end too. Perhaps you'll be a child when you're 50." He was silent a long time, and fell to musing, and I thought he had forgotten. "May I go, sir?" I asked at length. He started. "Come here," said he. But when I was close to him he merely laid his hand on my shoulder. "Yes, you may go, Davy." He sighed, and presently turned to his writing again, and I went back joyfully to my cleaning. On a certain dark 4th of February, picture the village of Kaskaskia assembled on the river bank in capote and hood. Ropes are cast off, the keelboat pushes her blunt nose through the cold, muddy water, the oars churn up dirty yellow foam, and cheers shake the sodden air. So the Willing left on her long journey down the Kaskaskia, into the flood of the Mississippi, against many weary leagues of the Ohio's current, and up the swollen Wabash, until they were to come to the mouth of the White River near Vincennes. There they were to await us. Should we ever see them again? I think that this was the unspoken question in the hearts of the many who were to go by land. The 5th was a mild gray day, with the melting snow lying in patches on the brown bluff, and the sun making shift to pierce here and there. We formed the regiment in the fort, backwoodsmen and Creole, now to fight for their common country. Jacques and Pierre and Alphonse, and mother and father, sweetheart and wife, waiting to wave a last good-by. Bravely we marched out of the gate and into the church for Father Gabaunt's blessing. And then, forming once more, we filed away on the road leading northward to the ferry, our colors flying, leaving the weeping, cheering crowd behind. In front of the tall men of the column was a wizened figure, beating madly on a drum, stepping proudly with head thrown back. It was Cowan's voice that snapped the strain. "Go it, Davy, my little gamecock!" he cried, and the men laughed and cheered. And so we came to the bleak ferry landing where we had crossed on that hot July night 6 months before. We were soon on the prairies, and in the misty rain that fell and fell they seemed to melt afar into the gray and cheerless ocean. The sodden grass was matted now and unkempt. Lifeless lakes filled the depressions, and through them we waded mile after mile, ankle deep. There was a little cavalcade mounted on the tiny French ponies, and sometimes I rode with these. But oftenest Cowan or Tom would fling me, drum and all, on his shoulder. For we had reached the forest swamps, where the water is the color of the Creole coffee. And day after day, as we marched, the soft rain came out of the east and wet us to the skin. It was a journey of torments, and even that first part of it was enough to discourage the most resolute spirit. Men might be led through it, but never driven. It is ever the mind which suffers through the monotonies of bodily discomfort, and none knew this better than Clark himself. Every morning as we set out, with the wet hide chafing our skin, the Colonel would run the length of the regiment crying, "Who gives the feast tonight, boys?" Now it was Bowman's company, now McCarty's, now Bailey's. How the hunters vied with each other to supply the best, and spent the days stalking the deer, cowering in the wet thickets. We crossed the Saline, and on the plains beyond was a great black patch, a herd of buffalo. A party of chosen men, headed by Tom McChesney, was sent after them. And never shall I forget the sight of the mad beasts charging through the water. That night, when our chilled feet could bear no more, we sought out a patch of raised ground a little firmer than the quagmire, and heaped up the beginnings of a fire with such brush as could be made to burn, robbing the naked thickets. Saddle and stake sizzled, leather steamed and stiffened, hearts and bodies thawed, grievances that men had nursed over miles of water melted. Courage sits best on a full stomach, and as they ate they cared not whether the Atlantic had opened between them and Vincennes. An hour agone, and there were 20 cursing laggards, counting the leagues back to Kaskaskia. Now, c'était un beau cheval, tout noir de barbelinia, Tishka, avec ses vieux caviar, un son sac à tabac, Tishka, Tenavik Tinoch, Tishka. So sang Antoine, beat la grace in the pulsing red light. And when, between the verses, he went through the agonies of a Huron war dance, the assembled regiment howled with delight. Some men knew cities and those who dwelt in the quarters of cities, but grizzled Antoine knew the half of a continent and the manners of trading and killing of the tribes thereof. And after Antoine came Gabriel, a marked contrast. Gabriel, 5 feet 6, and the glare showing but a faint dark line on his quivering lip. Gabriel was a patriot, a tribute he must pay to all of those brave Frenchmen who went with us. Nay, Gabriel had left at home on his little farm near the village a young wife of a fortnight, and so his lip quivered as he sang. Petite rochère de la haute montagne, je vois fine et qui campagne. Ado echo, entendez mes soupers. Au langousson, j'en vais bientôt moi. We had need of gaiety after that, and so Bill Cowan sang Billy of the Wild Wood, and Terence McCann wailed an Irish jig, stamping the water out of the spongy ground amidst storms of mirth. As he desisted, breathless and panting, he flung me up in the firelight before the eyes of all, crying, "It's Davy can bate me." "Ah, Davy, Davy," they shouted, for they were in the mood for anything. There stood Colonel Clark in the dimmer light of the background. "We must keep 'em screwed up, Davy," he had said that very day. There came to me on the instant a wild song that my father had taught me when the liquor held him in dominance. Exhilarated, I sprang from Terence's arms to the sodden, bared space, and methinks I yet hear my shrill piping note, and see my legs kicking in the fling of it. There was an uproar, a deeper voice chimed in, and here was McAndrew flinging his legs with mine. "I fought on land, I fought on sea, At home I fought me auntie, O, But I met the devil and Dundee On the braes of Killiecrankie, O. And ye had been where I had been, Ye wad not be so contie, O. And ye had seen what I had seen On the braes of Killiecrankie, O." In the morning Clark himself would be the first off through the gray rain, laughing and shouting and waving his sword in the air, and I after him as hard as I could pelt through the mud, beating the charge on my drum until the war cries of the regiment drowned the sound of it. For we were upon a pleasure trip, lest any man forget, a pleasure trip amidst stark woods and brown plains flecked with ponds. So we followed him until we came to a place where in summer 2 quiet rivers flowed through green forests, the little Wabashes. And now hickory and maple, oak and cottonwood stood shivering in 3 feet of water on what had been a league of dry land. We stood dismayed at the crumbling edge of the hill, and 170 pairs of eyes were turned on Clark. With a mere glance at the running stream high on the bank and the drowned forest beyond, he turned and faced them. "I reckon ye've earned a rest, boys," he said. "We'll have games to day." There were some dozen of the unflinching who needed not to be amused. Choosing a great poplar, these he set to hollowing out a pirogue, and himself came among the others and played leap frog and the Indian game of ball until night fell. And these, instead of moping and quarrelling, forgot. That night, as I cooked him a buffalo steak, he drew near the fire with Bowman. "For the love of God, keep up their spirits, Bowman," said the Colonel. "Keep up their spirits until we get them across. Once on the farther hills, they cannot go back." Here was a different being from the shouting boy who had led the games and the war dance that night in the circle of the blaze. Tired out, we went to sleep with the ring of the axes in our ears, and in the morning there were more games while the squad crossed the river to the Drowned Neck, built a rough scaffold there, and notched a trail across it. To the scaffold the baggage was ferried, and the next morning, bit by bit, the regiment. Even now the pains shoot through my body when I think of how man after man plunged waist deep into the icy water toward the farther branch. The pirogue was filled with the weak, and in the end of it I was curled up with my drum. Heroism is a many-sided thing. It is one matter to fight and finish, another to endure hell's tortures hour after hour. All day they waded with numbed feet, vainly searching for a footing in the slime. Truly, the agony of a brave man is among the greatest of the world's tragedies to see. As they splashed onward toward the tree trunks, many a joke went forth, though lips were drawn and teeth pounded together. I have not the heart to recall these jokes. It would seem a sacrilege. There were quarrels, too, the men striving to push one another from the easier paths, and deeds sublime when some straggler clutched at the bole of a tree for support and was helped onward through excruciating ways. A dozen held trembling to the pirogue's gunwale, lest they fall and drown. One walked ahead with a smile, or else fell back to lend a helping shoulder to a fainting man. And there was Tom McChesney. All day long I watched him, and thanked God that Polly Ann could not see him thus. And yet, how the pride would have leaped within her! Humor came not easily to him, but charity and courage and unselfishness he had in abundance. What he suffered none knew, but through those awful hours he was always among the stragglers, helping the weak and despairing, when his strength might have taken him far ahead toward comfort and safety. "I'm all right, Davy," he would say in answer to my look as he passed me, but on his face was written something that I did not understand. How the Creole farmers and traders, unused even to the common ways of woodcraft, endured that fearful day and others that followed, I know not. And when a tardy justice shall arise and compel the people of this land to raise a shaft in memory of Clark and those who followed him, let not the loyalty of the French be forgotten, though it be not understood. At eventide came to lurid and disordered brains the knowledge that the other branch was here. And mercifully it was shallower than the first. Holding his rifle high with a war whoop, Bill Cowan plunged into the stream. Unable to contain myself more, I flung my drum overboard and went after it, and amid shouts and laughter I was towed across by James Ray. Colonel Clark stood watching from the bank above, and it was he who pulled me, bedraggled, to dry land. I ran away to help gather brush for a fire. As I was heaping this in a pile, I heard something that I should not have heard, nor ought I to repeat it now, though I did not need the flames to send the blood tingling through my body. "McChesney," said the Colonel, "we must thank our stars that we brought the boy along. He has a grit, and as good a head as any of us. I reckon if it hadn't been for him some of them would have turned back long ago." I saw Tom grinning at the Colonel as gratefully as though he himself had been praised. The blaze started, and soon we had a bonfire. Some had not the strength to hold out the buffalo meat to the fire. Even the grumblers and mutineers were silent, owing to the ordeal they had gone through. But presently, when they began to be warmed and fed, they talked of other trials to be borne. The embarrass and the big Wabash, for example. These must be like the sea itself. "Take the back trail if you like," said Bill Cowan with a loud laugh. I reckon the rest of us can float to Vincennes on Davy's drum." But there was no taking the back trail now, and well they knew it. The games began, the unwilling being forced to play, and before they fell asleep that night they had taken Vincennes, scalped the Hair Buyer, and were far on the march to Detroit. Mercifully, now that their stomachs were full, they had no worries. Few knew the danger we were in of being cut off by Hamilton's roving bands of Indians. There would be no retreat, no escape, but a fight to the death. And I heard this, and much more that was spoken of in low tones at the Colonel's fire far into the night, of which I never told the rank and file, not even Tom McChesney. On and on, through rain and water, we marched until we drew near to the river embarks. Drew near, did I say? "Sure, darling," said Terence, staring comically over the gray waste. "We've been in it since Tuesday." There was small exaggeration in it. In vain did our feet seek the deeper water. It would go no higher than our knees, and the sound which the regiment made in marching was like that of a great flatboat going against the current. It had been a sad lavender-colored day, and now that the gloom of the night was setting in, and not so much as a hummock showed itself above the surface, the Creoles began to murmur. And small wonder. Where was this man leading them, this Clark who had come amongst them from the skies, as it were? Did he know himself? Night fell as though a blanket had been spread over the tree tops, and above the dreary splashing men could be heard calling to one another in the darkness. Nor was there any supper ahead, for our food was gone, and no game was to be shot over this watery waste. A cold like that of eternal space settled in our bones. Even Terence McCann grumbled. "Begob," said he, "'tis fine weather for fishes, and the birds are that comfortable in the trees. 'Tis no place for a baste at all, at all." Sometime in the night there was a cry. Ray had found the water falling from an oozy bank, and there we dozed fitfully until we were startled by a distant boom. It was Governor Hamilton's morning gun at Fort Sackville, Vincennes. There was no breakfast. How we made our way, benumbed with hunger and cold, to the banks of the Wabash, I know not. Captain McCarty's company was set to making canoes, and the rest of us looked on apathetically as the huge trees staggered and fell amidst a fountain of spray in the shallow water. We were but 3 leagues from Vincennes. A raft was bound together, and Tom McChesney and 3 other scouts sent on a desperate journey across the river in search of boats and provisions, lest we starve and fall and die on the wet flats. Before he left, Tom came to me, and the remembrance of his gaunt face haunted me for many years after. He drew something from his bosom and held it out to me, and I saw that it was a bit of buffalo steak which he had saved. I shook my head, and the tears came into my eyes. "Come, Davy," he said, "you're so little, and I ben't hungry." Again I shook my head, and for the life of me I could say nothing. "I reckon Polly Ann'd never forgive me if anything was to happen to you," said he. At that I grew strangely angry. "It's you who need it," I cried. "It's you that has to do the work, and she told me to take care of you." The big fellow grinned sheepishly, as was his wont. "'Tis only a bite," he pleaded. "'Twouldn't only make me hungry, and" he looked hard at me, "and it might be the saving of you." "You'll not eat it for Polly Ann's sake?" he asked coaxingly. "'Twould not be serving her," I answered indignantly. "You're an obstinate little divil," he cried, and, dropping the morsel on the freshly cut stump, he stalked away. I ran after him, crying out, but he leaped on the raft that was already in the stream, and began to pole across. I slipped the piece into my own hunting shirt. All day the men who were too weak to swing axes sat listless on the bank, watching in vain for some sight of the willing. They saw a canoe rounding the bend instead, with a single occupant paddling madly, and who should this be but Captain Willing's own brother, escaped from the fort where he had been a prisoner. He told us that a man named Masonville with a party of Indians was in pursuit of him, and the next piece of news he had was in the way of raising our despair a little. Governor Hamilton's astonishment at seeing this force here and now would be as great as his own. Governor Hamilton had said, indeed, that only a navy could take Vincennes this year. Unfortunately, Mr. Willing brought no food. Next in order came 5 Frenchmen, trapped by our scouts, nor had they any provisions. But as long as I live I shall never forget how Tom McChesney returned at nightfall, the hero of the hour. He had shot a deer, and never did wolves pick an animal cleaner. They pressed on me a choice piece of it, these great-hearted men who were willing to go hungry for the sake of a child, and when I refused it they would have forced it down my throat. Swen Poulsen, he that once hid under the bed, deserves a special tablet to his memory. He was for giving me all he had, though his little eyes were unnaturally bright, and the red had left his cheeks now. "He have no belly, only a little on his backbone," he cried. "Big up, thin, he has the backbone," said Terence. "I have a piece," said I, and drew forth that which Tom had given me. They brought a quarter of a saddle to Colonel Clark, but he smiled at them kindly and told them to divide it amongst the weak. He looked at me as I sat with my feet crossed on the stump. "I will follow Davy's example," said he. At length the canoes were finished, and we crossed the river, swimming over the few miserable skeletons of the French ponies we had brought along. We came to a sugar camp, and beyond it, stretching between us and Vincennes, was a sea of water. Here we made our camp, if camp it could be called. There was no fire, no food, and the water seeped out of the ground on which we lay. Some of those even who had not yet spoken now openly said that we should go no farther. For the wind had shifted into the northwest, and for the first time since we had left Kaskaskia we saw the stars gleaming like scattered diamonds in the sky. Bit by bit the ground hardened, and if by chance we dozed, we stuck to it. Morning found the men huddled like sheep, their hunting shirts hard as boards, and long before Hamilton's guns we were up and stamping. Antoine poked the butt of his rifle through the ice of the lake in front of us. "I think we not get to Vincennes this day," he said. Colonel Clark, who heard him, turned to me. "Fetch McChesney here, Davy," he said. Tom came. "McChesney," said he, "when I give the word, take Davy and his drum on your shoulders and follow me. And, Davy, do you think you can sing that song you gave us the other night?" "Oh, yes, sir," I answered. Without more ado the Colonel broke the skim of ice, and, taking some of the water in his hand, poured powder from his flask into it and rubbed it on his face until he was the color of an Indian. Stepping back, he raised his sword high in the air, and, shouting the Shawnee war whoop, took a flying leap up to his thighs in the water. Tom swung me instantly to his shoulder and followed, I beating the charge with all my might, though my hands were so numb that I could scarce hold the sticks. Strangest of all, to a man they came shouting after us. "Now, Davy," said the Colonel. "I fought on land, I fought at sea. At home I fought my Antio. But I met the devil in Dundee on the braes of Killiecrankie." I piped it at the top of my voice, and sure enough the regiment took up the chorus, for it had a famous swing. "An ye had been where I'd been, ye would not be so canty, O." "And ye had seen what I have seen on the braes of Killiecrankie." When their breath was gone, we heard Cowan shout that he had found a path under his feet, a path that was on dry land in the summer time. We followed it, feeling carefully, and at length, when we had suffered all that we could bear, we stumbled on to a dry ridge. Here we spent another night of torture, with a second backwater facing us coated with a full inch of ice. And still there was nothing to eat. End of chapter 18. Book 1, Chapter 19 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, The Hair Buyer Trap. To lie the night on adamant, pierced by the needles of the frost, to awake shivering and famished until the meaning of an inch of ice on the backwater comes to your mind, these are not calculated to put a man into an equable mood to listen to oratory. Nevertheless, there was a kind of oratory to fit the case. To picture the misery of these men is well nigh impossible. They stood sluggishly in groups, dazed by suffering, and their faces were drawn and their eyes ringed, their beards and hair matted. And many found it in their hearts to curse Clark and that government for which he fought. When the red fire of the sun glowed through the bare branches that morning, it seemed as if the campaign had spent itself like an arrow which drops at the foot of the mark. Could life and interest and enthusiasm be infused again in such as these? I have ceased to marvel how it was done. A man no less haggard than the rest, but with a compelling force in his eyes, pointed with a blade to the hills across the river. They must get to them, he said, and their troubles would be ended. He said more, and they cheered him. These are the bare facts. He picked a man here and another there, and these went silently to a grim duty behind the regiment. "Any try to go back, shoot them down," he cried. Then with a gun butt he shattered the ice, and was the first to leap into the water under it. They followed, some with a cheer that was most pitiful of all. They followed him blindly, as men go to torture. But they followed him, and the splashing and crushing of the ice were sounds to freeze my body. I was put in a canoe. In my day I have beheld great suffering and hardship, and none of it compared to this. Torn with pity, I saw them reeling through the water, now grasping trees and bushes to try to keep their feet, the strongest breaking the way ahead and supporting the weak between them. More than once Clark himself tottered where he beat the ice at the apex of the line. Some swooned and would have drowned had they not been dragged across the canoe and chafed back to consciousness. By inches the water shallowed. Clark reached the high ground, and then Bill Cowan, with a man on each shoulder. Then others endured to the shallows to fall heavily in the crumbled ice and be dragged out before they died. But at length, by God's grace, the whole regiment was on the land. Fires would not revive some, but Clark himself seized a fainting man by the arms and walked him up and down in the sunlight until his blood ran again. It was a glorious day, a day when the sap ran in the maples, and the sun soared upwards in a sky of the palest blue. All this we saw through the tracery of the leafless branches. A mirthless, shivering crowd crept through a hell of weather into the hair buyer's very lair. Had he neither heard nor seen? Down the steel blue lane of water between the ice came a canoe. Our stunted senses perceived it unresponsive. A man cried out. It was Tom McChesney. Now some of them had leaped into the pirogue, now they were returning. In the towed canoe two fat and stolid squaws and a papoose were huddled, and beside them, God be praised, food. a piece of buffalo on its way to town, and in the end compartment of the boat tallow and bear's grease lay revealed by 2 blows of the tomahawk. The kettles, long disused, were fetched, and broth made and fed in sips to the weakest, while the strongest looked on and smiled in an agony of self restraint. It was a fearful thing to see men whose legs had refused service struggle to their feet when they had drunk the steaming, greasy mixture. And the Colonel, standing by the river's edge, turned his face away, downstream. And then, as often, I saw the other side of the man. Suddenly he looked at me, standing wistful at his side. "They've cursed me," said he, by way of a question. "They've cursed me every day." And, seeing me silent, he insisted. "Tell me, is it not so, Davy?" "It is so," I said, wondering that he should pry. "But it was while they suffered, and some refrained." "And you?" he asked queerly. "I could not, sir, for I asked leave to come." "If they've condemned me to 1,000 hells," said he, dispassionately, "I should not blame them." Again he looked at me. "Do you understand what you've done?" he asked. "No, sir," I said uneasily. "And yet there are some human qualities in you, Davy. You've been worth more to me than another regiment." I stared. "When you grow older, if you ever do, tell your children that once upon a time you put 100 men to shame. It's no small thing." Seeing him relapse into silence, I did not speak. For the space of half an hour he stared down the river, and I knew that he was looking vainly for the willing. At noon we crossed, piecemeal, a deep lake in the canoes, and marching a while came to a timber-covered rise which our French prisoners named as the Warriors' Island. And from the shelter of its trees we saw the steely lines of a score of low ponds, and over the tops of as many ridges a huddle of brown houses on the higher ground. And this was the place we had all but sold our lives to behold. This was Vincennes at last. We were on the heights behind the town. We were at the back door, as it were. At the far side, on the Wabash River, was the front door, or Fort Sackville, where the banner of England snapped in the February breeze. We stood there looking as the afternoon light flooded the plain. Suddenly the silence was broken. "Hooray for Clark!" cried a man at the edge of the copse. "Hooray for Clark!" It was the whole regiment this time. From execration to exultation was but a step, after all. And the Creoles fell to scoffing at their sufferings and even forgot their hunger in staring at the goal. The backwoodsmen took matters more stolidly, having acquired long since the art of waiting. They lounged about, cleaning their guns, watching the myriad flocks of wild ducks and geese casting blue-black shadows on the ponds. "Hurrah, McChesney!" said Terence, as he watched the circling birds. "Clark's a great man, but 'tis more river sense I'd have for him if one of them was sizzling at the end of me ramrod." "I'd sooner have the Hair Buyer's scalp," said Tom. Presently there was a drama performed for our delectation. A shot came down the wind, and we perceived that several innocent Creole gentlemen, unconscious of what the timber held, were shooting the ducks and geese. Whereupon Clark chose Antoine and 3 of our own Creoles to sally out and shoot likewise, as decoys. We watched them working their way over the ridges, and finally saw them coming back with one of the Vincennes sportsmen. I cannot begin to depict the astonishment of this man when he reached the copse and was led before our lean, square-shouldered commander. Yes, monsieur, he was a friend of les Américains. Did Governor Hamilton know that a visit was imminent? Pardieu, with many shrugs and outward gestures of the palms, Governor Hamilton had said if the Long Knives had wings or fins they might reach him now. He was all unprepared. "Gentlemen," said Colonel Clark to Captains Bowman and McCarty and Williams, "we've come so far by audacity, and we must continue by audacity. It is of no use to wait for the gunboat, and every moment we run the risk of discovery. I shall write an open letter to the inhabitants of Vincennes, which the prisoners shall take into town. I shall tell them that those who are true to the oath they swore to Father Gibault shall not be molested if they remain quietly in their houses. Let those who are on the side of the Hair Buyer General and his king go to the fort and fight there." He bade me fetch the portfolio he carried, and with numbed fingers wrote the letter, while his captain stared in admiration and amazement. What a stroke was this! There were 600 men in the town and fort, soldiers, inhabitants, and Indians, while we had but 170, starved and weakened by their incredible march. But Clark was not to be daunted. Whipping out his field glasses, he took a stand on a little mound under the trees and followed the fast galloping messenger across the plain, saw him enter the town, saw the stir in the streets, knots of men riding out and gazing, hands on foreheads, towards the place where we were. But as the minutes rolled into hours, there was no further alarm, no gun, no beat to quarters or bugle call from Fort Sackville. What could it mean? Clark's next move was an enigma, for he set the men to cutting and trimming tall sapling poles. To these were tied, how reverently, the 20 stands of colors which loving Creole hands had stitched. The boisterous day was reddening to its close as the Colonel lined his little army in front of the wood, and we covered the space of 4,000. For the men were 20 feet apart, and every tent carried a standard. Suddenly we were aghast as the full meaning of the inspiration dawned upon us. The command was given, and we started on our march toward Vincennes. But not straight, zigzagging, always keeping the ridges between us and the town. And to the watching inhabitants it seemed as if thousands were coming to crush them. Night fell, the colors were furled, and the saplings dropped, and we pressed into serried ranks and marched straight over hill and dale for the lights that were beginning to twinkle ahead of us. We halted once more, a quarter of a mile away. Clark himself had picked 14 men to go under Lieutenant Bailey through the town and take the fort from the other side. Here was audacity with a vengeance. You may be sure that Tom and Cowan and Ray were among these, and I trotted after them with the drum banging against my thighs. Was ever stronghold taken thus? They went right into the town, the 14 of them, into the main street that led directly to the fort. The simple citizens gave back, stupefied at sight of the tall, striding forms. Muffled Indians stood like statues as we passed, but these raised not a hand against us. Where were Hamilton's soldiers and savages? It was as if we had come a-trading. The street rose and fell in waves, like the prairie over which it ran. As we climbed a ridge, here was a little log church, the rude cross on the belfry showing dark against the sky. And there, in front of us, flanked by blockhouses with conical caps, was the frowning mass of Fort Sackville. "Take cover," said Williams hoarsely. It seemed incredible. The men spread hither and thither, some behind the fences of the little gardens. Tom chose a great forest tree that had been left standing, and I went with him. He powdered his pan, and I laid down my drum beside the tree. And then, with an impulse that was rare, Tom seized me by the collar and drew me to him. "Davy," he whispered, and I pinched him. "Davy, I reckon Polly Ann'd be kinder surprised if she knew where we was, eh?" I nodded. It seemed strange indeed to be talking thus at such a place. Life has taught me since that it is not so strange, for however a man may strive and suffer for an object, He usually sits quiet at the consummation. Here we were in the dooryard of a peaceful cabin, the ground frozen in lumps under our feet, and it seemed to me that the wind had something to do with the lightness of the night. "Davy," whispered Tom again, "how'd you like to see the little feller to home?" I pinched him again, and harder this time, for I was at a loss for adequate words. The muscles of his legs were as hard as the strands of a rope, and his buckskin breeches frozen so that they cracked under my fingers. Suddenly a flickering light arose ahead of us, and another, and we saw that there were candles beginning to twinkle through the palings of the fort. These were badly set, the width of a man's hand apart. Presently here comes a soldier with a torch, and as he walked we could see from crack to crack his bluff face all reddened by the light, and so near were we that we heard the words of his song. "Oh, there came a lass to Sudbury Fair, with a hey and a ho, nonny nonny. And she had a rose in her raven hair, with a hey and a ho, nonny nonny. By the eternal," said Tom, following the man along the palings with the muzzle of his Deckard, "by the eternal, 'tis like shooting beef." A gust of laughter came from somewhere beyond. The burly soldier paused at the foot of the blockhouse. "Hi, Jim, have you seen the General's man? His Honor's in a high temper, I warrant ye." It was fortunate for Jim that he put his foot inside the blockhouse door. "Now, boys," it was William's voice, and the 14 rifles sputtered out a ragged volley. There was an instant's silence, and then a score of voices raised in consternation, shouting, cursing, commanding. Heavy feet pounded on the platform of the blockhouse. While Tom was savagely jamming his powder and ball, the wicket gate of the fort opened. A man came out and ran to a house of biscuits throwaway, and ran back again before he was shot at, slamming the gate after him. Tom swore. "We've got but the 10 rounds," he said, dropping his rifle to his knee. "I reckon 'tis no use to waste it." "The willing may come to night," I answered. There was a bugle winding a strange call, and the roll of a drum, and the running continued. "Don't fire till you're sure, boys," said Captain Williams. Our eyes caught sight of a form in the blockhouse port. There was an instant when a candle flung its rays upon a cannon's flank, and Tom's rifle spat a rod of flame. A red blot hid the cannon's mouth, and behind it a man staggered and fell on the candle, while the shot crunched its way through the logs of the cottage in the yard where we stood. And now the battle was on in earnest, fire darting here and there from the black wall, bullets whistling and flying wide, and at intervals cannon belching, their shot grinding through trees and houses. But our men waited until the gunners lit their matches in the cannon ports. It was no trick for backwoodsmen. At length there came a popping right and left, and we knew that Bowman and McCarty's men had swung into position there. An hour passed, and a shadow came along our line, darting from cover to cover. It was Lieutenant Bayley, and he sent me back to find the Colonel and tell him that the men had but a few rounds left. I sped through the streets on the errand, spied a Creole company waiting in reserve, and near them, behind a warehouse, a knot of backwoodsmen, French and Indians, lighted up by a smoking torch. And here was Colonel Clark talking to a big blanketed chief. I was hovering around the skirts of the crowd and seeking for an opening when a hand pulled me off my feet. "What'll you be after now?" said a voice which was Terence's. "Let me go," I cried. "I have a message from Lieutenant Bayley." "Sure," said Terence. "The man think ye had the hair buyer sculp in your pocket. The Colonel is treaty making with Tobacco's son, the greatest Indian in these parts." "I don't care." "Hist," said Terence. "Let me go," I yelled, so loudly that the Colonel turned, and Terence dropped me like a live coal. I wormed my way to where Clark stood. Tobacco's son was at that moment protesting that the Big Knives were his brothers, and declaring that before morning broke he would have 100 warriors for the great white chief. Had he not made a treaty of peace with Captain Helm, who was even then a prisoner of the British general in the fort? Colonel Clark replied that he knew well of the fidelity of Tobacco's son to the Big Knives, that Tobacco's son had remained staunch in the face of bribes and presents. This was true. Now all that Colonel Clark desired of Tobacco's son, besides his friendship, was that he would keep his warriors from battle. The Big Knives would fight their own fight. To this sentiment Tobacco's son grunted extreme approval. Colonel Clark turned to me. "What is it, Davy?" he asked. I told him. "Tobacco's son has dug up for us King George's ammunition," he said. "Go tell Lieutenant Bayley that I will send him enough to last him a month." I sped away with the message. Presently I came back again upon another message, and they were eating. Those reserves, they were eating as I had never seen men eat but once, at Kaskaskia. The baker stood by with lifted palms, imploring the saints that he might have some compensation, until Clark sent him back to his shop to knead and bake again. The good Creoles approached the fires with the contents of their larders in their hands. Terence tossed me a loaf the size of a cannon ball, and another. "Fetch that one. To one have the boys," said he. I seized as much as my arms could hold and scurried away to the firing line once more, and, heedless of whistling bullets, darted from man to man until the bread was exhausted. Not a one but gave me a "God bless you, Davy," ere he seized it with a great hand and began to eat in wolfish bites, his Deckard always on the watch the while. There was no sleep in the village. All night long, while the rifles sputtered, the villagers in their capotes, men, women, and children, huddled around the fires. The young men of the militia begged Clark to allow them to fight, and to keep them well affected he sent some here and there amongst our lines. For our Colonel's strength was not counted by rifles or men alone. He fought with his brain. As Hamilton, the hair buyer, made his rounds, he believed the town to be in the possession of a horde of Kentuckians. Shouts, war whoops, and bursts of laughter went up from behind the town. Surely a great force was there, a small part of which had been sent to play with him and his men. On the fighting line, when there was a lull, our backwoodsmen stood up behind their trees and cursed the enemy roundly, and often by these taunts persuaded the furious gunners to open their ports and fire their cannons. Woe be to him that showed an arm or a shoulder. Though a casement be lifted ever so warily, a dozen balls would fly into it. And at length, when some of the besieged had died in their anger, the ports were opened no more. It was then our sharpshooters crept up boldly to within 30 yards of them. Nay, it seemed as if they lay under the very walls of the fort. And through the night the figure of the Colonel himself was often seen amongst them, praising their marksmanship, pleading with every man not to expose himself without cause. He spied me where I had wormed myself behind the footboard of a picket fence beneath the cannon port of a blockhouse. It was during one of the breathing spaces. "What's this?" he said to Cowan sharply, feeling me under his foot. "I reckon it's Davy, sir," said my friend somewhat sheepishly. "We can't do nothing with him. He's been up and down the line 20 times this night." "What doing?" says the Colonel. "Bread and powder and bullets," answered Bill. "But that's all over," says Clark. "He's the very devil to pry," answered Bill. "The first we know he'll be into the fort under the logs." "Or between them," says Clark, with a glance at the open palings. "Come here, Davy." I followed him, dodging between the houses, and when we had got off the line he took me by the 2 shoulders from behind. "You little rascal," said he, shaking me, "how am I to look out for an army, and you besides? Have you had anything to eat?" "Yes, sir," I answered. He came to the fires, and Captain Bowman hurried up to meet him. "We're piling up earthworks and barricades," said the captain, "for the fight to morrow. My God, if the willing would only come, we could put our cannon into them." Clark laughed. "Bowman," said he, kindly, "has Davy fed you yet?" "No," says the captain, surprised. "I've had no time to eat." "He seems to have fed the whole army," said the Colonel. He paused. "Have they scented Lamothe or Maisonville?" "Devil a scent," cried the captain, "and we've scoured Wool and Quagmire. They tell me that Lamothe has a very pretty force of redskins at his heels." "Let McChesney go," said Clark, sharply. "McChesney and Ray. I'll warrant they can find 'em." Now I knew that Maisonville had gone out a chasing Captain Willing's brother, he who had run into our arms. Lamothe was a noted Indian partisan and a dangerous man to be dogging our rear that night. Suddenly there came a thought that took my breath and set my heart a hammering. When the Colonel's back was turned, I slipped away beyond the range of the firelight, and I was soon on the prairie, stumbling over hummocks and floundering into ponds, yet going as quietly as I could, turning now and again to look back at the distant glow or to listen to the rifles popping around the fort. The night was cloudy and pitchy dark. Twice the whirling of startled waterfowl frightened me out of my senses, but ambition pricked me on in spite of fear. I may have gone a mile thus, perchance 2 or 3, straining every sense, when a sound brought me to a stand. At first I could not distinguish it because of my heavy breathing, but presently I made sure that it was the low drone of human voices. Getting down on my hands and knees, I crept forward and felt the ground rising. The voices had ceased. I gained the crest of a low ridge and threw myself flat. A rattle of musketry set me shivering, and in an agony of fright I looked behind me to discover that I could not be more than 400 yards from the fort. I had made a circle. I lay very still. My eyes watered with staring, and then the droning began again. I went forward an inch, then another down the slope, and at last I could have sworn that I saw dark blurs against the ground. I put out my hand, my weight went after, and I had crashed through a coat of ice up to my elbow in a pool. There came a second of sheer terror, a hoarse challenge in French, and then I took to my heels and flew towards the fort at the top of my speed. I heard them coming after me, leap and bound, and crying out to one another. Ahead of me there might have been a floor or a precipice, as the ground looks level at night. I hurt my foot cruelly on a frozen clod of earth, slid down the washed bank of a run into the Wabash, picked myself up, scrambled to the top of the far side, and had gotten away again when my pursuer shattered the ice behind me. 100 yards more, 2 figures loomed up in front, and I was pulled up choking. "Hang to him, Fletcher," said a voice. "Great God!" cried Fletcher, "it's Davy. What are ye up to now?" "Let me go," I cried, as soon as I had got my wind. As luck would have it, I had run into a pair of daredevil young Kentuckians who had more than once tasted the severity of Clark's discipline, Fletcher Blunt and Jim Willis. They fairly shook out of me what had happened, and then dropped me with a war whoop and started for the prairie, I after them crying out to them to be aware of the run. A man must indeed be fleet of foot to have escaped these young ruffians, and so it proved. When I reached the hollow there were the 2 of them fighting with a man in the water, the ice jangling as they shifted their feet. "What's your name?" said Fletcher, cuffing and kicking his prisoner until he cried out for mercy. "Maisonville," said the man, whereupon Fletcher gave a war whoop and kicked him again. "That's no way to treat a prisoner," said I, hotly. "Hold your mouth, Davy," said Fletcher. "You didn't catch him." "You wouldn't have him but for me," I retorted. Fletcher's answer was an oath. They put Maisonville between them. ran him through the town up to the firing line, and there, to my horror, they tied him to a post and used him for a shield, despite his heart-rending yells. In mortal fear that the poor man would be shot down, I was running away to find some one who might have influence over them when I met a lieutenant. He came up and ordered them angrily to unbind Maisonville and bring him before the Colonel. Fletcher laughed, whipped out his hunting knife, and cut the thongs. But he and Willis had scarce got 20 paces from the officer before they seized poor Maisonville by the hair and made shift to scalp him. This was merely backwoods play, had Maisonville but known it. Persuaded, however, that his last hour had come, he made a desperate effort to clear himself, whereupon Fletcher cut off a piece of his skin by mistake. Maisonville, making sure that he had been scalped, stood groaning and clapping his hand to his head, while the two young rascals drew back and stared at each other. "What's to do now?" said Willis. "Take our medicine, I reckon," answered Fletcher grimly. And they seized the tottering man between them and marched him straightway to the fire where Clark stood. They had seen the Colonel angry before, but now they were fairly withered under his wrath. And he could have given them no greater punishment, for he took them from the firing line and sent them back to wait among the reserves until the morning. "Nom de Dieu," said Maisonville wrathfully as he watched them go. "They should hang. The stuff that brought them here through ice and flood is apt to boil over, Captain," remarked the Colonel, dryly. "If you please, sir," said I, "they did not mean to cut him, but he wiggled." Clark turned sharply. "Eh?" said he. "Did you have a hand in this, too?" "Peste!" cried the Captain. "The little ferret, you call him. He find me on the prairie. I run to catch him with some men and fall into the crick." He pointed to his soaked leggings. "And your demons, they fall on top of me." "I wish to heaven you had caught Lamothe instead, Davy," said the Colonel, and joined despite himself in the laugh that went up. Falling sober again, he began to question the prisoner. Where was Lamothe? "Pardo!" Maisonville could not say. How many men did he have, etc., etc. The circle about us deepened with eager listeners, who uttered exclamations when Maisonville, between his answers, put up his hand to his bleeding head. Suddenly the circle parted, and Captain Bowman came through. "Ray has discovered Lamothe, sir," said he. "What shall we do?" "Let him into the fort," said Clark instantly. There was a murmur of astonished protest. "Let him into the fort!" exclaimed Bowman. "Certainly," said the Colonel. "If he finds he cannot get in, he will be off before the dawn to assemble the tribes." "But the fort is provisioned for a month," Bowman expostulated, "and they must find out to morrow how weak we are." "To morrow will be too late," said Clark. "And suppose he shouldn't go in?" "He will go in," said the Colonel, quietly. "Withdraw your men, Captain, from the north side." Captain Bowman departed. Whatever he may have thought of these orders, he was too faithful a friend of the Colonel's to delay their execution. Murmuring, swearing oaths of astonishment, man after man on the firing line dropped his rifle at the word and sullenly retreated. The crack, crack of the Deckards on the south and east were stilled. Not a barrel was thrust by the wary garrison through the logs, and the place became silent as the wilderness. It was the long hour before the dawn, and as we lay waiting on the hard ground, stiff and cold and hungry, talking in whispers, somewhere near 6 of the clock on that February morning the great square of Fort Sackville began to take shape. There was the long line of the stockade, the projecting blockhouses at each corner with peaked caps, and a higher capped square tower from the centre of the enclosure. The banner of England drooping there and clinging forlorn to its staff, as though with a presentiment. Then, as the light grew, the close-lipped casements were seen, scarred with our bullets. The little log houses of the town came out, the sapling palings and the bare trees, all grim and gaunt at that cruel season. Cattle lowed here and there, and horses whinnied to be fed. It was a dirty gray dawn, and we waited until it had done its best. From where we lay hid behind log house and palings, we strained our eyes towards the prairie to see if Lamothe would take the bait until our view was ended at the fuzzy top of a hillock. Bill Cowan, doubled up behind a wood pile and breathing heavily, nudged me. Davy, what'd you see?" Was it a head that broke the line of the crest? Even as I stared, breathless, half a score of forms shot up and were running madly for the stockade. 20 more broke after them, Indians and Frenchmen, dodging, swaying, crowding, looking fearfully to right and left. And from within the fort came forth a hubbub, cries and scuffling, orders, oaths, and shouts. In plain view of our impatient Deckards, soldiers manned the platform, and we saw that they were flinging down ladders. An officer in a faded scarlet coat stood out among the rest, shouting himself hoarse. Involuntarily Cowan lined his sights across the woodpile on his mark of color. Lamothe's men, a seething mass, were fighting like wolves for the ladders, fearful yet that a volley might kill half of them where they stood. And so fast did they scramble upwards that the men before them stepped on their fingers. All at once, and by acclamation, the fierce war whoops of our men rent the air, and some toppled in sheer terror and fell the 12 feet of the stockade at the sound of it. Then every man in the regiment, Creole and backwoodsman, lay back to laugh. The answer of the garrison was a defiant cheer, and those who had dropped, finding they were not shot at, picked themselves up again and gained the top, helping to pull the ladders after them. Bowman's men swung back into place. The rattle and drag were heard in the blockhouse as the cannon were run out through the ports, and the battle which had held through the night watches began again with redoubled vigor. But there was more caution on the side of the British, for they had learned dearly how the Kentuckians could measure crack and crevice. There followed 2 hours and a futile waste of ammunition, the lead from the garrison flying harmless here and there, and not a patch of skin or cloth showing. End of chapter 19. Book 1, Chapter 20 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The Campaign Ends. If I'm obliged to storm, you may depend upon such treatment as is justly due to a murderer. And beware of destroying stores of any kind, or any papers or letters that are in your possession, or of hurting one house in the town. For by heaven, if you do, there shall be no mercy shown you. To Lieutenant Governor Hamilton. So read Colonel Clark as he stood before the log fire in Monsieur Bouton's house at the back of the town. The captains grouped in front of him. "Is that strong enough, gentlemen?" he asked. "To raise his hair," said Captain Carlville. Captain Bowman laughed loudly. "I reckon the boys will see to that," said he. Colonel Clark folded the letter, addressed it, and turned gravely to Monsieur Bouton. "You will oblige me, sir," said he, "by taking this to Governor Hamilton. You will be provided with a flag of truce." Monsieur Bouton was a round little man, as his name suggested, and the men cheered him as he strode soberly up the street, a piece of sheeting tied to a sapling and flung over his shoulder. Through such humble agencies are the ends of Providence accomplished. Monsieur Bouton walked up to the gate, disappeared sideways through the postern, and sat down to breakfast. In a very short time Monsieur Bouton was seen coming back, and his face was not so impassive that the Governor's message could not be read thereon. "'Tis not a love letter he has, I'll warrant," said Terence, as the little man disappeared into the house. So accurately had Monsieur Bontemps' face betrayed the news that the men went back to their posts without orders, some with half a breakfast in hand. And soon the rank and file had the message. Lieutenant Governor Hamilton begs leave to acquaint Colonel Clark that he and his garrison are not disposed to be awed into any action unworthy of British subjects. Our men had eaten. Their enemy was within their grasp, and Clark and all his officers could scarce keep them from storming. Such was the deadliness of their aim that scarce a shot came back. And time and again I saw the men fling themselves in front of the breastworks with a war whoop, wave their rifles in the air, and cry out that they would have the Hairbuyer skulp before night should fall. It could not last. Not tuned to the nicer courtesies of warfare, the memory of Hamilton's war parties, of blackened homes, of families dead and missing, raged unappeased. These were not content to leave vengeance in the Lord's hands, and when a white flag peeped timorously above the gate a great yell of derision went up from river bank to river bank. Out of the postern stepped the officer with the faded scarlet coat, and in due time went back again haughtily, his head high, casting contempt right and left of him. Again the postern opened, and this time there was a cheer of a sight of a man in hunting shirt and leggings and coonskin cap. After him came a certain Major Hay, Indian enticer of detested memory, the lieutenant of him who followed, the hair buyer himself. A murmur of hatred arose from the men stationed there, and many would have shot him where he stood but for Clark. "The divil has the grit," said Cowan, though his eyes blazed. It was the involuntary tribute. Lieutenant Governor Hamilton stared indifferently at the glowering backwoodsman as he walked the few steps to the church. Not so Major Hay. His eyes fell. There was Colonel Clark waiting at the door through which the good Creoles had been wont to go to worship, bowing somewhat ironically to the British general. It was a strange meeting they had in St. Xavier's, by the light of the candles on the altar. Hot words passed in that house of peace, the general demanding protection for all his men, and our colonel replying that he would do with the Indian partisans as he chose. "And whom do you mean by Indian partisans?" the undaunted governor had demanded. "I take Major Hay to be one of them," our colonel had answered. It was soon a matter of common report that Clark had gazed fixedly at the Major when he said this, and how the Major turned pale and trembled. With our own eyes we saw them coming out, Major Hay as near to staggering as a man could be, the governor blushing red for shame of him. So we went sorrowfully back to the gate. Colonel Clark stood at the steps of the church, looking after them. "What was that firing?" he demanded sharply. "I gave orders for a truce." We who stood by the church had indeed heard firing in the direction of the hills east of the town, and had wondered thereat. Perceiving a crowd gathered at the far end of the street, we all ran thither save the Colonel, who directed to have the offenders brought to him at Monsieur Bontemps'. We met the news halfway. A party of Canadians and Indians had just returned from the falls of the Ohio with scalps they had taken. Captain Williams had gone out with his company to meet them, had lured them on, and finally had killed a number and was returning with the prisoners. Yes, here they were. Williams himself walked ahead with two disheveled and frightened coureurs de bois, 200 at least of the townspeople of Vincennes, friends and relatives of the prisoners, pressing about and crying out to Williams to have mercy on them. As for Williams, he took them in to the Colonel, the townspeople pressing into the dooryard and banking in front of it on the street. Behind all, a tragedy impending, nor can I think of it now without sickening. The frightened Creoles in the street gave back against the fence, and from behind them, issuing as a storm cloud, came the half of Williams' company, yelling like madmen. Pushed and jostled ahead of them were four Indians, decked and feathered, the half-dried scalps dangling from their belts, impassive, true to their creed despite the indignity of jolts and jars and blows. On and on pressed the mob, gathering recruits at every corner, and when they reached St. Xavier's before the fort, half the regiment was there. Others watched, too, from the stockade, and what they saw made their knees smite together with fear. Here were four bronzed statues in a row across the street, the space in front of them clear that their partisans in the fort might look and consider. What was passing in the savage mind no man might know. Not a lip trembled nor an eye faltered when a backwoodsman, his memory aflame at sight of the pitiful white scalps on their belts, thrust through the crowd to curse them. Fletcher Blount, frenzied, snatched his tomahawk from his side. "Sink, varmint!" he cried, with a great oath. "By the eternal, we'll pay the Ha'r Buyer in his own coin. Sound your drums!" he shouted at the fort. "Call the garrison for the show." He raised his arm and turned to strike, when the savage put up his hand, not in entreaty, but as one man demanding a right from another. The cries, the curses, the murmurs even, were hushed. Throwing back his head, arching his chest, the notes of a song rose in the heavy air. Wild, strange notes they were, that struck vibrant chords in my own quivering being, and the song was the death song. Ay, and the life song of a soul which had come into the world even as mine own. And somewhere there lay in the song, half revealed, the awful mystery of that Creator whom the soul leaped forth to meet. The myriad green of the sun playing with the leaves, the fish swimming lazily in the brown pool, the doe grazing in the thicket, and a naked boy as free from care as these. And still the life grows brighter as strength comes, and stature and power over man and beast. And then God knows what memories of fierce love and fiercer wars and triumphs, of desires gained and enemies conquered. God, who has made all lives akin to something which He holds in the hollow of His hand. And then the rain beating on the forest crown, beating, beating, beating. The song ceased. The Indian knelt in the black mud, not at the feet of Fletcher Blount, but on the threshold of the Great Spirit who ruleth all things. The axe fell, yet he uttered no cry as he went before his master. So the four sang, each in turn, and died in the sight of some who pitied, and some who feared, and some who hated for the sake of land and women. So the four went beyond the power of gold and gewgaw, and were dragged in the mire around the walls and flung into the yellow waters of the river. Through the dreary afternoon the men lounged about, and cursed the parley, and hearkened for the tattoo, the signal agreed upon by the leaders to begin the fighting. There had been no command against taunts and jeers, and they gathered in groups under the walls to indulge themselves, and even tried to bribe me as I sat braced against a house, with my drum between my knees and the sticks clutched tightly in my hands. "Here's a Spanish dollar for a couple of taps, Davy," shouted Jack Terrell. "Come on, ye pack of Rebel cutthroats," yelled a man on the wall. He was answered by a torrent of imprecations, and so they flung it back and forth until nightfall, when out comes the same faded scarlet officer, holding a letter in his hand, and marches down the street to Monsieur Bouton's. There would be no storming now, nor any man suffered to lay fingers on the Ha'r Buyer. I remember, in particular, Hamilton the Ha'r Buyer, not the fiend my imagination had depicted. I have since learned that most villains do not look the part, but a man with a great sorrow stamped upon his face. The sun rose on that 25th of February, and the mud melted and one of our companies drew up on each side of the gate. Downward slid the Lion of England, the garrison drums beat a dirge, and the Hair Buyer marched out at the head of his motley troops. Then came my own greatest hour. All morning I had been polishing and tightening the drum, and my pride was so great as we fell into line that so much as a smile could not be got out of me. Picture it all. Vincennes in black and white by reason of the bright day, eaves and gables, stockade line and capped towers sharply drawn, and straight above these a stark flagstaff waiting for our colors, pigs and fowls straying hither and thither, unmindful that this day is red on the calendar. Ah, here is a bit of color, too. The villagers on the side streets to see the spectacle, gay wools and gayer handkerchiefs there, amid the joyous cheering crowd of thrice-changed nationality. Viva la Bostonnais! Viva les Americans! Viva Monsieur le Colonel Clark! Viva la petite tambour! Viva la petite tambour! That was the drummer boy, stepping proudly behind the Colonel himself, with a soul lifted high above mire and puddle into the blue beyond. There was laughter amongst the giants behind me, and Cowan saying softly, as when we left Kaskaskia, "Go to it, Davy, my little gamecock," and the whisper of it was repeated among the ranks drawn up by the gate. Yes, here was the gate, and now we were in the fort, and an empire was gained, never to be lost again. The stars and stripes climbed the staff, and the folds were caught by an eager breeze. 13 cannon thundered from the blockhouses, one for each colony that had braved a king. There in the miry square within the Vincennes fort, thin and bronzed and travel-stained, were the men who had dared the wilderness in ugliest mood. And yet none by himself would have done it. Each had come here compelled by a spirit stronger than his own, by a master mind that laughed at the body and its ailments. Colonel George Rogers Clark stood in the center of the square, under the flag to whose renown he had added 3 stars. Straight he was, and square, and self-contained. No weakening tremor of exultation softened his face as he looked upon the men by whose endurance he had been able to do this thing. He waited until the white smoke of the last gun had drifted away on the breeze, until the snapping of the flag and the distant village sounds alone broke the stillness. "We have not suffered all things for a reward," he said, "but because a righteous cause may grow. And though our names may be forgotten, our deeds will be remembered. We have conquered a vast land that our children and our children's children may be freed from tyranny, and we have brought a just vengeance upon our enemies. I thank you, one and all, in the name of the Continental Congress and of that Commonwealth of Virginia for which you have fought. You are no longer Virginians, Kentuckians, Kaskaskians, and Cahokians. You are Americans." He paused, and we were silent. Though his words moved us strongly, they were beyond us. I mentioned no deeds of heroism, of unselfishness, of lives saved at the peril of others. But I am the debtor of every man here for the years to come to see that he and his family have justice from the Commonwealth and the nation. Again he stopped, and it seemed to us, watching, that he smiled a little. "I shall name one," he said, "who has never lagged, who never complained, who starved that the weak might be fed and walk. David Ritchie, come here." I trembled. My teeth chattered as the water had never made them chatter. I believe I should have fallen but for Tom, who reached out from the ranks. I stumbled forward in a daze to where the Colonel stood, and the cheering from the ranks was a thing beyond me. The Colonel's hand on my head brought me to my senses. "David Ritchie," he said, I give you publicly the thanks of the regiment. The parade is dismissed." The next thing I knew I was on Cowan's shoulders, and he was tearing round and round the fort with two companies at his heels. "The divil!" said Terence McCann. "He drummed us over the weather, and through the weather, and fo he would have drummed the scalp from Hamilton's head, and the Colonel had said the word." "By gar!" cried Antoine Le Gris. "Now he drum us on to Detroit." Out of the gate rushed Cowan, the frightened villagers scattering right and left. Antoine had a friend who lived in this street, and in 10 minutes there was rum in the powder horns, and the toast was, "On to Detroit." Colonel Clark was sitting alone in the commanding officer's room of the garrison, and the afternoon sun slanting through the square of the window fell upon the maps and papers before him. He had sent for me. I halted in sheer embarrassment on the threshold, looked up at his face, and came on, troubled. "Davy," he said, "do you want to go back to Kentucky?" "I should like to stay to the end, Colonel," I answered. "The end?" he said. "This is the end." "And Detroit, sir?" I returned. "Detroit!" he cried bitterly. "A man of sense measures his force, and does not try the impossible. I could as soon march against Philadelphia. This is the end, I say, and the general must give way to the politician. And may God have mercy on the politician who will try to keep a people's affection without money or help from Congress." He fell back wearily in his chair, while I stood astonished, wondering. I had thought to find him elated with victory. "Congress or Virginia," said he, "will have to pay Monsieur Vigo, and Father Gabont, and Monsieur Gratiot, and the other good people who have trusted me. You think they will do so?" "The Congress are far from here," I said. "Ay," he answered, "too far to care about you and me, and what we have suffered." He ended abruptly and sat for a while staring out of the window at the figures crossing and recrossing the muddy parade ground. "Tom McChesney goes to night to Kentucky with letters to the county lieutenant. You're to go with him, and then I shall have no one to remind me when I'm hungry and bring me hominy. I shall have no financier, no strategist for a tight place." He smiled a little sadly at my sorrowful look, and then drew me to him and patted my shoulder. "It's no place for a young lad, an idle garrison. I think," he continued presently, "I think you have a future, David, if you do not lose your head. Kentucky will grow and conquer, and in 20 years be a thriving community. And presently you will go to Virginia and study law and come back. Do you hear?" "Yes, Colonel." "And I will tell you one thing," said he with force. "Serve the people, as all true men should in a republic. But do not rely upon their gratitude. You will remember that?" "Yes, Colonel." A long time he paused, looking on me with a significance I did not then understand. And when he spoke again his voice showed no trace of emotion, save in the note of it. "You have been a faithful friend, Davy, when I needed loyalty. Perhaps the time may come again. Promise me that you will not forget me if I am unfortunate." "Unfortunate, sir!" I exclaimed. "Good by, Davy," he said, "and God bless you. I have work to do." Still I hesitated. He stared at me, but with kindness. "What is it, Davy?" he asked. "Please, sir," I said, "if I might take my drum." At that he laughed. "You may," said he, "you may. Perchance we may need it again." I went out from his presence, vaguely troubled, to find Tom. And before the early sun had set, we were gliding down the Wabash in a canoe, past places forever dedicated to our agonies, towards Kentucky and Polly Ann. "Davy," said Tom, "I reckon she'll be standing under the 'simmon tree, waiting fer us with a little shaver in her arms." And so she was. End of chapter 20. Book 2, Flotsam and Jetsam of the Crossing by Winston Churchill, Chapter 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, In the Cabin. The Eden of one man may be the inferno of his neighbor, and now I am to throw to the winds, like leaves of a worthless manuscript, some years of time, and introduce you to a new Kentucky, a Kentucky that was not for the pioneer. One page of this manuscript might have told of a fearful winter, when the snow lay in great drifts in the bare woods, when Tom and I fashioned canoes or noggins out of the great roots, when a new and feminine bit of humanity cried in the bark cradle, and Polly Ann sewed deer leather. Another page, nay, a dozen, could be filled with Indian horrors, ambuscades, and massacres. And also I might have told how there drifted into this land, hitherto unsoiled, the refuge cast off by the older colonies. I must add quickly that we got more of our share of their best stock along with this. No sooner had the sun begun to pit the snow hillocks than wild creatures came in from the mountains, haggard with hunger and hardship. They had left their homes in Virginia and the Carolinas in the autumn. An unheralded winter of Arctic fierceness had caught them in its grip. Bitter tales they told of wives and children buried among the rocks. Fast on the heels of these wretched ones trooped the spring settlers in droves, and I have seen whole churches march singing into the forts, the preacher leading, and thanking God loudly that he had delivered them from the wilderness and the savage. The little forts would not hold them, and they went out to hew clearings from the forest and to build cabins and stockades. And our own people, starved and snowbound, went out likewise, Tom and Polly and their little family, and myself, to the farm at the riverside. And while the water flowed between the stumps over the black land, we planted and plowed and prayed, always alert, watching north and south against the coming of the Indians. But Tom was no husbandman. He and his kind were the scouts, the advance guard of civilization, not tillers of the soil or lovers of close communities. Farther and farther they went afield for game, and always they grumbled sorely against this horde which had driven the deer from his cover and the buffalo from his wallow. Looking back, I can recall one evening when the long summer twilight lingered to a close. Tom was lounging lazily against the big persimmon tree, smoking his pipe, the two children digging at the roots, and Polly Ann seated on the door log sewing. As I drew near, she looked up at me from her work. She was a woman upon whose eternal freshness industry made no mar. "Davy," she exclaimed, "how you're growed! I thought you'd be a wizened little body, but this year you shot up like a cornstalk." "My father was 6 feet 2 inches in his moccasins," I said. "He'll be walloping me soon," said Tom, with a grin. He took a long whiff at his pipe, and added thoughtfully, "I reckon this ain't no place for me now, with all the settler folks and land grabbers coming through the gap." "Tom," said I, "there's a bit of a fall on the river here." "Ay," he said, "and nary a fish left." "Something's better," I answered. "We'll put a dam there and a mill and a hominy pounder." "And make our fortune grinding corn for the settlers," cried Polly Ann, showing a line of very white teeth. "I always said you'd be a rich man, Davy." Tom was mildly interested, and went with us at daylight to measure the fall. And he allowed that he would have more time to hunt if the mill were a success. For a month I had had the scheme in my mind, where the dam was to be put, the race, and the wondrous wheel rimmed with corn horns to dip the water, and fixed on the wheel there was to be a crank that worked the pounder in the mortar. So we were to grind until I could arrange with Mr. Scarlett, the new storekeeper in Harrodstown, to have two grinding stones fetched across the mountains. While the corn ripened and the mellows swelled and the flax flowered, our axes rang by the river's side, and sometimes as we worked, Cowan and Terrell and McCann and other long hunters would come and jeer good-naturedly because we were turning civilized. Often they gave us a lift. It was September when the millstones arrived, and I spent a joyous morning of final bargaining with Mr. Myron Scarlett. This Mr. Scarlett was from Connecticut, and had been a quartermaster in the army, and at much risk brought plows and hardware and scissors and buttons and broadcloth and corduroy across the Alleghanies and down the Ohio in flatboats. These he sold at great profit. We had no money, not even the worthless scrip that Congress issued, but a beaver skin was worth 18 shillings, a bear skin 10, and a fox or a deer or a wildcat less. Half the village watched the barter. The rest lounged sullenly about the land court. The land court, curse of Kentucky. It was just a windowless log house built outside the walls, our temple of avarice. The case was this: Henderson, for whose company Daniel Boone cut the Wilderness Road, believed that he had bought the country and issued grants therefor. Tom held one of these grants, alas, and many others whom I knew. Virginia repudiated Henderson. Keen-faced speculators bought acre upon acre and tract upon tract from the state, and crossed the mountains to extort. Claims conflicted, titles lapped. There was the court set in the sunlight in the midst of a fair land, held by the shameless, thronged day after day by the homeless and the needy, jostling, quarreling, beseeching. Even as I looked upon this strife, a man stood beside me. "Drat 'em," said the stranger, as he watched a hawk-eyed extortioner in drab, for these did not condescend to hunting shirts. "Drat 'em. If I had my way, I'd wring the neck of every mother's son of 'em." I turned with a start, and there was Mr. Daniel Boone. "Howdy, Davy," he said. "You've grown some since you've been with Clark." He paused, and then continued in the same strain. "'Tis the same at Boonesboro and up there at the Falls settlement. The critters is everywhere, robbing men of their claims, Davy," said Mr. Boone earnestly. "You know that I come into Kentucky when it weren't nothing but wilderness, and risked my life time and again. Them varmints is worse'n redskins. They've robbed me already of half my claims." "Robbed you!" I exclaimed, indignant that he, of all men, should suffer. "Ay," he said, "robbed me. They've took one claim after another, tracts that I staked out long afore they heerd of Kentucky." He rubbed his rifle barrel with his buckskin sleeve. "I get a little for my skins and a little by surveying. But when the game goes, I reckon I'll go after it." "Where, Mr. Boone?" I asked. "Where the varmints can't foller. Across the Mississippi into the Spanish wilderness." "And leave Kentucky?" I cried. "Davy," he answered sadly, "you can cope with 'em. They tell me you're building a mill up at McChesney's, and I reckon you're as cute as any of 'em. They beat me. I'm good for nothing but shooting and exploring." We stood silent for a while, our attention caught by a quarrel which had suddenly come out of the doorway. One of the men was Jim Willis, my friend of Clark's campaign, who had a Henderson claim near Shawanee Springs. The other was the hawk-eyed man of whom Boone had spoken, and fragments of their curses reached us where we stood. The hunting shirts surged around them, alert now at the prospect of a fight. Men came running in from all directions, and shouts of "Hang him! Tomahawk him!" were heard on every side. Mr. Boone did not move. It was a common enough spectacle for him, and he was not excitable. Moreover, he knew that the death of one extortioner, more or less, would have no effect on the system. They had become as the fowls of the air. "I was across the mountain last month," said Mr. Boone presently. and one of them skunks had stole Campbell's silver spoons at Abingdon. Campbell was out after him for a week with a coil of rope on his saddle, but the varmint got to cover. Mr. Boone wished me luck in my new enterprise, bade me good by, and set out for Red Stone, where he was to measure a track for a revolutioner. The speculator having been rescued from Mr. Willis's clutches by the sheriff, the crowd good-naturedly helped us load our stones between pack horses, and some of them followed us all the way home that they might see the grinding. Half of McAfee's new station had heard the news and came over likewise. And from that day we ground as much corn as could be brought to us from miles around. Polly Ann and I ran the mill and kept the accounts. Often of a crisp autumn morning we heard a gobble-gobble above the tumbling of the water, and found a wild turkey perched on top of the hopper, eating his fill. Some of our meat we got that way. As for Tom, he was off and on. When the roving spirit seized him, he made journeys to the westward with Cowan and Ray. Generally they returned with packs of skins, but sometimes soberly, thanking heaven that their hair was left growing on their heads. This, and patrolling the Wilderness Road and other militia duties, made up Tom's life. No sooner was the mill fairly started than off he went to the Cumberland. I mention this, not alone because I remember well the day of his return, but because of a certain happening then that had a heavy influence on my afterlife. The episode deals with an easy-mannered gentleman named Potts, who was the agent for a certain Major Colfax of Virginia. Tom owned under Henderson Grant. The Major had been given this and other lands for his services in the war. Mr. Potts arrived one rainy afternoon and found me standing alone under the little lean-to that covered the hopper. How we served him, with the aid of McCann and Cowan and other neighbors, and how we were near getting into trouble because of the prank, will be seen later. The next morning I rode into Harrodstown, not wholly easy in my mind concerning the wisdom of the thing I had done. There was no one to advise me, for Colonel Clark was far away, building a fort on the banks of the Mississippi. Tom laughed at the consequences. He cared little about his land, and was for moving into the wilderness again. But for Polly Ann's sake I wished that we had treated the land agent less cavalierly. I was soon distracted from these thoughts by the sight of Harrodstown itself. I had no sooner ridden out of the forest shade when I saw that the place was an uproar, men and women gathering in groups and running here and there between the cabins. Urging on the mare, I cantered across the fields, and the first person I met was James Ray. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Matter enough. An army of redskins has crossed the Ohio, and not a man to take command." "My God!" cried Ray, pointing angrily at the swarms about the land office. "What trash we've got this last year! Kentucky can go to the devil. Half the stations be wiped out, and not a tripe do they care." "Have you sent word to the Colonel?" I asked. "If he was here," said Ray bitterly, "he'd have half of 'em swinging inside an hour. I'll warrant he'd send 'em to the right about." I rode on into the town, Potts gone out of my mind. Apart from the land office crowds, and looking on in silent rage, stood a group of the old settlers, tall, lean, powerful, yet impotent for lack of a leader. A contrast they were, those buckskin-clad pioneers, to the ill-assorted humanity they watched, absorbed in struggles for the very lands they had won. "By the eternal," said Jack Terrell, "if the earth was to swaller 'em up, they'd keep on a dickering in hell." "Something's got to be done," Captain Harrod put in gloomily. "The red varmints'll be on us in another day. In God's name, where's Clark?" "Hold!" cried Fletcher Blount. "What's that?" The broiling about the land court, too, was suddenly hushed. Men stopped in their tracks, staring fixedly at three forms which had come out of the woods into the clearing. "Redskins or there's no devil," said Terrell. Redskins they were, but not the blanketed kind that drifted every day through the station. Their war paint gleamed in the light, and the white edges of the feathered headdresses caught the sun. One held up in his right hand a white belt, token of peace on the frontier. "Lord A'mighty," said Fletcher Blunt, "be they Cricks?" "Chickasaws by the headgear," said Terrell. "Davy, you've got a hoss. Ride out and look 'em over." Nothing loth, I put the mare into a gallop, and I passed over the very place where Polly Ann had picked me up and saved my life long since. The Indians came on at a dog trot, but when they were within 50 paces of me they halted abruptly. The chief waved the white belt around his head. "Davy," says he, and I trembled from head to foot. How well I knew that voice. "Colonel Clark!" I cried, and rode up to him. "Thank God you are come, sir," said I, "for the people here are land mad, and the Northern Indians are crossing the Ohio." He took my bridle, and, leading the horse, began to walk rapidly towards the station. "Ay," he answered, "I know it. A runner came to me with the tidings when I was building a fort on the Mississippi, and I took Willis here and Sanders and came." I glanced at my old friends, who grinned at me through the berry stain on their faces. We reached a ditch through which the rain of the night before was draining from the fields. Clark dropped the bridle, stooped down, and rubbed his face clean. Up he got again and flung the feathers from his head, and I thought that his eyes twinkled despite the sternness of his look. "Davy, my lad," said he, "you and I have seen some strange things together. Perchance we shall see stranger to day." A shout went up, for he had been recognized, and Captain Harrod and Ray and Terrell and Cowan, who had just ridden in, ran up to greet him and press his hand. He called them each by name, these men whose loyalty had been proved, but said no word more nor paused in his stride until he had reached the edge of the mob about the land court. There he stood for a full minute, and we who knew him looked on silently and waited. The turmoil had begun again, the speculators calling out in strident tones, the settlers bargaining and pushing, and all clamoring to be heard. While there was money to be made or land to be got, they had no ear for the public weal. A man shouldered his way through roughly, and they gave back, cursing, surprised. He reached the door, and flinging those who blocked it right and left, entered. There he was recognized, and his name flew from mouth to mouth. "Clark!" He walked up to the table, strewn with books and deeds. "Silence!" he thundered. But there was no need. They were still for once. "This court is closed," he cried, "while Kentucky is in danger. Not a deed shall be signed nor an acre granted until I come back from the Ohio. Out you go." Out they went indeed, judge, brokers, speculators, the evicted and the triumphant together. And when the place was empty, Clark turned the key and thrust it into his hunting shirt. He stood for a moment on the step, and his eyes swept the crowd. "Now," he said, "there have been many to claim this land, but who will follow me to defend it?" As I live, they cheered him. Hands were flung up that were past counting, and men who were barely rested from the hardships of the wilderness trail shouted their readiness to go. But others slunk away and were found that morning grumbling and cursing the chance that had brought them to Kentucky. Within the hour the news had spread to the farms, and men rode into Harrodstown to tell the Colonel of many who were leaving the plow in the furrow and the axe in the wood, and starting off across the mountains in anger and fear. The Colonel turned to me as he sat writing down the names of the volunteers. "Davy," said he, "when you're grown you shall not stay at home, I promise you. Take your mare and ride for your life to McChesney, and tell him to choose 10 men and go to the crab orchard on the Wilderness Road. Tell him for me to turn back every man, woman, and child who tries to leave Kentucky." I met Tom coming in from the field with his rawhide harness over his shoulders. Polly Ann stood calling him in the door, and the squirrel broth was steaming on the table. He did not wait for it. Kissing her, he flung himself into the saddle I had left, and we watched him mutely as he waved back to us from the edge of the woods. In the night I found myself sitting up in bed, listening to a running and stamping near the cabin. Polly Ann was stirring. "Davy," she whispered, "the stock is uneasy." We peered out of the loophole together and through the little orchard we had planted. The moon flooded the fields, and beyond it the forest was a dark blur. I can recall the scene now: the rude mill standing by the waterside, the twisted rail fences, and the black silhouettes of the horses and cattle as they stood bunched together. Behind us little Tom stirred in his sleep and startled us. That very evening Polly Ann had frightened him into obedience by telling him that the Shawnees would get him. What was there to do? McAfee's station was 4 miles away, and Ray's clearing 2. Ray was gone with Tom. I could not leave Polly Ann alone. There was nothing for it but to wait. Silently, that the children might not be waked and lurking savage might not hear, we put the powder and bullets in the middle of the room and loaded the guns and pistols. For Polly Ann had learned to shoot. She took the loopholes of one side of the cabin, I of the other 2, and then began the fearful watching and waiting which the frontier knows so well. Suddenly the cattle stirred again and stampeded to the other corner of the field. There came a whisper from Polly Ann. "What is it?" I answered, running over to her. "Look out," she said. "What do you see near the mill?" Her sharp eyes had not deceived her, for mine perceived plainly a dark form skulking in the hickory grove. Next a movement behind the rail fence, and darting back to my side of the house, I made out a long black body wiggling at the edge of the withered corn patch. They were surrounding us. How I wished that Tom were home. A stealthy sound began to intrude itself upon my ears. Listening intently, I thought it came from the side of the cabin where the lean-to was, where we stored our wood in winter. The black shadow fell on that side and into a patch of bushes. Peering out of the loophole, I could perceive nothing there. The noise went on at intervals. All at once there grew on me with horror the discovery that there was digging under the cabin. How long the sound continued I know not. It might have been an hour, it might have been less. Now I thought I heard it under the wall, now beneath the puncheons of the floor. The pitchy blackness within was such that we could not see the boards moving, and therefore we must needs kneel down and feel them from time to time. Yes, this one was lifting from its bed on the hard floor beneath. I was sure of it. It rose an inch, then an inch more. Gripping the handle of my tomahawk, I prayed for guidance in my stroke, for the blade might go wild in the darkness. Upward crept the board, and suddenly it was gone from the floor. I swung a full circle, and to my horror I felt the axe plunging into soft flesh and crunching on a bone. I had missed the head. A yell shattered the night as the puncheon fell with a rattle on the boards, and my tomahawk was gone from my hand. Without, the fierce war cry of the Shawnees that I knew so well echoed around the log walls, and the door trembled with a blow. The children awoke crying. There was no time to think. My great fear was that the devil in the cabin would kill Polly Ann. Just then I heard her calling out to me. "Hide," I cried, "hide under the shakedown." "Has he got you?" I heard her answer, and then the sound of a scuffle that maddened me. Knife in hand, I crept slowly about and put my fingers on a man's neck and side. Next Polly Ann careened against me, and I lost him again. "Davy, Davy!" I heard her gasp. "Look out for the floor!" It was too late. The puncheon rose under me. I stumbled, and it fell again. Once more the awful changing notes of the war whoop sounded without. A body bumped on the boards, a white light rose before my eyes, and a sharp pain leaped in my side. Then all was black again. but I had my senses still, and my fingers closed around the knotted muscles of an arm. I thrust the pistol in my hand against flesh and fired. Two of us fell together, but the thought of Polly Ann got me staggering to my feet again, calling her name. By the grace of God I heard her answer. "Are you hurt, Davy?" "No," said I, "no. And you?" We drifted together. 'Twas she who had the presence of mind. "The chest! Quick, the chest!" We stumbled over a body in reaching it. We seized the handles and with all our strength hauled it athwart the loose puncheon that seemed to be lifting even then. A mighty splintering shook the door. "To the ports!" cried Polly Ann as our heads knocked together. To find the rifles and prime them seemed to take an age. Next I was staring through the loophole, along a barrel, and beyond it were three black forms in line on a long beam. I think we fired, Polly Ann and I, at the same time. One fell. We saw a comedy of the beam dropping heavily on the foot of another, and he limping off with a guttural howl of rage and pain. I fired a pistol at him, but missed him, and then I was ramming a powder charge down the long barrel of the rifle. Suddenly there was silence. Even the children had ceased crying. Outside in the dooryard a feathered figure writhed like a snake towards the fence. The moon still etched the picture in black and white. Shots awoke me, I think, distant shots, and they sounded like the ripping and tearing of cloth for a wound. 'Twas no new sound to me. "Davy, dear," said a voice tenderly. Out of the midst the tear-stained face of Polly Ann bent over me. I put up my hand and dropped it again with a cry. Then, my senses coming with a rush, the familiar objects of the cabin outlined themselves. Tom's winter hunting shirt, Polly Ann's woolen shift and sunbonnet on their pegs, the big stone chimney, the ladder to the loft, the closed door with a long, jagged line across it where the wood was splintered, and, dearest of all, the chubby forms of Peggy and little Tom playing on the trundle bed. Then my glance wandered to the floor, and on the puncheons were three stains. I closed my eyes. Again came a far-off rattle, like stones falling from a great height down a rocky bluff. "What's that?" I whispered. "They're fighting at McAfee's station," said Polly Ann. She put her cool hand on my head, and little Tom climbed up on the bed and looked up into my face, wistfully calling my name. "Oh, Davy," said his mother, "I thought you were never coming back." "And the redskins?" I asked. She drew the child away, lest he hurt me, and shuddered. "I reckon 'twas only a war party," she answered. "The rest is at McAfee's, and if they beat 'em off—" She stopped abruptly. "We shall be saved," I said. I shall never forget that day. Polly Ann left my side only to feed the children and to keep watch out of the loopholes, and I lay on my back, listening and listening to the shots. At last these became scattered. Then, though we strained our ears, we heard them no more. Was the fort taken? The sun slid across the heavens and shot narrow blades of light, now through one loophole and now through another, until a ray slanted from the western wall and rested upon the red and black paint of two dead bodies in the corner. I stared with horror. "I was afeared to open the door and throw 'em out," said Polly Ann apologetically. Still I stared. One of them had a great cleft across his face. "But I thought I hit him in the shoulder," I exclaimed. Polly Ann thrust her hand gently across my eyes. "Davy, you mustn't talk," she said. "That's a dear." Drowsiness seized me, but I resisted. "You killed him, Polly Ann," I murmured. "You?" "Hush," said Polly Ann, and I slept again. End of chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The beggars are come to town. "They was that destitute," said Tom, "'twas a pity to see 'em." "And they be grand folks, ye say?" said Polly Ann. "Grand folks, I reckon, and helpless as babes on the wilderness trail. They had two niggers, his nigger and hers, and they was tuckered too, fer a fact." "Lawsy!" exclaimed Polly Ann. "Be still, honey." Taking a piece of corn pone from the cupboard, she bent over and thrust it between little Peggy's chubby fingers. "Be still, honey, and listen to what your pa says." "Where'd ye find 'em, Tom?" "'Twas Jim Ray found 'em," said Tom. "He went up to Crab Orchard accordin' to the Colonel's orders, and we was there 3 days. You ought to have seen the trash we turned back, Polly Ann. Most of 'em was scared plumb crazy, and they was fer gittin' out of Kaintuckee at any cost. Some was fer fightin' their way through us." "The skulks!" exclaimed Polly Ann. "They tried to kill ye? What did ye do?" Tom grinned, his mouth full of bacon. "Do?" says he. "We shot a couple of 'em in the legs and arms, and bound 'em up again. They was in a tarrin' rage. I'm more afeared of a scared man, a real scared man, nor a rattler. They cussed us till they was hoarse. Said they'd have us hung, and Clark too. Said they had a right to go back to Virginny, if they had a mind." "And what did ye say?" demanded Polly Ann, pausing in her work, her eyes flashing with resentment. "Did ye tell 'em they was cowards, to want to settle lands and not fight fer 'em? Other folks' lands, too." "We didn't tell 'em nothin'," said Tom. "Just sent 'em kiddin' back to the stations where they come from." "I reckon they won't go foolin' with Clark's boys again," said Polly Ann, resuming a vigorous rubbing of the skillet. "Ye was tellin' me about these fine folks ye fetched home." She tossed her head in the direction of the open door, and I wondered if the fine folks were outside. "Oh, yeah," said Tom, "they was comin' this way from the Carolinas. Jim Ray went out to look for a deer, and found 'em off'n the trail. By the eternal, they was tuckered. He was the worst, Jim said, lyin' down on a bed of laurels she and the niggers made. She has spirit, that woman. Jim fed him, and he got up. She wouldn't eat nothin', and made Jim put him on his hoss. She walked. I can't make out why them aristocrats wants to come to Kaintuckee. They're a sight too tender." "Poor things," said Polly Ann, compassionately. "So ye fetched 'em home." "They hadn't a place to go," said he, "and I reckoned 'twould give 'em time to fetch breath and turn around. I told 'em livin' in Kaintuck was kinder rough." "Mercy," said Polly Ann, "to think that they was used to silver spoons and linen and niggers to wait on 'em. Tom, you must shoot a turkey, and I'll do my best to give 'em a good supper." Tom rose obediently and seized his coonskin hat. She stopped him with a word. "Tom." "Ay." "Mayhap Davy would know 'em. He's been to Charleston with the gentry there." "Mayhap," agreed Tom. "Poor little divil," said he, "he's had a hard time." "He'll be right again soon," said Polly Ann. "He's been sleeping that way off and on for a week." Her voice faltered into a note of tenderness as her eyes rested on me. "I reckon we owe Davy a heap, Polly Ann," said he. I was about to interrupt, but Polly Ann's next remark arrested me. "Tom," said she, "he ought to be edicated." "Edicated?" exclaimed Tom, with a kind of dismay. "Yes, edicated," she repeated. "He ain't like you and me. He's different. He ought to be a lawyer or something." Tom reflected. "Ay," he answered, "the Colonel says that same thing. He ought to be sent over the mountains to get learning." "And we'll be missing him sore," said Polly Ann, with a sigh. I wanted to speak then, but the words would not come. "Where have they gone?" said Tom. "To take a walk," said Polly Ann, and laughed. "The gentry has sech fancies as that. Tom, I reckon I'll fly over to Mrs. McCann's and beg some of that prime bacon she has." Tom picked up his rifle, and they went out together. I lay for a long time reflecting. To the strange guests whom Tom in the kindness of his heart had brought back and befriended, I gave little attention. I was overwhelmed by the love which had just been revealed to me. And so I was to be educated. It had been in my mind these many years, but I had never spoken of it to Polly Ann. Dear Polly Ann! My eyes filled at the thought that she herself had determined upon this sacrifice. There were footsteps at the door, and these I heard and heeded not. Then there came a voice, a woman's voice, modulated and trained in the perfections of speech and in the art of treating things lightly. At the sound of that voice I caught my breath. What a pastoral! Harry, if we have sought for virtue in the wilderness, we have found it. When have we ever sought for virtue, Sarah? It was the man who answered, and stirred another chord of my memory. When indeed? Said the woman. 'Tis a luxury that is denied us, I fear me. Egad, we have run the gamut, all but that. I thought the woman sighed. Our hosts are gone out, she said. Bless their simple souls. 'Tis Arcady, Harry, where thieves do not break in and steal. That's biblical, isn't it? She paused and joined in the man's laugh. I remember. She stopped abruptly. Thieves, said he, not in our sense. And yet a fortnight ago this sylvan retreat was the scene of murder and sudden death. Yes, Indians, said the woman. But they're beaten off and forgotten. Troubles do not last here. Did you see the boy? He in there in the corner, getting well of a fearful hacking. Mrs. McChesney says he saved her and her brats. Ay, McChesney told me, said the man. Let's have a peep at him. In they came, and I looked on the woman, and would have leaped from my bed had the strength been in me. Superb she was, though her close-fitting travelling gown of green cloth was frayed and torn by the briers, and the beauty of her face enhanced by the marks of I know not what trials and emotions. Little dark penciled lines under the eyes were nigh robbing these of the haughtiness I had once seen and hated. Set high on her hair was a curving green hat with a feather, ill suited to the wilderness. I looked at the man. He was as ill equipped as she. A London tailor must have cut his suit of gray. A single band of linen, soiled by the journey, was wound about his throat, and I remember oddly the buttons stuck on his knees in cuffs, and these silk embroidered in a criss-cross pattern of lighter gray. Some had been torn off. As for his face, 'twas as handsome as ever, for dissipation sat well upon it. My thoughts flew back to that day long gone when a friendless boy rode up a long drive to a pillared mansion. I saw again the picture. The horse with the craning neck, the liveried servant at the bridle, the listless young gentleman with the shiny boots reclining on the horse block, and above him, under the portico, the grand lady whose laugh had made me sad. And I remembered, too, the wild, neglected lad who had been to me as a brother, warm-hearted and generous, who had shared what he had with a foundling, who had wept with me in my first great sorrow. Where was he? For I was face to face once more with Mrs. Temple and Mr. Harry Riddle. The lady started as she gazed at me, and her tired eyes widened. She clutched Mr. Riddle's arm. "Harry!" she cried. "Harry, he puts me in mind of some one. I cannot think." Mr. Riddle laughed nervously. "There, there, Sally," says he. "All brats resemble somebody. I've heard you say so a dozen times." She turned upon him an appealing glance. "Oh," she said with a little catch of her breath, "is there no such thing as oblivion? Is there a place in the world that is not haunted? I'm cursed with memory." "Or the lack of it," answered Mr. Riddle, pulling out a silver snuff box from his pocket and staring at it ruefully. "Damn, the snuff I fetched from Paris is gone, all but a pinch. Here's a real tragedy." "It was the same in Rome," the lady continued, unheeding, "when we met the Izards. And at Venice that nasty Colonel Tarleton saw us at the opera. In London we must needs run into the Manners from Maryland. In Paris In Paris we were safe enough, Mr. Riddle threw in hastily. And why? She flashed back at him. He did not answer that. "A truce with your fancies, madam," said he. "Behold a soul of good nature. I have followed you through half the civilized countries of the globe. None of them are good enough. You must needs cross the ocean again and come to the wilds. We nearly die on the trail, are picked up by a Samaritan in buckskin, and taken into the bosom of his worthy family. And forsooth, you look at a backwoods urchin, and are nigh to swooning. Hush, Harry," she cried, starting forward and peering into my face. "He will hear you." "Tut," said Harry, "what if he does? London and Paris are words to him. We might as well be speaking French. And I'll take my oath he's sleeping." The corner where I lay was dark, for the cabin had no windows, and if my life had depended upon speaking, I could have found no fit words then. She turned from me, and her mood changed swiftly, for she laughed lightly, musically, and put a hand on his shoulder. "Perchance I am ghost-ridden," she said. "They are not ghosts of a past happiness, at all events," he answered. She sat down on a stool before the hearth, and, clasping her fingers upon her knee, looked thoughtfully into the embers of the fire. Presently she began to speak in a low, even voice, he looking down at her, his feet apart, his hand thrust backwards towards the heat. "Harry," she said, "do you remember all our contrivances? How you used to hold my hand in the garden under the table while I talked brazenly to Mr. Mason? And how jealous Jack Temple used to get?" She laughed again softly, always looking at the fire. "Damnably jealous," agreed Mr. Riddle, and yawned. "Served him devilish right for marrying you. And he was a blind fool for 5 long years." "Yes, blind," the lady agreed. "How could he have been so blind? How well I recall the day he rode after us in the woods." "'Twas the parson told, curse him," said Mr. Riddle. "We should have gone that night, if your courage had held." "My courage!" she cried, flashing a look upwards. "My foresight. A pretty mess we had made of it without my inheritance." "'Tis small enough, the Lord knows. In Europe we should have been dregs. We should have starved in the wilderness with you a-farming." He looked down at her curiously. "Devilish queer talk," said he. "But while we're at it, I wonder where Temple is now. He got aboard the King's frigate with a price on his head. Williams told me he saw him in London, at White's. Have you ever heard, Sarah?" She shook her head, her glance returning to the ashes. "No," she answered. "Faith," says Mr. Riddle, "he'll scarce turn up here." She did not answer that, but sat motionless. "He'll scarce turn up here in these wilds," Mr. Riddle repeated. "And what I am wondering, Sarah, is how the devil we're to live here." "How do these good people live, who helped us when we were starving?" Mr. Riddle flung his hand eloquently around the cabin. There was something of disgust in the gesture. "You see," he said, "love in a cottage." "But it is love," said the lady in a low tone. He broke into laughter. "Sally," he cried, "I have visions of you gracing the board at which we sat to day, patting journey cakes on the hearth, stirring squirrel broth with the same pride that you once planned a rout, cleaning the pots and pans, and standing anxious at the doorway, staring through a sunbonnet for your lord and master." "My lord and master!" said the lady, and there was so much of scorn in the words that Mr. Riddle winced. "Come," he said, "I grant now that you could make pans shine like pier glasses, that you could cook bacon to a turn, although I would have laid 100 guineas against it some years ago. What then? Are you to be contented with 4 log walls, with the intellectual companionship of the McChesneys and their friends? Are you to depend for excitement upon the chances of having the hair neatly cut from your head by red fiends? Come, we'll go back to the Rue St. Dominique, to the suppers and the card parties of the Countess. We'll be rid of regrets for a life upon which we've turned our backs forever." She shook her head sadly. "It's no use, Harry," said she. "We'll never be rid of regrets." "We'll never have a barony like Temple Bow, and races every week, and gentry round about. But, damn it, the Rebels have spoiled all that since the war." "Those are not the regrets I mean," answered Mrs. Temple. "What then, in heaven's name?" he cried. "You were not wont to be thus, but now I vow you go beyond me. What then?" She did not answer, but sat leaning forward over the hearth, he staring at her in angry perplexity. A sound broke the afternoon stillness, the pattering of small, bare feet on the puncheons. A tremor shook the woman's shoulders, and little Tom stood before her, a quaint figure in a butternut smock, his blue eyes questioning. He laid a hand on her arm. Then a strange thing happened. With a sudden impulse she turned and flung her arms about the boy, and strained him to her, and kissed his brown hair. He struggled, but when she released him he sat very still on her knee, looking into her face. For he was a solemn child. The lady smiled at him, and there were two splashes like raindrops on her fair cheeks. As for Mr. Riddle, he went to the door, looked out, and took a last pinch of snuff. "Here's the mistress of the house coming back," he cried, "and singing like the shepherdess in the opera." It was Polly Ann indeed. At the sound of his mother's voice, little Tom jumped down from the lady's lap, and ran past Mr. Riddle at the door. Mrs. Temple's thoughts were gone across the mountains. "And what is that you have under your arm?" said Mr. Riddle, as he gave back. "I fetched some prime bacon for your supper, sir," said Polly Ann, all rosy from her walk. "What I have ain't fit to give you." Mrs. Temple rose. "My dear," she said, "what you have is too good for us, and if you do such a thing again I shall be very angry." "Lord, ma'am!" exclaimed Polly Ann, "and you used to dainties and silver and linen. Tom is gone to try to get a turkey for you." She paused and looked compassionately at the lady. "Bless you, ma'am, you're that tuckered from the mountains. 'Tis a fearsome journey." "Yes," said the lady simply, "I am tired." "Small wonder," exclaimed Polly Ann, "to think what ye've been through. Your husband near to dying afore your eyes, and ye a risking your own life to save him, so Tom tells me. When Tom goes out a fighting redskins, I'm that fidgety I can't set still. I wouldn't let him know what I feel for the world. But well ye know the pain of it, who love your husband like that." The lady would have smiled bravely had the strength been given her. She tried, and then with a shudder she hid her face in her hands. "Oh, don't!" she exclaimed. "Don't!" Mr. Riddle went out. There, ma'am," she said. "I hadn't no right to speak, and ye fair worn out." She drew her gently into a chair. "Set down, ma'am, and don't ye stir till supper's ready." She brushed her eyes with her sleeve, and stepping briskly to my bed, bent over me. "Davy," she said, "Davy, how be ye?" "Davy!" It was the lady's voice. She stood facing us, and never while I live shall I forget that which I saw in her eyes. Some resemblance it bore to the look of the hunted deer, but in the animal it is dumb, appealing. Understanding made the look of the woman terrible to behold. Understanding, ay, and courage, for she did not lack this last quality. Polly Ann gave back in a kind of dismay, and I shivered. "Yes," I answered, "I am David Ritchie." "You dare to judge me!" she cried. I knew not why she said this. "To judge you?" I repeated. "Yes, to judge me," she answered. "I know you, David Ritchie, and the blood that runs in you. Your mother was a foolish saint," she laughed, "who lifted her eyebrows when I married her brother, John Temple. That was her condemnation of me, and it stung me more than had 1,000 sermons. a doting saint because she followed your father into the mountain wilds to her death for a whim of his. And your father, a Calvinist fanatic who had no mercy on sin, save for that particular weakness of his own. Stop, Mrs. Temple, I cried, lifting up in bed. And, to my astonishment, she was silenced, looking at me in amazement. You had your vengeance when I came to you, when you turned from me with a lift of your shoulders at the news of my father's death. And now, and now, she repeated questioningly. Now I thought you were changed, I said slowly, for the excitement was telling on me. You listened, she said. I pitied you. Oh, pity, she cried. My God, that you should pity me. She strengthened and summoned all the spirit that was in her. I would rather be called a name than have the pity of you and yours. You cannot change it, Mrs. Temple, I answered and fell back on the nettle bark sheets. You cannot change it. I heard myself repeating as though it were another's voice, and I knew that Polly Ann was bending over me and calling me. Where did they go, Polly Ann? I asked. Across the Mississippi to the lands of the Spanish king, said Polly Ann. And where in those dominions? I demanded. John Sanders took 'em as far as the falls, Polly Ann answered. He 'lowed they were going to St. Louis, but they never said a word. I reckon they'll be hunted as long as they live. I had thought of them much as I lay on my back recovering from the fever for which Mrs. Temple was to blame. Yet I bore her no malice, and many other thoughts I had, probing back into my childhood memories for the solving of problems there. I knowed ye come of gentlefolks, Davy, Polly Ann had said when they talked together. So I was first cousin to Nick and nephew of that selfish gentleman, Mr. Temple, in whose affectionate care I had been left in Charleston by my father. And my father, who had he been? I remembered the speech that he had used and taught me, and how his neighbors had dubbed him aristocrat. But Mrs. Temple was gone, and it was not in likelihood that I should ever see her more. End of chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. We Go to Danville. 2 years went by, 2 uneventful years for me, 2 mighty years for Kentucky. Westward rolled the tide of immigrants to change her character, but to swell her power. Towns and settlements sprang up in a season and flourished, and a man could scarce keep pace with the growth of them. Doctors came, and ministers and lawyers, generals and majors, and captains and subalterns of the Revolution, to till their grants and to found families. There were gentry, too, from the tidewaters, come to retrieve the fortunes which they had lost by their patriotism. There were storekeepers like Mr. Scarlett, and adventurers and ne'er-do-wells who hoped to start with a clean slate, and a host of lazy vagrants who thought to scratch the soil and find abundance. I must not forget how, at the age of 17, I became a landowner, thanks to my name being on the roll of Colonel Clark's regiment. For in a spirit of munificence the Assembly of the Commonwealth of Virginia had awarded to every private in that regiment 108 acres of land on the Ohio River north of the Falls. Sergeant Thomas McChesney, as a reward for his services in one of the severest campaigns in history, received a grant of 216 acres. You who will may look at the plat made by William Clark, surveyor of the Board of Commissioners, and find 16 acres marked for Thomas McChesney in Section 169, and 200 more in Section 3. Section 3 fronted the Ohio some distance above Bear Grass Creek, and was, of course, on the Illinois shore. As for my own plots, some miles in the interior, I never saw them, but I own them to this day. I mention these things as bearing on the story of my life with which I must get on, and therefore I may not dwell upon this injustice to the men who won an empire and were flung a bone long afterwards. It was early autumn once more, and such a busy week we had had at the mill that Tom was perforce obliged to remain at home and help, though he longed to be gone with Cowan and Ray a hunting to the southwest. Up rides a man named Jarrett, flings himself from his horse, passes the time of day as he watches the grinding, helps Tom to tie up a sack or two, and hands him a paper. "What's this?" says Tom, staring at it blankly. "You won't blame me, Mac," answers Mr. Jarrett, somewhat ashamed of his role as process server. "Ain't none of my doings." "Read it, Davy," said Tom, giving it to me. I stopped the mill, and, unfolding the paper, read. I remember not the quaint wording of it, save that it was ill spelled and ill writ generally. In short, it was a summons for Tom to appear before the court at Danville on a certain day in the following week, and I made out that a Mr. Neville Colfax was the plaintiff in the matter, and that the suit had to do with his land. "Neville Colfax!" I exclaimed. "That's the man for whom Mr. Potts was agent." "Ay, ay," said Tom, and set him down on the meal bags. "Drat the varmint, he can have the land." "Have the land!" cried Polly Ann, who had come in upon us. "Have ye no spirit, Tom McChesney?" "There's no chance ag'in the law," said Tom, hopelessly. "Thar's Perkins had his land took away last year, and Terrell's moved out, and 20 more I could name. And there's Dan'l Boone himself. Most of the rich bottom he took up the critters have got away from him." "Ye'll go to Danville and take Davy with ye and fight it," answered Polly Ann, decidedly. "Davy has a word to say, I reckon. 'Twas he made the mill and scairt that Mr. Potts away. I reckon he'll get us out of this fix." Mr. Jarrett applauded her courage. "Ye have the grit, ma'am," he said, as he mounted his horse again. "Here's luck to ye." The remembrance of Mr. Potts weighed heavily upon my mind during the next week. Perchance Tom would have to pay for this prank likewise. 'Twas indeed a foolish, childish thing to have done, and I might have known that it would only have put off the evil day of reckoning. Since then, by reason of the mill site and the business we got by it, the land had become the most valuable in that part of the country. Had I known Colonel Clark's whereabouts, I should have gone to him for advice and comfort. As it was, we were forced to await the issue without counsel. Polly Ann and I talked it over many times while Tom sat morose and silent in a corner. He was the pioneer pure and simple, afraid of no man, red or white, in open combat, but defenceless in such matters as this. "'Tis Davy will save us, Tom," said Polly Ann, "with the learning he's got while the corn was grinding." I had indeed been reading at the mill while the hopper emptied itself such odd books as drifted into Harrodstown. One of these was called Bacon's Abridgment. It dealt with law, and it puzzled me sorely. "And the children," Polly Ann continued, "you'll not make me pick up the 4 of 'em and pack it to Louisiana because Mr. Colfax wants the land we've made for ourselves." There were 4 of them now, indeed, the youngest still in the bark cradle in the corner. He bore no less illustrious name than that of the writer of these chronicles. It would be hard to say which was the more troubled, Tom or I, that windy morning we set out on the Danville trace. Polly Ann alone had been serene, ay, and smiling and hopeful. She had kissed us each good by, impartially, and we left her, with a future governor of Kentucky on her shoulder, tripping lightly down to the mill to grind McGary's corn. When the forest was cleared at Danville, justice was housed first. She was not the serene, exorable dame whom we had seen in pictures holding her scales above the jars of earth. Justice at Danville was a somewhat higher spirited, quarrelsome lady, who decided matters oftenest with the stroke of a sword. There was a certain dignity about her temple withal. For instance, if a judge wore linen, that linen must not be soiled. Nor was it etiquette for a judge to lay his own hands in chastisement on contemptuous persons, though Justice at Danville had more compassion than her sisters in older communities upon human failings. There was a temple built to her of hewed or sawed logs 9 inches thick, so said the specifications. Within the temple was a rude platform which served as a bar, and, since Justice is supposed to carry a torch in her hand, there were no windows, nor any windows in the jail next door, where some dozen offenders languished on the afternoon that Tom and I rode into town. There was nothing auspicious in the appearance of Danville, and no man might have said then that the place was to be the scene of portentous conventions which were to decide the destiny of a state. Here was a sprinkling of log cabins, some in the building, and an inn, by courtesy so called. Tom and I would have preferred to sleep in the woods near by, with our feet to the blaze. This was partly from motive of economy, and partly because Tom, in common with other pioneers, held an inn in contempt. But to come back to our arrival. It was a sunny and windy afternoon, and the leaves were flying in the air. Around the courthouse was a familiar buzzing scene, the backwoodsmen lounging against the wall or brawling over their claims, the sleek agents and attorneys, and half a dozen of a newer type. These were adventurous young gentlemen of family, some of them lawyers, and some of them late officers in the Continental Army who had been rewarded with grants of land. These were the patrons of the log tavern, which stood near by with the blackened stumps around it, where there was much card playing and roustering, ay, and even duelling of nights. "There's Mac," cried a backwoodsman who was sitting on the courthouse steps as we rode up. "Howdy, Mac. Be they trying to get your land, too?" "Howdy, Mac," said a dozen more, paying a tribute to Tom's popularity, and some of them greeted me. "Is this where they take a man's land away?" says Tom, jerking his thumb at the open door. Tom had no intention of uttering a witticism, but his words were followed by loud guffaws from all sides, even the lawyers joining in. "I reckon this is the place, Tom," came the answer. "I reckon I'll take a peep in there," said Tom, leaping off his horse and shouldering his way to the door. I followed him, curious. The building was half full. 2 elderly gentlemen of grave demeanor sat on stools behind a puncheon table, and near them a young man was writing. Behind the young man was a young gentleman who was closing a speech as we entered, and he had spoken with such vehemence that the perspiration stood out on his brow. There was a murmur from those listening, and I saw Tom pressing his way to the front. "Have any of ye seen a feller named Colfax?" cries Tom in a loud voice. "He says he owns the land I settled, and he ain't ever seed it." There was a roar of laughter, and even the judges smiled. "Where is he?" cries Tom. "Said he'd be here to day." Another gust of laughter drowned his words, and then one of the judges got up and rapped on the table. The gentleman who had just made the speech glared mightily, and I supposed he had lost the effect of it. "What do you mean by interrupting the court?" cried the judge. "Get out, sir, or I'll have you fined for contempt." Tom looked dazed. But at that moment a hand was laid on his shoulder, and Tom turned. "Why," says he, "thar's no devil if it ain't the Colonel. Polly Ann told me not to let 'em scare me, Colonel." "And quite right, Tom," Colonel Clark answered, smiling. He turned to the judges. "If your honors please," said he, This gentleman is an old soldier of mine, and unused to the ways of the court. I beg your honors to excuse him." The judges smiled back, and the Colonel led us out of the building. "Now, Tom," said he, after he had given me a nod and a kind word, "I know this Mr. Colfax, and if you will come into the tavern this evening after court, we'll see what can be done. I have a case of my own at present." Tom was very grateful. He spent the remainder of the daylight hours with other friends of his, shooting at a mark near by, serenely confident of the result of his case now that Colonel Clark had a hand in it. Tom being one of the best shots in Kentucky, he had won 2 beaver skins before the early autumn twilight fell. As for me, I had an afternoon of excitement in the court, fascinated by the marvels of its procedures, by the impassioned speeches of its advocates, by the gravity of its judges. Ambition stirred within me. The big room of the tavern was filled with men in heated talk over the day's doings, some calling out for Black Betty, some for rum, and some demanding apple toddies. The landlord's slovenly negro came in with candles, their feeble rays reinforcing the firelight and revealing the mud-chinked walls. Tom and I had barely set ourselves down at the table in a corner when in came Colonel Clark. Beside him was a certain swarthy gentleman whom I had noticed in the court, a man of some 35 years, with a fine, fleshy face and coal-black hair. His expression was not one to give us the hope of an amicable settlement. In fact, he had the scowl of a thundercloud. He was talking quite angrily, and seemed not to heed those around him. "Why the devil should I see the man, Clark?" he was saying. The Colonel did not answer until they had stopped in front of us. "Major Colfax," said he, "this is Sergeant Tom McChesney, one of the best friends I have in Kentucky. I think a vast deal of Tom, Major. He was one of the few that never failed me in the Illinois campaign. He is as honest as the day. You will find him plain spoken, if he speaks at all, and I have great hopes that you will agree. Tom, the Major and I are boyhood friends, and for the sake of that friendship he has consented to this meeting." "I fear that your kind efforts will be useless, Colonel," Major Colfax put in rather tartly. "Mr. McChesney not only ignores my rights, but he was near to hanging my agent." "What?" says Colonel Clark. I glanced at Tom. However helpless he might be in a court, he could be counted on to stand up staunchly in a personal argument. His retorts would certainly not be brilliant, but they surely would be dogged. Major Colfax had begun wrong. "I reckon you got no rights that I know on," said Tom. "I cleared the land and settled it, and I've a better right to it nor any man, and I've got a grant for it." "A Henderson grant!" cried the Major. "'Tis so much worthless paper." "I reckon it's good enough for me," answered Tom. "It come from those who blazed their way out here and druv the redskins off. I don't know nothin' about this newfangled law, but 'tis a queer thing to my thinkin' if them that fit for a place ain't got the first right to it." Major Colfax turned to Colonel Clark with marked impatience. "I told you it would be useless, Clark," said he. "I care not a fig for a few paltry acres, and as God hears me, I'm a reasonable man." He did not look it then. "But I swear by the evangels I'll let no squatter have the better of me. I did not serve Virginia for gold or land, but I lost my fortune in that service, and before I know it these backwoodsmen will have every acre of my grant. It's an old story," said Mr. Colfax hotly. "And why the devil did we fight England, if it wasn't that every man should have his rights? By God, I'll not be frightened or wheedled out of mine. I sent an agent to Kentucky to deal politely and reasonably with these gentry. What did they do to him? Some of them threw him out neck and crop. And if I'm not mistaken," said Major Colfax, fixing a piercing eye upon Tom, "if I'm not mistaken, it was this worthy sergeant of yours who came near to hanging him and made the poor devil flee Kentucky for his life." This remark brought me near to an untimely laugh at the remembrance of Mr. Potts, and this though I was far too sober over the outcome of the conference. Colonel Clark seized hold of a chair and pushed it under Major Colfax. "Sit down, gentlemen. We're not so far apart," said the Colonel, coolly. The slovenly negro lad passing at that time, he caught him by the sleeve. "Here, boy, a bowl of toddy, quick. And mind you brew it strong. Now, Tom," said he, "what is this fine tale about a hanging?" "'Tweren't nothing," said Tom. "You tell me you didn't try to hang Mr. Potts?" cried Major Colfax. "I'll tell you nothing," said Tom, and his jaw was set more stubbornly than ever. Major Colfax glanced at Colonel Clark. "You see," he said, a little triumphantly. I could hold my tongue no longer. "Major Colfax is unjust, sir," I cried. "'Twas Tom saved the man from hanging." "Eh?" says Colonel Clark, turning to me sharply. "So you had a hand in this, Davy. I might have guessed as much." "Who the devil is this?" says Mr. Colfax. "A sort of ward of mine," answers the Colonel. "Drummer boy, financier, strategist in my Illinois campaign. Allow me to present to you, Major, Mr. David Ritchie. When my men objected to marching through the ice-skimmed water up to their necks, Mr. Ritchie showed them how." "God bless my soul!" exclaimed the Major, staring at me from under his black eyebrows. "He was but a child, with an old head on his shoulders," said the Colonel, and his banter made me flush. The negro boy arriving with the toddy, Colonel Clark served out 3 generous gourds full, a smaller one for me. "Your health, my friends, and I drink to a peaceful settlement." "You may drink to the devil if you like," says Colonel Colfax, glaring at Tom. "Come, Davy," said Colonel Clark, when he had taken half the gourd. "Let's have the tale. I'll warrant you're behind this." I flushed again, and began by stammering, for I had a great fear that Major Colfax's temper would fly into bits when he heard it. "Well, sir," said I was grinding corn at the mill when the man came. I thought him a smooth-mannered person, and he did not give me his business. He was just for wheedling me. 'And was this Mr. McChesney's mill?' said he. 'Ay,' said I. 'Thomas McChesney?' 'Ay,' said I. Then he was all for praise for Thomas McChesney. 'Where is he?' said he. 'He's at the far pasture,' said I, 'and may be looked for at any moment.' Whereupon he sits down and tries to worm out of me the business of the mill, the yield of the land. After that he begins to talk about the great people he knows, Sevier and Shelby and Robertson and Boone and the like. Ay, and his intimates, the Randolphs and the Popes and the Colfaxes in Virginia. 'Twas then I asked him if he knew Colonel Campbell of Abingdon." "And what devilry was that?" demanded the Colonel, as he dipped himself more of the toddy. "I'll come to it, sir. Yes, Colonel Campbell was his intimate, and ranted if he did not tarry a week with him at Abingdon on his journeys. After that he follows me to the cabin and sees Polly Ann and Tom and the children on the floor poking a possum. 'Ay,' says he, in his softest voice, 'a pleasant family scene. And this is Mr. McChesney?' 'I'm your man,' says Tom. Then he praised the mill site and the land all over again. ''Tis good enough for a farmer,' says Tom. 'Who holds under Henderson's grant,' I cried. ''Twas that you wished to say an hour ago.' And I saw I had caught him fair. "By the eternal!" cried Colonel Clark, bringing down his fist upon the table. "And what then?" I glanced at Major Colfax, but for the life of me I could make nothing of his look. "And what did your man say?" said Colonel Clark. "He called on the devil to bite me, sir," I answered. The Colonel put down his gourd and began to laugh. The Major was looking at me fixedly. "And what then?" said the Colonel. "It was then Polly Ann called him a thief to take away the land Tom had fought for and paid for and tilled. The man was all politeness once more, said that the matter was unfortunate, and that a new and good title might be had for a few skins. "He said that?" interrupted Major Colfax, half rising in his chair. "He was a damned scoundrel." "So I thought, sir," I answered. "The devil you did," said the Major. "Tut, Colfax," said the Colonel, pulling him by the sleeve of his greatcoat. "Sit down and let the lad finish." And then Mr. Boone had told me of a land agent who had made off with Colonel Campbell's silver spoons from Abingdon, and how the Colonel had ridden east and west after him for a week with a rope hanging on his saddle. I began to tell this story, and instead of the description of Mr. Boone's man, I put in that of Mr. Potts, in height some 5 feet 9, spare, of sallow complexion, and a green greatcoat. Major Colfax leaped up in his chair. "Great Jehovah!" he shouted. "You described the wrong man." Colonel Clark roared with laughter, thereby spilling some of his toddy. "I'll warrant he did so," he cried, "and I'll warrant your agent went white as birch bark. Go on, Davy." "There's not a great deal more, sir," I answered, looking apprehensively at Major Colfax, who still stood. "The man vowed I lied, but Tom laid hold of him and was for hurrying him off to Harrodstown at once." "Which would ill have suited your purpose," put in the Colonel. "And what did you do with him?" "We put him in a loft, sir, and then I told Tom that he was not Campbell's thief at all. But I had a craving to scare the man out of Kentucky, so I rode off to the neighbors and gave them the tale, and bade them come after nightfall as though to hang Campbell's thief, which they did, and they were near to smashing the door trying to get in the cabin. Tom told them the rascal had escaped, but they must needs come in and have jigs and toddies until midnight. When they were gone, and we called down the man from the loft, he was in such a state that he could scarce find the rungs of the ladder with his feet. He rode away into the night, and that was the last we heard of him. Tom was not to blame, sir." Colonel Clark was speechless, and when for the moment he would conquer his mirth, a glance at Major Colfax would set him off again in laughter. I was puzzled. I thought my Colonel more human than of old. "How now, Colfax?" he cried, giving a poke to the Major's ribs. "You hold the sequel to this farce." The Major's face was purple, with what emotion I could not say. Suddenly he swung full at me. "You mean to tell me that you were the general of this hoax? You?" he demanded in a strange voice. "The thing seemed an injustice to me, sir," I replied in self-defense, "and the man a rascal." "A rascal!" cried the Major. "A knave, a poltroon, a simpleton. And he came to me with no tale of having been outwitted by a stripling." Whereupon Major Colfax began to shake, gently at first, and presently he was in such a gale of laughter that I looked on him in amazement, Colonel Clark joining in again. The Major's eyes rested at length upon Tom, and gradually he grew calm. "McChesney," said he, "we'll have no bickerings in court among soldiers. The land is yours, and to morrow my attorney shall give you a deed to it. Your hand, McChesney." The stubbornness vanished from Tom's face, and there came instead a dazed expression as he thrust a great hard hand into the Major's. "'Twarn't the land, sir," he stammered. "These varmints of settlers is getting thick as flies in July. 'Twas Polly Ann. I reckon I'm obliged to you, Major." "There, there," said the Major. "I thank the Lord I came to Kentucky to see for myself. Damn the land. I have plenty more and little else." He turned quizzically to Colonel Clark, revealing a line of strong white teeth. "Suppose we drink a health to your drummer boy," said he, lifting up his gourd. Chapter 3. Book Two, Chapter 4 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. I Cross the Mountains Once More. "'Tis what you've a right to, Davy," said Polly Ann, and she handed me a little buckskin bag on which she had been sewing. I opened it with trembling fingers and poured out, chinking on the table, such a motley collection of coins as was never seen. Spanish milled dollars, English sovereigns and crowns and shillings, paper issues of the Confederacy, and I know not what else. Tom looked on with a grin, while little Tom and Peggy reached out their hands in delight, their mother vigorously blocking their intentions. "Ye've earned it yourself," said Polly Ann, forestalling my protest. "'Tis what you got by the mill, and I've laid it by bit for your education." "And what do you get?" I cried, striving by feigned anger to keep the tears back from my eyes. "Have you no family to support?" "Faith," she answered, "we have the mill that ye gave us, and the farm, and Tom's rifle. I reckon we'll fare better than ye think, though we'll miss ye sore about the place." I picked out 2 sovereigns from the heap, dropped them in the bag, and thrust it into my hunting shirt. "There," said I, my voice having no great steadiness, "not a penny more. I'll keep the bag for your sake, Polly Ann, and I'll take the mare for Tom's." She had had a song on her lips ever since our coming back from Danville 7 days agone, a song on her lips and banter on her tongue, as she made me a little hunting shirt and breeches for the journey across the mountains. And now, with a sudden movement, she burst into tears and flung her arms about my neck. "Oh, Davy, 'tis no time to be stubborn," she sobbed. "And edication is a costly thing. Ever since I found ye on the trace years ago, I've thought of ye one day as a great man. And when ye come back to us so big and learned, I'd wish to be saying with pride that I helped ye." "And who else, Polly Ann?" I faltered, my heart racked with the parting. "You found me as a homeless waif, and you gave me a home and a father and mother. Davy, ye'll not forget us when ye're great, I know ye'll not. 'Tis not in ye." She stood back and smiled at me through her tears. The light of heaven was in that smile, and I have dreamed of it ever since age has crept upon me. Truly God sets his own mark on the pure in heart, on the unselfish. I glanced for the last time around the rude cabin, every timber of which was dedicated to our sacrifices and our love. The fireplace with its rough stones, on the pegs the quaint butternut garments which Polly Ann had stitched, the baby in his bark cradle, the rough bedstead and the little trundle pushed under it, and the very homely odor of the place is dear to me yet. Despite the rigors and the dangers of my life here, should I ever again find such happiness and peace in the world? The children clung to my knees, and with a "God bless you, Davy, and come back to us," Tom squeezed my hand until I winced with pain. I leaped on the mare, and with blinded eyes rode down the familiar trail, past the mill to Harrodsburg. There Mr. Neville Colfax was waiting to take me across the mountains. There is a story in every man's life, like the kernel in the shell of a hickory nut. I am ill acquainted with the arts of a biographer, but I seek to give in these pages little of the shell and the whole of the kernel of mine. 'Twould be unwise and tiresome to recount the journey over the bare mountains with my new friend and benefactor. He was a strange gentleman, now jolly enough to make me shake with laughter and forget the sorrow of my parting, now moody for a night and a day. Now he was all sweetness, now all fire. Now he was abstemious, now self-indulgent and prodigal. He had a will like flint, and under it a soft heart. Cross his moods and he hated you. I never thought to cross them. Therefore he called me Davy, and his friendliness grew with our journey. His anger turned against rocks and rivers, landlords and immigrants, but never against me, and for this I was silently thankful. And how had he come to take me over the mountains and to put me in the way of studying law? Mindful of the kernel of my story, I have shortened the chapter to tell you out of the proper place. Major Colfax had made Tom and me sup with himself and Colonel Clark at the inn in Danville. And so pleased had the Major professed himself with my story of having outwitted his agent that he must needs have more of my adventures. Colonel Clark gave him some, and Tom, his tongue loosed by the toddy, others. And the Colonel added to the debt I owed him by suggesting that Major Colfax take me to Virginia and recommend me to a lawyer there. "Nay," cried the Major, "I'll do more. I like the lad, for he is modest despite the way you've paraded him. I have an uncle in Richmond, Judge Wentworth, to whom I will take him in person. And when the judge is done with him, if he's not flayed and tattooed with Blackstone, you may flay and tattoo me." Thus did I break through my environment, and it was settled that I should meet the Major in 7 days at Harrodstown. Once in the journey did the Major make mention of a subject which had troubled me. "Davy," said he, "Clark has changed. He's not the same man he was when I saw him in Williamsburg demanding supplies for his campaign." "Virginia has used him shamefully, sir," I answered, and suddenly there came flooding to my mind things I had heard the Colonel say in the campaign. "Commonwealths have short memories," said the Major. "They will accept any sacrifice with a smile. Shakespeare, I believe, speaks of royal ingratitude. He knew not commonwealths. Clark was close-lipped once, not given to levity and to toddy. There, he is my friend as well as yours, and I will prove it by pushing his cause in Virginia. Is yours Scotch anger? Then the devil fiend me from it. A monarch would have given him 50,000 acres on the Wabash, a palace, and a sufficient annuity. Virginia has given him a sword, 8,000 wild acres to be sure, repudiated the debts of his army, and left him to starve. Is there no room for a genius in our infant military establishment?" At length, as Christmas drew near, we came to Major Colfax's seat, some 40 miles out of the town of Richmond. It was called Neville's Grange, the Major's grandfather having so named it when he came out from England some 60 years before. It was a huge, rambling, draughty house of wood, mortgaged, so the Major cheerfully informed me, thanks to the patriotism of the family. At Neville's Grange the Major kept a somewhat roisterous bachelor's hall. The place was overrun with negroes and dogs, and scarce a night went by that there was not merrymaking in the house with the neighbors. The time passed pleasantly enough until one frosty January morning Major Colfax had a twinge of remembrance, cried out for horses, took me into Richmond, and presented me to that very learned and decorous gentleman, Judge Wentworth. My studies began within the hour of my arrival. End of chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. I meet an old bedfellow. I shall burden no one with the dry chronicles of a law office. The acquirement of learning is a slow process in life, and perchance a slower one in the telling. I lacked not application during the 3 years of my stay in Richmond, and to earn a living I worked at such odd tasks as came my way. The judge resembled Major Colfax in but one trait. He was choleric. But he was painstaking and cautious, and I soon found out that he looked askance upon anyone whom his nephew might recommend. I liked the Major, but he vowed him to be a roisterer and spendthrift, and one day, some months after my advent, the judge asked me flatly how I came to fall in with Major Colfax. I told him. At the end of this conversation he took my breath away by bidding me come to live with him. Like many lawyers of that time, he had a little house in one corner of his grounds for his office. It stood under great spreading trees, and there I was wont to sit through many a summer day, wrestling with the authorities. In the evenings we would have political arguments, for the Confederacy was in a seething state between the Federalists and the Republicans over the new Constitution, now ratified. Between the Federalists and the Jacobins, I would better say, for the virulence of the French Revolution was soon to be reflected among the parties of our side, Kentucky swelled into an unmanageable territory, was come near to rebellion because the government was not strong enough to wrest from Spain the free navigation of the Mississippi. And yet I yearned to go back, and looked forward eagerly to the time when I should have stored enough in my head to gain admission to the bar. I was therefore greatly embarrassed when my examinations came by an offer from Judge Wentworth to stay in Richmond and help him with his practice. It was an offer not to be lightly set aside, and yet I had made up my mind. He flew into a passion because of my desire to return to a wild country of outlaws and vagabonds. "Why, damn me," he cried, "Kentucky and this pretty state of Franklin, which desired to chip off from North Carolina, are traitorous places, disloyal to Congress, intriguing with a Spanish minister and the Spanish governor of Louisiana to secede from their own people and join the King of Spain. Bah!" he exclaimed, "if our new Federal Constitution is adopted, I would hang Jack Sevier of Franklin and your Kentuckian Wilkinson to the highest trees west of the mountains." I can see the little gentleman as he spoke, his black broadcloth coat and his lace ruffles, his hand clutching the gold head of his cane, his face screwed up with indignation under his white wig. It was on a Sunday, and he was standing by the lilac bushes on the lawn in front of his square brick house. "David," said he, more calmly, "I trust I've taught you something besides the law. I trust I've taught you that a strong Federal government alone will be the salvation of our country." "You cannot blame Kentucky greatly, sir," said I, feeling that I must stand up for my friends. "The Federal government has done little enough for its people, and treated them to a deal of neglect. They won that Western country for themselves with no Federal nor Virginia or North Carolina troops to help them. No man east of the mountains knows what that fight has been. No man east of the mountains knows the horror of that Indian warfare. This government gives them no protection now. Nay, Congress cannot even procure for them an outlet for their commerce. They must trade or perish. Spain closes the Mississippi, arrests our merchants, seizes their goods, and often throws them into prison. No wonder they scorn the Congress as weak and impotent." The judge stared at me aghast. It was the first time I had dared oppose him on this subject. "What!" he sputtered. "What! You are a separatist? You whom I have received into the bosom of my family?" Seizing the cane at the middle, he brandished it in my face. "Don't misunderstand me, sir," said I. "You've given me books to read, and you've taught me what may be the destiny of our nation on this continent. But you must forgive a people whose lives have been spent in a fierce struggle for their homes, whose families have nearly all lost some member by massacre, who are separated by hundreds of miles of wilderness from you." He looked at me speechless, and turned and walked into the house. I thought I had sinned past forgiveness, and I was beyond description uncomfortable, for he had been like a parent to me. But the next morning, at half after 7, he walked into the little office and laid down some gold pieces on my table. Gold was very scarce in those days. "They're for your journey, David," said he. "My only comfort in your going back is that you may grow up to put some temperance into their wild heads. I have a commission for you at Jonesboro, in what was once the unspeakable state of Franklin. You can stop there on your way to Kentucky." He drew from his pocket a great bulky letter addressed to Thomas Wright, Esquire, barrister at law in Jonesboro, North Carolina, for the good gentleman could not bring himself to write Franklin. It was late in September of the year 1788 when I set out on my homeward way, for Kentucky was home to me. I was going back to Polly Ann and Tom, and visions of that homecoming rose before my eyes as I rode. In a packet in my saddlebags were some dozen letters which Mr. Wren, the schoolmaster at Harrodstown, had writ at Polly Ann's bidding. I have the letters yet. For Mr. Wren was plainly an artist, and had set down on the paper the words just as they had flowed from her heart. Ay, and there was news in the letters, though not surprising news among those pioneer families whom God blessed so abundantly. Since David Ritchie McChesney, I mention the name with pride, had risen above the necessities of a bark cradle, two more had succeeded him, a brother and a sister. I spurred my horse onward, and thought impatiently of the weary leagues between my family and me. I have often pictured myself on that journey. I was 21 years of age, though one would have called me older. My looks were nothing to boast of, and I was grown up tall and weedy, so that I must have been quite a comical sight, with my long legs dangling on either side of the pony. I wore a suit of gray homespun, and in my saddlebags I carried 4 precious law books, the stock in trade which my generous patron had given me. But as I mounted the slopes of the mountains, my spirits rose too at the prospect of the life before me. The woods were all aflame with color, with wine and amber and gold, and the hills wore the misty mantle of shadowy blue so dear to my youthful memory. As I left the rude taverns of a morning and jogged along the heights, I watched the vapors rise and roll away from the valleys far beneath, and saw great flocks of ducks and swans and cackling geese darkening the air in their southward flight. Strange that I fell in with no company, for the trail leading into the Tennessee country was widened and broadened beyond belief, and everywhere I came upon blackened fires and abandoned lean-tos, and refuse bones gnawed by the wolves and bleached by the weather. I slept in some of these lean-tos, with my fire going brightly, indifferent to the howl of wolves in chase or the scream of a panther pouncing on its prey. For I was born of the wilderness. It had no terrors for me, nor did I ever feel alone. The great cliffs with their clinging, gnarled trees, the vast mountains clothed in the motley colors of the autumn, the sweet and smoky smell of the Indian summer, all were dear to me. As I drew near to Jonesboro, my thoughts began to dwell upon that strange and fascinating man who had entertained Polly Ann and Tom and me so lavishly on our way to Kentucky, Captain John Sevier. For he had made a great noise in the world since then, and the wrath of such men as my late patron was heavy upon him. Yes, John Sevier, Nollichucky Jack, had been a king in all but name since I had seen him, the head of such principality as stirred the blood to read about. It comprised the Watauga settlement among the mountains of what is now Tennessee, and was called prosaically, as is the wont of the Anglo-Saxon, the Free State of Franklin. There were certain conservative and unimaginative souls in this mountain principality who for various reasons held their old allegiance to the state of North Carolina. One Colonel Tipton led these loyalist forces, and armed partisans of either side had for some years ridden up and down the length of the land, burning and pillaging and slaying. We in Virginia had heard of 2 sets of courts in Franklin, of 2 sets of legislators. But of late the rumor had grown persistently that Nollichucky Jack was now a kind of fugitive, and that he had passed the summer pleasantly enough fighting Indians in the vicinity of Nickajack Cave. It was a court day as I rode into the little town of Jonesboro, the air sparkling like a blue diamond over the mountain crests, and I drew deep into my lungs once more the scent of the frontier life I loved so well. In the streets, currents of excited men flowed and backed and eddied, backwoodsmen and farmers in the familiar hunting shirts of hide or homespun, and lawyers in dress less rude. A line of horses stood kicking and switching their tails in front of the log tavern. Rough carts and wagons had been left here and there with their poles on the ground, and between these piles of skins were heaped up, and bags of corn and grain. The log meeting house was deserted, but the court house was the center of such a swirling crowd as I had often seen at Harrodstown. Now there are brawls and brawls, and I should have thought with shame of my Kentucky bringing up had I not perceived that this was no ordinary court day, and that an unusual excitement was in the wind. Tying my horse and making my way through the press in front of the tavern door, I entered the common room and found it stifling, brawling and drinking going on apace. Scarce had I found a seat before the whole room was emptied by one consent, all crowding out of the door after two men who began a rough-and-tumble fight in the street. I had seen rough-and-tumble fights in Kentucky, and if I have forborne to speak of them, it's because there always has been within me a loathing for them. And so I sat quietly in the common room until the landlord came. I asked him if he could direct me to Mr. Wright's house, as I had a letter for that gentleman. His answer was to grin at me incredulously. "I reckon you weren't from these parts," said he. "Wright's out of town." "What is the excitement?" I demanded. He stared at me. "Nollichucky Jack's been here, in Jonesboro, young man," said he. "What!" I exclaimed. "Colonel Sevier?" "Aye, Sevier," he repeated, "with Martin and Tipton and all the Carolina men right here, having a council of military officers in the court house. In rides Jack with his frontier boys like a whirlwind. He bean't afeard of 'em, and a bench warrant out agin him for high treason. Never seed such a recklessness. Never had sech a jamboree since I kept the tavern. They was in this here room most of the day, and there was 5 fights before they set down to dinner." "And Colonel Tipton?" I said. "Oh, Tipton," said he. "He ain't afeard neither, but he ain't got men enough." "And where is Sevier now?" I demanded. "How long have you been in town?" was his answer. I told him. "Wal," shifting his tobacco from one sallow cheek to the other, "I reckon he and his boys rode out just afore you come in. Mark me," he added, "when I tell you there'll be trouble yet. Tipton and Martin and the Carolina folks is burning mad with Chucky Jack for the murder of Corn Tassel and other peaceful chiefs. But Jack has a wild lot with him, some of the Nollichucky cave traders, and there's one young lad that looks like he was a gentleman once. I reckon Jack himself wouldn't like to get into a fight with him. He's a wild one. Great Goliah," he exclaimed, running to the door, "if there ain't a going to be another fight. Never seen such a day in Jonesboro." I likewise ran to the door, and this fight interested me. There was a great black-bearded mountaineer farmer desperado in the midst of a circle, pouring out a torrent of abuse at a tall young man. "That there's Hump Gibson," said the landlord, genially pointing out the black-bearded ruffian, "and the young lawyer feller, he's get a judgment agin him. He's got spunk, but I reckon Hump'll tire the innards out of him if he stands there a great while." "You'll get judgment agin me, you Caroliny splinter, will you?" yelled Mr. Gibson with an oath. "I'll pay Bill Wilder the skins when I get ready, and all the pinhook lawyers in Washington County won't budge me a mite." "You'll pay Billy Wilder or go to jail, by the eternal," cried the young man quite as angrily, whereupon I looked upon him with a mixture of admiration and commiseration, with a gulping certainty in my throat that I was about to see murder done. He was a strange young man with a rare, marked look that would compel even a poor memory to pick him out again. For example, he was very tall and very slim, with red hair blown every which way over a high and towering forehead that seemed as long as the face under it. The face, too, was long and all freckled by the weather. The blue eyes held me in wonder, and these blazed with such prodigious wrath that if a look could have killed, Hump Gibson would have been stricken on the spot. Mr. Gibson was, however, very much alive. "Skin out of here afore I kill ye!" he shouted, and he charged at the slim young man like a buffalo, while the crowd held its breath. I, who had looked upon cruel sights in my day, was turning away with a kind of sickening when I saw the slim young man dodge the rush. He did more. With 2 strides of his long legs he reached the fence, ripped off the topmost rail, and his huge antagonist, having changed his direction and coming at him with a bellow, was met with the point of a scantling in the pit of his stomach, and Mr. Gibson fell heavily to the ground. It had all happened in a twinkling, and there was a moment's lull while the minds of the onlookers needed readjustment, and then they gave vent to ecstasies of delight. "Great Goliah!" cried the landlord, breathlessly. "He shet him up just like a jackknife." Awestruck, I looked at the tall young man, and he was the very essence of wrath. Unmindful of the plaudits, he stood brandishing the fence rail over the great writhing figure on the ground, and he was slobbering. I recalled that this fact gave me a twinge to something in my memory. "Come on, Hump Gibson," he cried. "Come on!" At which the crowd went wild with pure joy. Witticisms flew. "Thought you was going to eat him up, Hump," said a friend. "You ain't had your meal yet, Hump," reminded another. Mr. Hump Gibson arose slowly out of the dust, yet he did not stand straight. Come on," cried the young lawyer fellow, and he thrust the point of the rail within a foot of Mr. Gibson's stomach. "Come on, Hump," howled the crowd. But Mr. Gibson stood irresolute. He lacked the supreme test of courage which was demanded on this occasion. Then he turned and walked away very slowly, as though his pace might mitigate in some degree the shame of his retreat. The young man flung away the fence rail, and, thrusting aside the overzealous among his admirers, he strode past me into the tavern, his anger still hot. "Hooray for Jackson!" they shouted. "Hooray for Andy Jackson!" Andy Jackson! Then I knew. Then I remembered a slim, wild, sandy-haired boy digging his toes in the red mud long ago at the Waxhaw settlement. And I recalled with a smile my own fierce struggle at the schoolhouse with the same boy, and how his slobbering had been my salvation. I turned and went in after him with the landlord, who was rubbing his hands with glee. "I reckon Hump won't be crowing round here any more cotton days, Mr. Jackson," said his host. But Mr. Jackson swept the room with his eyes, and then glared at the landlord so that he gave back. "Where's my man?" he demanded. "Your man, Mr. Jackson?" stammered the host. "Great Jehovah!" cried Mr. Jackson. "I believe he's afraid to race. He had a horse that could show heels to my Nancy, did he? And he's gone, you say?" A light seemed to dawn on the landlord's countenance. "God bless you, Mr. Jackson," he cried. "You don't mean that young daredevil that was with Sevier?" "With Sevier?" says Jackson. "Ay," says the landlord. "He's been a fightin' with Sevier all summer, and I reckon he ain't afeared of nothin' any more than you. Wait, his name was Temple. Nick Temple, they called him." "Nick Temple!" I cried, starting forward. "Where's he gone?" said Mr. Jackson. "He was going to bet me a 640 he has at Nashboro that his horse could beat mine on the Greasy Cove track. Where's he gone?" "Gone," said the landlord apologetically. "Nollichucky Jack and his boys left town an hour ago." "Is he a man of honor, or isn't he?" said Mr. Jackson fiercely. "Lord, sir, I only seen him once, but I'd stake my oath on it." "Do you mean to say Mr. Temple has been here, Nicholas Temple?" I said. The bewildered landlord turned towards me helplessly. "Who the devil are you, sir?" cried Mr. Jackson. "Tell me what this Mr. Temple was like," said I. The landlord's face lighted up. "Faith, a thoroughbred horse," says he. "Sech nostrils and such a gray eye with the devil in it for go. Yellow haired and as tall as Mr. Jackson here." "And you say he's gone off again with Sevier?" "They rud into town." He lowered his voice, for the room was filling. "Snapped his fingers at Tipton and his warrant, and rode out again. My God, but that was like Nollichucky Jack. Say, stranger, when your Mr. Temple smiled—" "He's the man!" I cried. "Tell me where to find him." Mr. Jackson, who had been divided between astonishment and impatience and anger, burst out again. "What the devil do you mean by interfering with my business, sir?" "Because it's my business, too," I answered, quite as testily. "My claim on Mr. Temple is greater than yours." "By Jehovah!" cried Jackson. "Come outside, sir. Come outside." The landlord backed away, and the men in the tavern began to press around us expectantly. "Gallop into him, Andy," cried one. "Don't let him get near no fences, stranger," said another. Mr. Jackson turned on this man with such truculence that he edged away to the rear of the room. "Step out, sir," said Mr. Jackson, starting for the door before I could reply. I followed perforce, not without misgivings, the crowd pushing eagerly after. Before we reached the dusty street, Jackson began pulling off his coat. In a trice the shouting onlookers had made a ring, and we stood facing each other, he in his shirt sleeves. "We'll fight fair," said he, his lips wetting. "Very good," said I. "If you are still accustomed to this hasty manner. You have not asked my name, my standing, nor my reasons for wanting Mr. Temple." I know not whether it was what I said that made him stare, or how I said it. "Pistols, if you like," said he. "No," said I. "I'm in a hurry to find Mr. Temple. I fought you this way once, and it's quicker." "You fought me this way once?" he repeated. The noise of the crowd was hushed, and they drew nearer to hear. "Come, Mr. Jackson," said I. "You're a lawyer and a gentleman, and so am I. I do not care to be beaten to a pulp, but I'm not afraid of you, and I'm in a hurry. If you will step back into the tavern, I will explain to you my reasons for wishing to get to Mr. Temple." Mr. Jackson stared at me the more. "By the eternal," said he, "you're a cool man. Give me my coat," he shouted to the bystanders, and they helped him on with it. "Now," said he, as they made to follow him, "keep back. I would talk to this gentleman. By the heavens," he cried, when he had gained the room, "I believe you are not afraid of me. I saw it in your eyes." Then I laughed. "Mr. Jackson," said I, "doubtless you do not remember a homeless boy named David, whom you took to your uncle's house in the Waxhaws." "I do," he exclaimed. "As I live, I do. Why, we slept together." "And you stumped your toe getting into bed and swore," said I. At that he laughed so heartily that the landlord came running across the room. "And we fought together at the old field school. Are you that boy?" And he scanned me again. "By God, I believe you are." Suddenly his face clouded once more. "But what about Temple?" said he. "Ah," I answered, "I come to that quickly. Mr. Temple is my cousin. After I left your uncle's house, my father took me to Charlestown." "Is he a Charlestown Temple?" demanded Mr. Jackson. "For I spent some time gambling and horse racing with the gentry there, and I know many of them. I was a wild lad," I repeat his exact words, "and I ran up a bill in Charlestown that would have filled a folio volume. Faith, all I had left me was the clothes on my back and a good horse. I made up my mind one night that if I could pay my debts and get out of Charlestown, I would go into the back country and study law and sober down. There was a Mr. Braden in the ordinary who staked me $200 at rattle and snap against my horse. Gad, sir, that was Providence. I won. I left Charlestown with honor. I studied law at Salisbury in North Carolina, and I have come here to practice it. "You seem to have a talent," said I, smiling at the remembrance of the Hump Gibson incident. "That's my history in a nutshell," said Mr. Jackson. "And now," he added, "since you're Mr. Temple's cousin and friend and an old acquaintance of mine to boot, I will tell you where I think he is." "Where is that?" I asked eagerly. "I'll stake a cowbell that Sevier will stop at the Widow Brown's," he replied. "I'll put you on the road. But mind you, you are to tell Mr. Temple that he is to come back here and race me at Greasy Cove." "I'll warrant him to come," said I. Whereupon we left the inn together, more amicably than before. Mr. Jackson had a thoroughbred horse near by that was a pleasure to see, and my admiration of his mount seemed to set me as firmly in Mr. Jackson's esteem again as that gentleman himself sat in the saddle. He was as good as his word, rode out with me some distance on the road, and reminded me at the last that Nick was to race him. End of chapter 5.
Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Widow Brown's. It was not to my credit that I should have lost the trail after Mr. Jackson put me straight. But the night was dark, the country unknown to me, and heavily wooded and mountainous. In addition to these things, my mind ran like fire. My thoughts sometimes flew back to the wondrous summer evening when I trod the Nollichucky Trace with Tom and Polly Ann, when I first looked down upon the log palace of that prince of the border, John Sevier. Well I remembered him, broad-shouldered, handsome, gay, a courtier in buckskin. Small wonder he was idolized by the Watauga settlers, that he had been their leader in the struggle of Franklin for liberty. And a small wonder that Nick Temple should be in his following. Nick. My mind was in a torment concerning him. What of his mother? Should I speak of having seen her? I went blindly through the woods for hours after the night fell, my horse stumbling and weary, until at length I came to a lonely clearing on the mountainside, and a fierce pack of dogs dashed barking at my horse's heels. There was a dark cabin ahead, indistinct in the starlight, and there I knocked until a gruff voice answered me and a tousled man came to the door. Yes, I had missed the trail. He shook his head when I asked for the Widow Brown's, and bade me share his bed for the night. No, I would go on. I was used to the backwoods. Thereupon he thawed a little, kicked the dogs, and pointed where the mountain dipped against the star-studded sky. There was a trail there which led direct to the Widow Brown's if I could follow it. So I left him. Once the fear had settled deeply in missing Nick at the Widow Brown's, I put my mind on my journey, and thanks to my early training I was able to keep the trail. It doubled around the spurs, forded stony brooks in diagonals, and often in the darkness of the mountain forest I had to feel for the blazes on the trees. There was no making time. I gained the notch with the small hours of the morning, started on with the descent, crisscrossing, following a stream here and a stream there, until at length the song of the higher waters ceased and I knew that I was in the valley. Suddenly there was no crown cover over my head. I had gained the road once more, and I followed it hopefully, avoiding the stumps and the deep wagon ruts where the ground was spongy. The morning light revealed a milky mist through which the trees showed like phantoms. Then there came stains upon the mist of royal purple, of scarlet, of yellow like a mandarin's robe, peeps of deep blue fading into azure as the mist lifted. The fiery eye of the sun was cocked over the crest, and beyond me I saw a house with its logs all golden brown in the level rays, the withered cornstalks orange among the blackened stumps. My horse stopped of its own will at the edge of the clearing. a cock crew. A lean hound prostrate on the porch of the house rose to his haunches, sniffed, growled, leaped down, and ran to the road and sniffed again. I listened, startled, and made sure of the distant ring of many hoofs, and yet I stayed there, irresolute. Could it be Tipton and his men riding from Jonesboro to capture Sevier? The hoofbeats grew louder, and then the hound in the road gave tongue to the short, sharp bark that is the call to arms. Other dogs, hitherto unseen, took up the cry, and turning in my saddle, I saw a body of men riding hard at me through the alley in the forest. At their head, on a heavy, strong-legged horse, was one who might have stood for the figure of turbulence, and I made no doubt that this was Colonel Tipton himself. Colonel Tipton, once secessionist, now champion of the Old North State, and arch-enemy of John Sevier. At sight of me he reined up so violently that his horse went back on his haunches, and the men behind were near overriding him. "Look out, boys!" he shouted with a fierce oath. "They've got guards out." He flung back one hand to his holster for a pistol, while the other reached for the powder flask at his belt. He primed the pan, and seeing me immovable, set his horse forward at an amble, his pistol at the cock. "Who in the hell are you?" he cried. "A traveler from Virginia," I answered. "And what are you doing here?" he demanded with another oath. "I've just this moment come here," said I, as calmly as I might. "I lost the trail in the darkness." He glared at me, purpling, perplexed. "Is Sevier there?" said he, pointing at the house. "I don't know," said I. Tipton turned to his men, who were listening. "Surround the house," he cried, "and watch this fellow." I rode on perforce towards the house with Tipton and three others, while his men scattered over the cornfield and cursed the dogs. And then we saw in the open door the figure of a woman shading her eyes with her hand. We pulled up, 5 of us, before the porch in front of her. "Good morning, Mrs. Brown," said Tipton gruffly. "Good morning, Colonel," answered the widow. Tipton leaped from his horse, flung the bridle to a companion, and put his foot on the edge of the porch to mount. Then a strange thing happened. The lady turned deftly, seized a chair from within, and pulled it across the threshold. She set herself down firmly, an expression on her face which hinted that the late lamented Mr. Brown had been a dominated man. Colonel Tipton stopped, staggering from the very impetus of his charge, and gazed at her blankly. "I've come for Colonel Sevier," he blurted, and then his anger rising, "I'll have no trifling, ma'am. He's in this house." "La, you don't tell me," answered the widow in a tone that was wholly conversational. "He's in this house," shouted the Colonel. "I reckon you've guessed wrong, Colonel," said the widow. There was an awkward pause until Tipton heard a titter behind him. Then his wrath exploded. "I have a warrant against the scoundrel for high treason," he cried, "and by God I will search the house and serve it." Still the widow sat tight. The Rock of Ages was neither more movable nor calmer than she. "Surely, Colonel, you would not invade the house of an unprotected female." The Colonel, evidently with a great effort, throttled his wrath for the moment. His new tone was apologetic but firm. "I regret to have to do so, ma'am," said he, "but both sexes are equal before the law." "The law!" repeated the widow, seemingly tickled at the word. She smiled indulgently at the Colonel. "What a pity, Mr. Tipton, that the law compels you to arrest such a good friend of yours as Colonel Sevier. What self-sacrifice, Colonel Tipton! What nobility!" There was a second titter behind him, whereat he swung round quickly, and the crimson veins in his face looked as if they must burst. He saw me with my hand over my mouth. "You warned him, damn you!" he shouted, and turning again, leaped to the porch and tried to squeeze past the widow into the house. I dare you, sir," she shrieked, giving him a vigorous push backwards. The four of us, his three men and myself, laughed outright. Tipton's rage leaped its bounds. He returned to the attack again and again, and yet at the crucial moment his courage would fail him, and he would let the widow thrust him back. Suddenly I became aware that there were two new spectators of this comedy. I started and looked again, and was near to crying out at sight of one of them. The others did cry out, but Tipton paid no heed. 10 years had made his figure more portly, but I knew at once the man in the well-fitting hunting shirt, with the long hair flowing to his shoulders, with the keen dark face and courtly bearing and humorous eyes. Yes, humorous even now, for he stood smiling at this comedy played by his enemy, unmindful of his peril. The widow saw him before Tipton did, so intent was he on the struggle. "Enough!" she cried. "Enough, John Tipton!" Tipton drew back involuntarily, and a smile broadened on the widow's face. "Shame on you for doubting a lady's word. Allow me to present to you Colonel Sevier." Tipton turned, stared as a man might who sees a ghost, and broke into such profanity as I have seldom heard. "By the eternal God, John Sevier," he shouted, "I'll hang you to the nearest tree." Colonel Sevier merely made a little ironical bow and looked at the gentleman beside him. "I have surrendered to Colonel Love," he said. Tipton snatched from his belt the pistol he might have used on me, and there flashed through my head the thought that some powder might yet be held in its pan. We cried out, all of us, his men, the widow, and myself, all save Sevier, who stood quietly smiling. Suddenly, while we waited for murder, a tall figure shot out of the door past the widow. The pistol flew out of Tipton's hand, and Tipton swung about with something like a bellow to face Mr. Nicholas Temple. Well, I knew him. And, oddly enough, at that time Riddle's word of long ago came to me, "God help the woman you love or the man you fight." How shall I describe him? He was thin, even to seeming frailness, yet it was the frailness of the racehorse. The golden hair, sun-tanned, awry across his forehead, the face, the same thin and finely cut face of the boy. The gray eyes held an anger that did not blaze. It was far more dangerous than that. Colonel John Tipton looked, and as I live, he recoiled. "If you touch him, I'll kill you," said Mr. Temple. Nor did he say it angrily. I marked for the first time that he held a pistol in his slim fingers. What Tipton might have done when he swung to his new bearings is mere conjecture, for Colonel Sevier himself stepped up on the porch, laid his hand on Temple's arm, and spoke to him in a low tone. What he said we didn't hear. The astonishing thing was that neither of them for the moment paid any attention to the infuriated man beside them. I saw Nick's expression change. He smiled, the smile the landlord had described, the smile that made men and women willing to die for him. After that, Colonel Sevier stooped down and picked up the pistol from the floor of the porch and handed it with a bow to Tipton, butt first. Tipton took it, seemingly without knowing why, and at that instant a negro boy came around the house, leading a horse. Sevier mounted it without a protest from any one. "I'm ready to go with you, gentlemen," he said. Colonel Tipton slipped his pistol back into his belt, stepped down from the porch, and leaped into his saddle, and he and his men rode off into the stump-lined alley in the forest that was called a road. Nick stood beside the widow, staring after them until they had disappeared. "My horse, boy," he shouted to the gaping negro, who vanished on the errand. "What will you do, Mr. Temple?" asked the widow. "Rescue him, ma'am," cried Nick, beginning to pace up and down. "I'll ride to Turner's. Cosby and Evans are there, and before night we shall have made Jonesboro too hot to hold Tipton and his cutthroats." "La, Mr. Temple," said the widow with unfeigned admiration, I never saw the like of you. But I know John Tipton, and he'll have Colonel Sevier started for North Carolina before our boys can get to Jonesboro." "Then we'll follow," says Nick, beginning to pace again. Suddenly, at a cry from the widow, he stopped and stared at me, a light in his eye like a point of steel. His hand slipped to his waist. "A spy," he said, and turned and smiled at the lady, who was watching him with a kind of fascination. "But damnably cool," he continued, looking at me. "I wonder if he thinks to outride me on that beast." "Look you, sir," he cried, as Mrs. Brown's negro came back struggling with a deep-ribbed, high-crested chestnut that was making half circles on his hind legs. "I'll give you the edge of the woods, and lay you a 640 against a pair of moccasins that you never get back to Tipton." "God forbid that I ever do," I answered fervently. "What!" he exclaimed, "and you here with him on this sneak's errand?" "I'm here with him on no errand," said I. "He and his crew came on me a quarter of an hour since at the edge of the clearing, Mr. Temple. I'm here to find you, and to save time I'll ride with you." "Egad, you'll have to ride like the devil then," said he, and he stooped and snatched the widow's hand and kissed it with a daring gallantry that I had thought to find in him. He raised his eyes to hers. "Good by, Mr. Temple," she said. There was a tremor in her voice. "And may you save our Jack." He snatched the bridle from the boy, and with one leap he was on the rearing, wheeling horse. "Come on," he cried to me, and waving his hat at the lady on the porch, he started off with a gallop up the trail in the opposite direction from that which Tipton's men had taken. All that I saw of Mr. Nicholas Temple on that ride to Turner's was his back, and presently I lost sight of that. In truth, I never got to Turner's at all, for I met him coming back at the wind's pace, a huge, swarthy, determined man at his side, and 4 others spurring after, the spume dripping from the horses' mouths. They did not so much as look at me as they passed, and there was nothing left for me to do but to turn my tired beast and follow at any pace I could make towards Jonesboro. It was late in the afternoon before I reached the town. The town set down among the hills like a cauldron boiling over with the wrath of Franklin. The news of the capture of their beloved Sevier had flown through the mountains like seeds on the autumn wind, and from north, south, east, and west the faithful were coming in, cursing Tipton and Carolina as they rode. I tethered my tired beast at the first picket, and was no sooner on my feet than I was caught in the hurrying stream of the crowd and fairly pushed and beaten towards the courthouse. Around it 1,000 furious men were packed. I heard cheering, hoarse and fierce cries, threats and imprecations, and I knew that they were listening to oratory. I was suddenly shot around the corner of a house, saw the orator himself, and gasped. It was Nicholas Temple. There was something awe-impelling in the tall, slim, boyish figure that towered above the crowd, in the finely wrought, passionate face, in the voice charged with such an anger as is given to few men. "What has North Carolina done for Franklin?" he cried. "Protected her? No. Repudiated her? Yes. You gave her to the Confederacy for a war debt, and the Confederacy flung her back. You shook yourselves free from Carolina's tyranny, and traitors betrayed you again. And now they've betrayed your leader. Will you avenge him, or will you sit down like cowards while they hang him for treason?" His voice was drowned, but he stood immovable with arms folded until there was silence again. "Will you rescue him?" he cried, and the roar rose again. "Will you avenge him? By tomorrow we shall have 2,000 here. Invade North Carolina, humble her, bring her to her knees, and avenge John Sevier." Pandemonium reigned. Hats were flung in the air, rifles fired, shouts and curses rose and blended into one terrifying note. Gradually, in the midst of this mad uproar, The crowd became aware that another man was standing upon the stump from which Nicholas Temple had leaped. "Cosby!" some one yelled. "Cosby!" The cry was taken up. "Huzzay for Crosby! He'll lead us into Caroliny." He was the huge, swarthy man I had seen riding hard with Nick that morning. A sculptor might have chosen his face and frame for a type of iron-handed leader of pioneers. Will was supreme in the great features, inflexible, indomitable will. His hunting shirt was open across his great chest, his black hair fell to his shoulders, and he stood with a compelling hand raised for silence. And when he spoke, slowly, resonantly, men fell back before his words. "I admire Mr. Temple's courage, and above all his loyalty to our beloved General," said Major Cosby. "But Mr. Temple is young, and the heated counsels of youth must not prevail. My friends, in order to save Jack Sevier, we must be moderate." His voice, strong as it was lost. "To hell with moderation!" they shouted. "Down with North Carolina! We'll fight her!" He got silence again by the magnetic strength he had in him. "Very good," he said, "but get your general first. If we lead you across the mountains now, his blood will be upon your heads. No man is a better friend to Jack Sevier than I. Leave his rescue to me, and I'll get him for you." He paused, and they were stilled perforce. "I will get him for you," he repeated slowly, "or North Carolina will pay for the burial of James Cosby." There was an instant when they might have swung either way. "How will you do it?" came in a thin, piping voice from somewhere near the stump. It may have been this that turned their minds. Others took up the question. "How will you do it, Major Cosby?" "I don't know," cried the Major. "I don't know. And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. But I will get Nollichucky Jack if I have to burn Morganton and rake the General out of the cinders." 500 hands flew up. 500 voices cried, "I'm with you, Major Cosby." But the Major only shook his head and smiled. What he said was lost in the roar. Fighting my way forward, I saw him get down from the stump, put his hand kindly on Nick's shoulder, and lead him into the court house. They were followed by a score of others, and the door was shut behind them. It was then I bethought myself of the letter to Mr. Wright, and I sought for someone who would listen to my questions about his whereabouts. At length the man himself was pointed out to me, haranguing an excited crowd of partisans in front of his own gate. Some 20 minutes must have passed before I could get any word with him. He was a vigorous little man with black eyes like buttons. He wore brown homespun and white stockings, and his hair was clubbed. When he had yielded the ground to another orator, I handed him the letter. He drew me aside, read it on the spot, and became all hospitality at once. The town was full, and though he had several friends staying in his house, I should join them. Was my horse fed? Dinner had been forgotten that day, but would I enter and partake? In short, I found myself suddenly provided for, and I lost no time in getting my weary mount into Mr. Wright's little stable. And then I sat down, with several other gentlemen, at Mr. Wright's board, where there was much guessing as to Major Cosby's plan. No other man west of the mountains could have calmed that crowd after that young daredevil Temple had stirred them up, declared Mr. Wright. I ventured to say that I had business with Mr. Temple. "Faith, then, I will invite him here," said my host. "But I warn you, Mr. Ritchie, that he's a trigger set on the hair. If he does not fancy you, he may quarrel with you and shoot you. And he's in no temper to be trifled with today." "I'm not an easy person to quarrel with," I answered. "To look at you, I shouldn't say that you were," said he. "We're going to the court house, and I'll see if I can get a word with the young Hotspur and send him to you. Do you wait here." I waited on the porch as the day waned. The tumult of the place had died down, for men were gathering in the houses to discuss and conjecture. And presently, sauntering along the street in a careless fashion, his spurs trailing in the dust, came Nicholas Temple. He stopped before the house and stared at me with a fine insolence, and I wondered whether I myself had not been too hasty in reclaiming him. A greeting died on my lips. "Well, sir," he said, "so you're the gentleman who's been dogging me all day." "I dog no one, Mr. Temple," I replied bitterly. "We'll not quibble about words," said he. "Would it be impertinent to ask your business and perhaps your name?" "Did not Mr. Wright give you my name?" I exclaimed. "He might have mentioned it. I did not hear. Is it of such importance?" At that I lost my temper entirely. "It may be and it may not," I retorted. "I'm David Ritchie." He changed before my eyes as he stared at me, and then, ere I knew it, he had me by both arms, crying out, "David Ritchie! My Davy, who ran away from me, and we were going to Kentucky together? Oh, I've never forgiven you." The smile that there was no resisting belied his words as he put his face close to mine. "I never will forgive you. I might have known you. You've grown, but I vow you're still an old man, Davy, you renegade. And where the devil did you run to?" "Kentucky," I said, laughing. "Oh, you traitor, and I trusted you. I loved you, Davy. Do you remember how I clung to you in my sleep? And when I woke up, the world was black. I followed your trail down the drive and to the crossroads." "It was not ingratitude, Nick," I said, "and you were all I had in the world." And then I faltered, the sadness of that far-off time coming over me in a flood, and the remembrance of his generous sorrow for me. "And how the devil did you track me to the Widow Brown's?" he demanded, releasing me. "Mr. Jackson had a shrewd notion you were there, and by the way, he was in a fine temper because you had skipped a race with him." "That sorrel-topped, lantern-headed Mr. Jackson," said Nick. "He'll be killed in one of his fine tempers. Damn a man who can't keep his temper. I'll race him, of course. And where are you bound now, Davy?" "For Louisville, in Kentucky, at the fall of the Ohio. It's a growing place and a promising one for a young man in the legal profession to begin life." "When do you leave?" said he. "To morrow morning, Nick," said I. "You wanted once to go to Kentucky. Why not come with me?" His face clouded. "I do not budge from this town," said he. "I do not budge until I hear that Jack Sevier is safe." Damn Cozby! If he had given me my way, I should have been 40 miles from here by this. I'll tell you, Cozby is even now picking 5 men to go to Morganton and steal Sevier, and he puts me off with a kind word. He'll not have me, he says. "He thinks you too hot. It needs discretion and an old head," said I. "Egad, then, I'll commend you to him," said Nick. "Now," I said, "it's time for you to tell me something of yourself and how you chanced to come into this country." "'Twas Darnley's fault," said Nick. "Darnley!" I exclaimed. "He whom you got into the duel with—" I stopped abruptly with a sharp twinge of remembrance that was like a pain in my side. 'Twas Nick took up the name. "With Harry Riddle." He spoke quietly. That was the terrifying part of it. "David, I've looked for that man in Italy and France. I've scoured London for him, and by God, I'll find him before he dies. And when I do find him, I swear to you that there will be no such thing as time wasted or mercy." I shuddered. In all my life I had never known such a moment of indecision. Should I tell him? My conscience would give me no definite reply. The question had haunted me all the night, and I had lost my way in consequence, nor had the morning's ride from the Widow Brown's sufficed to bring me to a decision. Of what use to tell him? Would Riddle's death mend matters? The woman loved him. That had been clear to me. Yet by telling Nick what I knew I might induce him to desist from his search. And if I did not tell, Nick might some day run across the trail, follow it up, take Riddle's life, and lose his own. The moment, made for confession as it was, passed. "They've ruined my life," said Nick. "I curse him and I curse her." "Hold!" I cried. "She is your mother, and therefore I curse her the more," he said. "You know what she is. You've tasted of her charity, and you're my father's nephew. If you've been without experience, I will tell you what she is. A common—" I reached out and put my hand across his mouth. "Silence!" I cried. "You shall say no such thing. And have you not manhood enough to make your own life for yourself?" "Manhood!" he repeated, and laughed. It was a laugh I did not like. "They made a man of me, my parents. My father played false with the Rebels and fled to England for his reward. A year after he went, I was left alone at Temple Bow to the tender mercies of the niggers. Mr. Mason came back and snatched what was left of me. He was a good man. He saved me an annuity out of the estate. He took me abroad after the war on a grand tour, and died of a fever in Rome. I made my way back to Charlestown, and there I learned to gamble, to hold liquor like a gentleman, to run horses and fight like a gentleman. We were speaking of Darnley," he said. "Yes, of Darnley," I repeated. "The devil of a man," said Nick. "Do you remember him with the cracked voice and fat calves?" At any other time I should have laughed at the recollection. "Darnley turned Whig, became a Continental colonel, and got a grant out here in the Cumberland country of 3,000 acres. And now I own it." "You own it!" I exclaimed. "Rattle and snap," said Nick. "I played him for the land at the ordinary one night and won it. It's out here near a place called Nashboro, where this wild, long-faced Mr. Jackson says he's going soon. I crossed the mountains to have a look at it, fell in with Nollichucky Jack, and went off with him for a summer campaign." "There's a man for you, Davy," he cried, "a man to follow through hell fire. If they touch a hair of his head, we'll sack the State of North Carolina from Morganton to the sea." "But the land?" I asked. "Oh, a fig for the land," answered Nick. "As soon as Nollichucky Jack is safe, I'll follow you into Kentucky." He slapped me on the knee. "Egad, Davy, it seems like a fairy tale. We always said we were going to Kentucky, didn't we? What's the name of the place you're to startle with your learning and calm by your example?" "Louisville," I answered, laughing, "by the Falls of the Ohio." "I shall turn up there when Jack Sevier is safe and I have won some more land from Mr. Jackson. We'll have a rare old time together, though I have no doubt you can drink me under the table. Beware of these sober men. Egad, Davy, you need only a woolsack to become a full-fledged judge. And now tell me how fortune has buffeted you." It was my second night without sleep, for we sat burning candles in Mr. Wright's house until the dawn, making up the time which we had lost away from each other. Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. I Meet a Hero. When left to myself, I was wont to slide into the commonplace, and where my own dull life intrudes to clog the action, I cut it down here and pare it away there until I am merely explanatory, and not too much in evidence. I rode out the Wilderness Trail, fell in with other travellers, was welcomed by certain old familiar faces at Harrodstown, and pressed on. I have a vivid recollection of a beloved, vigorous figure swooping out of a cabin door and scattering a brood of children right and left. "Polly Ann," I said, and she halted, trembling. "Tom," she cried, "Tom, it's Davy come back." And Tom himself flew out of the door, ramrod in one hand and rifle in the other. Never shall I forget them as they stood there, he grinning with sheer joy as of yore, and she with her hair flying and her blue gown snapping in the wind, in a tremor between tears and laughter. I leaped to the ground, and she hugged me in her arms as though I had been a child, calling my name again and again, and little Tom pulling at the skirts of my coat. I caught the youngster by the collar. "Polly Ann," said I, "he's grown to what I was when you picked me up, a foundling." "And now it's little Davy no more," she answered, swept me a courtesy, and added, with a little quiver in her voice, "Ye are a gentleman now." "My heart is still where it was," said I. "Ay, ay," said Tom, "I'm sure of that, Davy." I was with them a fortnight in the familiar cabin, and then I took up my journey northward, heavy at leaving again, but promising to see them from time to time. For Tom was often at the Falls when he went a scouting into the Illinois country. It was, as of old, Polly Ann who ran the mill and was the real breadwinner of the family. Louisville was even then bursting with importance, and as I rode into it one bright November day, I remembered the wilderness I had seen here not 10 years gone, when I had marched hither with Captain Harrod's company to join Clark on the island. It was even then a thriving little town of log and clapboard houses and schools and churches, and wise men were saying of it what Colonel Clark had long ago predicted, that it would become the first city of commercial importance in the district of Kentucky. I do not mean to give you an account of my struggles that winter to obtain a foothold in the law. The time was a heyday for young barristers, and troubles in those early days grew as plentifully in Kentucky as corn. In short, I got a practice, for Colonel Clark was here to help me, and, thanks to the men who had gone to Kaskaskia and Vincennes, I had a fairly large acquaintance in Kentucky. I hired rooms behind Mr. Creed's store, which was famed for the glass windows which had been fetched all the way from Philadelphia. Mr. Creed was the embodiment of the enterprising spirit of the place, and often of an evening he called me in to see the new fashionable things his barges had brought down the Ohio. The next day certain young sparks would drop into my room to waylay the belles as they came to pick a costume to be worn at Mr. Nichols's dancing school, or at the ball at Fort Finney. The winter slipped away, and one cool evening in May there came a negro to my room with a note from Colonel Clark, bidding me sup with him at the tavern and meet a celebrity. I put on my best blue clothes that I had brought with me from Richmond, and repaired expectantly to the tavern about 8 of the clock, pushed through the curious crowd outside, and entered the big room where the company was fast assembling. Against the red blaze in the great chimney place I spied the figure of Colonel Clark, more portly than of yore, and beside him stood a gentleman who could be no other than General Wilkinson. He was a man to fill the eye, handsome of face, symmetrical of figure, easy of manner, and he wore a suit of bottle green that became him admirably. In short, so fascinated and absorbed was I in watching him as he greeted this man and the other, that I started as though something had pricked me when I heard my name called by Colonel Clark. "Come here, Davy," he cried across the room, and I came and stood abashed before the hero. "General, allow me to present to you the drummer boy of Kaskaskia and Vincennes, Mr. David Ritchie. I heard that you drummed them to victory through the very hell of torture, Mr. Ritchie," said the General. "It's an honor to grasp the hand of one who did such service at such a tender age." General Wilkinson availed himself of that honor, and encompassed me with a smile so benignant, so winning in its candor, that I could only mutter my acknowledgment, and Colonel Clark must needs apologize, laughing, for my youth and timidity. "Mr. Ritchie is not good at speeches, General," said he, "but I make no doubt he will drink a bumper to your health before we sit down. Gentlemen," he cried, filling his glass from a bottle on the table, "a toast to General Wilkinson emancipator and savior of Kentucky." The company responded with a shout, tossed off the toast, and sat down at the long table. Chance placed me between a young dandy from Lexington, one of several the General had brought in his train, and Mr. Wharton, a prominent planter of the neighborhood, with whom I had a speaking acquaintance. This was a backwoods feast, though served in something better than the old backwoods style, and we had venison and bear's meat and prairie fowl, as well as pork and beef, and breads that came stinging hot from the Dutch ovens. Toasts to this and that were flung back and forth, and jests and gibes, and the butt of many of these was that poor Federal government which, as one gentleman avowed, was like a bantam hen trying to cover a nestful of turkeys' eggs and clucking with importance all the time. This picture brought on gusts of laughter. "And what say you of the jay?" cried one. "What will he hatch?" Hisses greeted the name, for Mr. Jay wished to enter into treaty with Spain, agreeing to close the river for 25 years. Colonel Clark stood up and rapped on the table. "Gentlemen," said he, "Louisville has as her guest of honor tonight a man of whom Kentucky may well be proud." Loud cheering. 5 years ago he favored Lexington by making it his home, and he came to us with the laurel of former achievements still clinging to his brow. He fought and suffered for his country, and attained the honorable rank of major in the Continental line. He was chosen by the people of Pennsylvania to represent them in the august body of their legislature, and now he has got new honor in a new field." Renewed cheering. "He has come to Kentucky to show her the way to prosperity and glory. Kentucky had a grievance." Loud cries of "Yes, yes." "Her hogs and cattle had no market. Her tobacco and agricultural products of all kinds were rotting because the Spaniards had closed the Mississippi to our traffic. Could the Federal government open the river?" Shouts of "No, no," and hisses. "Who opened it?" Cries of "Wilkinson, Wilkinson." "He said to the Kentucky planters, 'Give your tobacco to me, and I will sell it.' He put it on barges, he floated down the river, and as became a man of such distinction, he was met by Governor General Miro on the levee at New Orleans. Where is that tobacco now, gentlemen?" Colonel Clark was here interrupted by such roars and stamping that he paused a moment, and during this interval Mr. Wharton leaned over and whispered quietly in my ear, "Ay, where is it?" I stared at Mr. Wharton blankly. He was a man nearing the middle age, with a lacing of red in his cheeks, a pleasant gray eye, and a singularly quiet manner. "Thanks to the genius of General Wilkinson," Colonel Clark continued, waving his hand towards the smilingly placid hero, "that tobacco has been deposited in the King's store at $10 per hundred, a privilege heretofore confined to Spanish subjects. Well might Wilkinson return from New Orleans in a chariot and four to a grateful Kentucky. This year we have tripled, nay, quadrupled, our crop of tobacco, and we are here tonight to give thanks to the author of this prosperity." Alas, Colonel Clark's hand was not as steady as of yore, and he spilled the liquor on the table as he raised his glass. "Gentlemen, a health to our benefactor." He drank it willingly, and withal so lengthily and noisily that Mr. Wilkinson stood smiling and bowing for full 3 minutes before he could be heard. He was a very paragon of modesty, was the General, and a man whose attitudes and expressions spoke as eloquently as his words. None looked at him now but knew before he opened his mouth that he was deprecating such an ovation. "Gentlemen, my friends and fellow Kentuckians," he said, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your kindness, but I assure you that I have done nothing worthy of it." Loud protests. "I am a simple, practical man who loves Kentucky better than he loves himself. This is no virtue, for we all have it. I have the misfortune to be governed by a set of worthy gentlemen who know little about Kentucky and her wants, and think less cries of "Aye, aye." I am not decrying General Washington and his cabinet. It is but natural that the wants of the seaboard and the welfare and opulence of the Eastern cities should be uppermost in their minds. Another interruption. Kentucky, if she would prosper, must look to her own welfare. And if any credit is due to me, gentlemen, it is because I reserved my decision of His Excellency Governor General Miro and his people until I saw them for myself. A little calm reason, a plain statement of the case, will often remove what seems an insuperable difficulty, and I assure you that Governor General Miro is a most reasonable and courteous gentleman, who looks with all kindliness and neighborliness on the people of Kentucky. Let us drink a toast to him. To him your gratitude is due, for he sends you word that your tobacco will be received." "In General Wilkinson's barges," said Mr. Wharton, leaning over and subsiding again at once. The General was the first to drink the toast, and he sat down very modestly amidst a thunder of applause. The young man on the other side of me, somewhat flushed, leaped to his feet. "Down with the Federal government!" he cried. "What have they done for us, indeed? Before General Wilkinson went to New Orleans, the Spaniards seized our flatboats and cargoes and flung our traders into prison. Ay, and sent them to the mines of Brazil. The Federal government takes sides with the Indians against us. And what has that government done for you, Colonel?" he demanded, turning to Clark. "You who have won for them half of their territory. They have cast you off like an old moccasin. The Continental officers who fought in the East have half pay for life or 5 years' full pay. And what have you?" There was a breathless hush. A swift vision came to me of a man, young, alert, commanding, stern under necessity, self-repossessed at all times, a man who by the very dominance of his character had awed into submission the fierce Northern tribes of a continent, who had compelled men to follow him until the life had all but ebbed from their bodies, who had led them to victory in the end. And I remembered a boy who had stood awe-struck before this man in the commandant's house at Fort Sackville. And I heard again his words as though he had just spoken them. "Promise me that you will not forget me if I am unfortunate." I did not understand then, and now, because of a certain blinding of my eyes, I did not see him clearly as he got slowly to his feet. He clutched the table. He looked around him, I dare not say vacantly, and then suddenly he spoke with a supreme anger and a supreme bitterness. "Not a shilling has this government given me," he cried. "Virginia was more grateful. From her I have some acres of wild land and a sword," he laughed. "A sword, gentlemen, and not new at that. Oh, a grateful government we serve, one careful of the honor of her captains. Gentlemen, I stand today a discredited man because the honest debts I incurred in the service of that government are repudiated, because my friends who helped it, Father Gabault, Vigo, and Gratiot, and others, have never been repaid. One of them is ruined." A dozen men had sprung clamoring to their feet before he sat down. One, more excited than the rest, got the ear of the company. "Do we lack leaders?" he cried. "We have them here with us tonight in this room. Who will stop us? Not the contemptible enemies in Kentucky who call themselves Federalists. Shall we be supine forever? We have fought once for our liberties. Let's fight again. Let's make a common cause with our real friends on the far side of the Mississippi." I rose, sick at heart, but every man was standing. And then a strange thing happened. I saw General Wilkinson at the far end of the room. His hand was raised, and there was that on his handsome face which might have been taken for a smile, and yet was not a smile. Others saw him too, I know not by what exertion of magnetism. They looked at him, and they held their tongues. "I fear that we are losing our heads, gentlemen," he said, "and I propose to you the health of the first citizen of Kentucky, Colonel George Rogers Clark." I found myself out of the tavern and alone in the cool May night, and as I walked slowly down the deserted street, my head in a whirl, a hand was laid on my shoulder. I turned, startled, to face Mr. Wharton, the planter. "I would speak a word with you, Mr. Ritchie," he said. "May I come to your room for a moment?" "Certainly, sir," I answered. After that we walked along together in silence, my own mind heavily occupied with what I had seen and heard. We came to Mr. Crede's store, went in at the picket gate beside it, and down the path to my own door, which I unlocked. I felt for the candle on the table, lighted it, and turned in surprise to discover that Mr. Wharton was poking up the fire and pitching on a log of wood. He flung off his greatcoat and sat down with his feet to the blaze. I sat down beside him and waited, thinking him a sufficiently peculiar man. "You are not famous, Mr. Ritchie," said he presently. "No, sir," I answered. "Nor particularly handsome," he continued, "nor conspicuous in any way." I agreed to this perforce. "You may thank God for it," said Mr. Wharton. "That would be a strange outpouring, sir," said I. He looked at me and smiled. "What think you of this paragon, General Wilkinson?" he demanded suddenly. "I have Federal leanings, sir," I answered. "Egad," said he, "we'll add caution to your lack of negative accomplishments. I have had an eye on you this winter, though you did not know it. I have made inquiries about you, and hence I am not here tonight entirely through impulse. You have not made a fortune at the law, but you have worked hard, steered wide of sensation, kept your mouth shut. Is it not so?" Astonished, I merely nodded in reply. "I am not here to waste your time or steal your sleep," he went on, giving the log a push with his foot, "and I will come to the point. When I first laid eyes on this fine gentleman, General Wilkinson, I, too, fell a victim to his charms. It was on the eve of this epoch-making trip of which we heard so glowing an account to night, and I made up my mind that no Spaniard, however wily, could resist his persuasion. He said to me, 'Wharton, give me your crop of tobacco, and I promise you to sell it in spite of all the royal mandates that go out of Madrid.' He went. He saw, he conquered the obdurate Miro as he had apparently conquered the rest of the world, and he actually came back in a chariot and four, as befitted him. A heavy crop of tobacco was raised in Kentucky that year. I helped to raise it," added Mr. Wharton, dryly. "I gave the General my second crop, and he sent it down. Mr. Ritchie, I have to this day never received a piastre for my merchandise, nor am I the only planter in this situation. Yet General Wilkinson is prosperous." My astonishment somewhat prevented me from replying to this, too. Was it possible that Mr. Wharton meant to sue the General? I reflected while he paused. I remembered how inconspicuous he had named me, and hope died. Mr. Wharton did not look at me, but stared into the fire, for he was plainly not a man to rail and rant. "Mr. Ritchie, you are young, but mark my words, that man Wilkinson will bring Kentucky to ruin if he is not found out. The whole district from Crab Orchard to Bear Grass is mad about him. Even Clark makes a fool of himself." "Colonel Clark, sir?" I cried. He put up a hand. "So you have some hot blood," he said. "I know you love him. So do I, or I should not have been there tonight. Do I blame his bitterness? Do I blame anything he does? The treatment he has had would bring a blush of shame to the cheek of any nation save a republic. Republics are wasteful, sir. In George Rogers Clark they have thrown away a general who might some day have decided the fate of this country. They have left to stagnate a man fit to lead a nation to war. And now he is ready to intrigue against the government with any adventurer who may have convincing ways and a smooth tongue. Mr. Wharton," I said, rising, "did you come here to tell me this?" But Mr. Wharton continued to stare into the fire. "I like you better for it, my dear sir," said he, "and I assure you that I mean no offence. Colonel Clark is enshrined in our hearts, Democrats and Federalists alike. Whatever he may do, we shall love him always. But this other man, pooh!" he exclaimed, which was as near a vigorous expression as he got. "Now, sir, to the point. I, too, am a Federalist, a friend of Mr. Humphrey Marshall. And, as you know, we are sadly in the minority in Kentucky now. I came here tonight to ask you to undertake a mission in behalf of myself and certain other gentlemen, and I assure you that my motives are not wholly mercenary." He paused, smiled, and put the tips of his fingers together. "I would willingly lose every crop for the next 10 years to convict this Wilkinson of treason against the Federal government." "Treason!" I repeated involuntarily. "Mr. Ritchie," answered the planter, "I gave you credit for some shrewdness. Do you suppose the Federal government does not realize the danger of this situation in Kentucky? They have tried in vain to open the Mississippi, and are too weak to do it. This man Wilkinson goes down to see Miro, and Miro straightway opens the river to us through him. How do you suppose Wilkinson did it? By his charming personality?" I said something, I know not what, as the light began to dawn on me, and then I added, "I had not thought about the General." "Ay," replied Mr. Wharton, "just so. And now you may easily imagine that General Wilkinson has come to a very pretty arrangement with Miro. For a certain stipulated sum best known to Wilkinson and Miro, General Wilkinson agrees gradually to detach Kentucky from the Union and join it to his Catholic Majesty's dominion of Louisiana. The bribe, the opening of the river. What the government could not do, Wilkinson did by the lifting of his finger." Still Mr. Wharton spoke without heat. "Mind you," he said, "we have no proof of this, and that is my reason for coming here tonight, Mr. Ritchie. I want you to get proof of it if you can." "You want me?" I said, bewildered. "I repeat that you're not handsome," I think he emphasized this unduly, "that you're self-effacing, inconspicuous. In short, you're not a man to draw suspicion. You might travel anywhere and scarcely be noticed. I have observed that about you. In addition to this, you are weary. You are discreet. You are painstaking. I ask you to go first to St. Louis, in Louisiana Territory, and this for two reasons. First, because it will draw any chance suspicion from your real objective, New Orleans, and second, because it is necessary to get letters to New Orleans from such leading citizens of St. Louis as Colonel Chouteau and Monsieur Gratiot, and I will give you introductions to them. You are then to take passage to New Orleans in a barge of furs which Monsieur Gratiot is sending down. Mind, we do not expect that you will obtain proof that Miro is paying Wilkinson money. If you do, so much the better. But we believe that both are too sharp to leave any tracks. You will make a report, however, upon the conditions under which our tobacco is being received, and of all other matters which you may think germane to the business in hand. Will you go?" I had made up my mind. "Yes, I will go," I answered. "Good," said Mr. Wharton, but with no more enthusiasm than he had previously shown. "I thought I had not misjudged you. Is your law business so onerous that you could not go to-morrow?" I laughed. "I think I could settle what affairs I have by noon, Mr. Wharton," I replied. "Egad, Mr. Ritchie, I like your manner," said he. "And now for a few details, and you may go to bed." He sat with me half an hour longer, carefully reviewing his instructions, and then he left me to a night of contemplation. End of chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, To St. Louis. By 11 o'clock the next morning I had wound up my affairs, having arranged with a young lawyer of my acquaintance to take over such cases as I had, and I was busy in my room packing my saddlebags for the journey. The warm scents of spring were wafted through the open door and window, smells of the damp earth giving forth the green things, and tender shades greeted my eyes when I paused and raised my head to think. Purple buds littered the black ground before my doorstep, and against the living green of the grass I saw the red stain of a robin's breast as he hopped spasmodically hither and thither, now pausing immovable with his head raised, now tossing triumphantly a wiggling worm from the sod. Suddenly he flew away, and I heard a voice from the street side that brought me stark upright. "Hold there, neighbor. Can you direct me to the mansion of that celebrated barrister, Mr. Ritchie?" There was no mistaking that voice. It was Nicholas Temple's. I heard a laugh and an answer. The gate slammed, and Mr. Temple himself, in a long gray riding coat, booted and spurred, stood before me. "Davy," he cried, "come out here and hug me. Well, you look as if I were your grandmother's ghost." "And if you were," I answered, "you could not have surprised me more. Where have you been?" "At Jonesboro, acting the gallant with the widow, winning and losing skins and cowbells and land at rattle and snap, horse racing with that wild Mr. Jackson. Faith, he nearly shot the top of my head off because I beat him at Greasy Cove." I laughed despite my anxiety. "And Sevier?" I demanded. "You have not heard how Sevier got off?" exclaimed Nick. "Egad, that was a crowning stroke of genius. Cosby and Evans, Captains Greene and Gibson, and Sevier's two boys whom you met on the Nollichucky, rode over the mountains to Morganton. Greene and Gibson and Sevier's boys hid themselves with the horses in a clump outside the town, while Cosby and Evans, disguised as bumpkins in hunting shirts, jogged into the town with Sevier's racing mare between them. They jogged into the town, I say, through the crowds of white trash, and rode up to the courthouse where Sevier was being tried for his life. Evans stood at the open door and held the mare and gaped, while Cosby stalked in and shouldered his way to the front within 4 feet of the bar, like a big, awkward countryman. Jack Sevier saw him, and he saw Evans with the mare outside. Then, by thunder, Cosby takes a step right up to the bar and cries out, 'Judge, aren't you about done with that man?' Faith, it was like Judgment Day, such a mix-up as there was after that. And Nollichucky Jack made 3 leaps and got on the mare, and in the confusion Cosby and Evans were off too, and the whole state of North Carolina couldn't catch 'em then." Nick sighed. "I'd have given my soul to have been there," he said. "Come in," said I, for lack of something better. "Cursed if you haven't given me a sweet reception, Davy," said he. "Have you lost your practice, or is there a lady here, you rogue?" And he poked into the cupboard with his stick. "Hello, where are you going now?" he added, with his eye falling on the saddlebags. I had it on my lips to say, and then I remembered Mr. Wharton's injunction. "I am going on a journey," said I. "When?" said Nick. "I leave in about an hour," said I. He sat down. "Then I leave too," he said. "What do you mean, Nick?" I demanded. "I mean that I will go with you," said he. "But I shall be gone 3 months or more," I protested. "I've nothing to do," said Nick, placidly. A vague trouble had been working in my mind, but now the full horror of it dawned upon me. I was going to St. Louis. Mrs. Temple and Harry Riddle were gone there, so Polly Ann had avowed, and Nick could not help meeting Riddle. Sorely beset, I bent over to roll up a shirt and refrained from answering. He came and laid a hand on my shoulder. "What the devil ails you, Davy?" he cried. "If it is an elopement, of course I won't press you. I'm hanged if I'll make a third." "It's no elopement," I retorted, my face growing hot in spite of myself. "Then I go with you," said he, "for I vow you need taking care of. You can't put me off, I say, and never in my life have I had such a reception, and from my own first cousin, too." I was in a quandary, so totally unforeseen was this situation. And then a glimmer of hope came to me that perhaps his mother and Riddle might not be in St. Louis after all. I recalled the conversation in the cabin and reflected that this wayward pair had stranded on so many beaches, had drifted off again on so many tides, that one place could scarce hold them long. Perchance they had sunk. Who could tell? I turned to Nick, who stood watching me. "It was not that I did not want you," I said. "You must believe that. I have wanted you ever since that night long ago when I slipped out of your bed and ran away. I am going first to St. Louis and then to New Orleans on a mission of much delicacy, a mission that requires discretion and secrecy. You may come with all my heart, with one condition only, that you do not ask my business." "Done!" cried Nick. "Davy, I was always sure of you. You're the one fixed quantity in my life. To St. Louis, eh? And to New Orleans. Egad, what havoc we'll make among the Creole girls. May I bring my nigger? He'll do things for you, too." "By all means," said I, laughing. "Only hurry." "I'll run to the inn," said Nick, "and be back in 10 minutes." He got as far as the door, slapped his thigh, and looked back. "Davy, we may run across—" "Who?" I asked, with a catch of my breath. "Harry Riddle," he answered. "And if so, may God have mercy on his soul." He ran down the path, the gate clicked, and I heard him whistling in the street on his way to the inn. After dinner we rode down to the ferry, Nick on the thoroughbred which had beat Mr. Jackson's horse, and his man, Benjy, on a scraggly pony behind. Benjy was a small black negro with a very squat nose, alert and talkative save when Nick turned on him. Benjy had been born at Temple Bow. He worshipped his master and all that pertained to him, and he showered upon me all the respect and attention that was due to a member of the Temple family. For this I was very grateful. It would have been an easier journey had we taken a boat down to Fort Massac, but such a proceeding might have drawn too much attention to our expedition. I have no space to describe that trip overland, which reminded me at every stage of the march against Kaskaskia, the woods, the chocolate streams, the coffee-colored swamps flecked with dead leaves, and at length the prairies. The grass not waist-high now, but young and tender, giving forth the acrid smell of spring. Nick was delighted. He made me recount every detail of my trials as a drummer boy, or kept me in continuous spells of laughter over his own escapades. In short, I began to realize that we were as near to each other as though we had never been parted. We looked down upon Kaskaskia from the selfsame spot where I had stood on the bluff with Colonel Clark, and the sounds were even then the same, the sweet tones of the church bell and the lowing of the cattle. We found a few Virginians and Pennsylvanians scattered in amongst the French, the forerunners of that change which was to come over this country. And we spent the night with an old friend, Father Gibault, still the faithful pastor of his flock, cheerful, though the savings of his lifetime had never been repaid by that country to which he had given his allegiance so freely. Traveling by easy stages, on the afternoon of the second day after leaving Kaskaskia, we picked our way down the high bluff that rises above the American bottom, and saw below us that yellow monster among the rivers, the Mississippi. A blind monster he seemed, searching with troubled arms among the islands for his bed, swept onward by an inexorable force, and on his heaving shoulders he carried great trees, pilfered from the unknown forests of the north. Down in the moist and shady bottom we came upon the log hut of a half-breed trapper, and he agreed to ferry us across. As for our horses, a keel boat must be sent after these, and Monsieur Gratiot would no doubt easily arrange for this. And so we found ourselves, about 5 o'clock on that Saturday evening, embarked in a wide pirogue on the current, dodging the driftwood, avoiding the eddies, and drawing near to a village set on a low bluff on the Spanish side and gleaming white among the trees. And as I looked, the thought came again like a twinge of pain that Mrs. Temple and Riddle might be there, thinking themselves secure in this spot, so removed from the world and its doings. "How now, my men of mysterious affairs," cried Nick from the bottom of the boat. "You are as puckered as a sour persimmon. Have you a treaty with Spain in your pocket, or a declaration of war? What can trouble you?" "Nothing, if you do not," I answered, smiling. "Lord, since we don't admire the same lady, then," said Nick. "Pierrot," he cried, turning to one of the boatmen, "il y a de belles demoiselles, n'est-ce pas?" The man missed a stroke in his astonishment, and the boat swung lengthwise in the swift current. "Dans Monsieur Elion," he answered. "Where did you learn French, Nick?" I demanded. "Mr. Mason had it hammered into me," he answered carelessly, his eyes on the line of keel boats moored along the shore. Our guide shot the canoe deftly between two of these, the prow grounded in the yellow mud, and we landed on Spanish territory. We looked about us while our packs were being unloaded, and the place had a strange flavor in that year of our Lord, 1789. A swarthy boatman in a tow shirt with a bright handkerchief on his head stared at us over the gunwale of one of the keel boats and spat into the still yellow water. 3 high-cheeked Indians with smudgy faces and dirty red blankets regarded us in silent contempt, and by the waterside above us was a sled loaded with a huge water cask, a bony mustang pony between the shafts, and a chanting negro dipping gourdfuls from the river. A road slanted up the little limestone bluff, and above and below us stone houses could be seen nestling into the hill, houses higher on the riverside and with galleries there. We climbed the bluff, Benjy at our heels with the saddlebags, and found ourselves on a yellow clay street lined with grass and wild flowers. A great peace hung over the village, an air of a different race, a restfulness strange to a Kentuckian. Clematis and honeysuckle climbed the high palings, and behind the privacy of these, low, big-chimneyed houses of limestone, weathered gray, could be seen, their roofs sloping in gentle curves to the shaded porches in front, or again houses of posts set upright in the ground, and these filled between with plaster, and so immaculately whitewashed that they gleamed against the green of the trees which shaded them. Behind the houses was often a kind of pink and cream paradise of flowering fruit trees, so dear to the French settlers. There were vineyards, too, and thrifty patches of vegetables and lines of flowers set in the carefully raked mold. We walked on, enraptured by the sights around us, by the heavy scent of the roses and the blossoms. Here was a quaint stone horse mill, a stable or a barn set uncouthly on the street, a baker's shop with a glimpse of the white-capped baker through the shaded doorway, and an appetizing smell of hot bread in the air. A little farther on we heard the tinkle of the blacksmith's hammer, and the man himself looked up from where the hoof rested on his leather apron to give us a kindly "Bonsoir, Messieurs," as we passed. And here was a cabaret with the inevitable porch, from whence came the sharp click of billiard balls. We walked on, stopping now and again to peer between the palings, when we heard amidst the rattling of a cart and the jingling of bells a chorus of voices. À cheval, pour aller voir mamie, la la la. A shaggy Indian pony came ambling around the corner between the long shafts of a charrette. A bareheaded young man in tow shirt and trousers was driving, and three laughing girls were seated on the stools in the cart behind him. Suddenly, before I quite realized what had happened, the young man pulled up the pony, the girls fell silent, and Nick was standing in the middle of the road with his hat in his hand, bowing elaborately. "Je vois salut, mademoiselles," he cried. "Mais on de charbon pour voir mes derrière chez Monsieur Gratiot." "Sapristi!" exclaimed the young man, but he laughed. The young women stood up, giggling, and peered at Nick over the young man's shoulder. One of them wore a fresh red and white calamanco gown. She had a complexion of ivory tinged with red, raven hair, and dusky, long-lashed, mischievous eyes brimming with merriment. "Volontiers, Monsieur," she answered before the others could catch their breath. "Premier droite and premier gauche. Allons, Gaspard," she cried, tapping the young man sharply on the shoulder. "Es tu fou?" Gaspard came to himself, flicked the pony, and then went off down the road with shouts of laughter, while Nick stood waving his hat until they turned the corner. "Egad," said he, "I'd take to the highway if I could be sure of holding up such a cargo every time. Off with you, Benjy, and find out where she lives," he cried, and the obedient Benjy dropped the saddle bags as though such commands were not uncommon. "Pick up those bags, Benjy," said I, laughing. Benjy glanced uncertainly at his master. "Do as I tell you, you black scalawag," said Nick, "or I'll tan you. What are you waiting for?" "Marse Davy," began Benjy, rolling his eyes in discomfiture. "Look you, Nick Temple," said I, "when you shipped with me you promised that I should command. I can't afford to have the town about our ears." "Oh, very well, if you put it that way," said Nick. "A little honest diversion. Pick up the bags, Benjy, and follow the parson." Obeying Mademoiselle's directions, we trudged on until we came to a comfortable stone house surrounded by trees and set in a half block bordered by a 7-foot paling. Hardly had we opened the gate when a tall gentleman of grave demeanor and sober dress rose from his seat on the porch, and I recognized my friend of Cahokia days, Monsieur Gratiot. He was a little more portly, his hair was dressed now in an eel skin, and he looked every inch the man of affairs that he was. He greeted us kindly and bade us come up on the porch, where he read my letter of introduction. "Why," he exclaimed immediately, giving me a cordial grasp of the hand, "of course. The strategist, the John Law, the reader of character of Colonel Clark's army. Yes, and worse, the prophet Mr. Ritchie." "And why worse, sir?" I asked. "You predicted that Congress would never repay me for the little loan I advanced to your Colonel." "It was not such a little loan, Monsieur," I said. "N'importe," said he. "I went to Richmond with my box of scrips and promissory notes. But I was not ill repaid. If I did not get my money, I acquired at least a host of distinguished acquaintances. But, Mr. Ritchie, you must introduce me to your friend." "My cousin, Mr. Nicholas Temple," I said. Monsieur Gratiot looked at him fixedly. "Of the Charlestown Temples?" he asked, and a sudden vague fear seized me. "Yes," said Temple, "there was once a family of that name." "And now?" said Monsieur Gratiot, puzzled. "Now," said Nick, "now they've become a worthless lot of refugees and outlaws who by good fortune have escaped the gallows." Before Monsieur Gratiot could answer, a child came running around the corner of the house and stood, surprised, staring at us. Nick made a face, stooped down, and twirled his finger. Shouting with a terrified glee, the boy fled to the garden path, Nick after him. "I like Mr. Temple," said Monsieur Gratiot, smiling. "He is young, but he seems to have had a history." "The Revolution ruined many families. His was one," I answered with what firmness of tone I could muster. And then Nick came back, carrying the shouting youngster on his shoulders. At that instant a lady appeared in the doorway, leading another child, and we were introduced to Madame Gratiot. "Gentlemen," said Monsieur Gratiot, "you must make my house your home. I fear your visit will not be as long as I could wish, Mr. Ritchie," he added, turning to me, "if Mr. Wharton correctly states your business. I have an engagement to have my furs in New Orleans by a certain time. I am late in loading, and as there is a moon, I am sending off my boats to morrow night. The men will have to work on Sunday." "We were fortunate to come in such good season," I answered. After a delicious supper of gumbo, a Creole dish, of fricassee, of crème brûlée, of red wine and fresh wild strawberries, we sat on the porch. The crickets chirped in the garden, the moon cast fantastic shadows from the pecan tree on the grass, while Nick, struggling with his French, talked to Madame Gratiot, and now and then their gay laughter made Monsieur Gratiot pause and smile as he talked to me of my errand. It seemed strange to me that a man who had lost so much by his espousal of our cause should still be faithful to the American Republic. Although he lived in Louisiana, he had never renounced the American allegiance which he had taken at Cahokia. He regarded with no favor the pretensions of Spain toward Kentucky, and, remarkably enough, he looked forward even then to the day when Louisiana would belong to the Republic. I exclaimed at this. "Mr. Ritchie," said he, "the most casual student of your race must come to the same conclusion. You have seen for yourself how they have overrun and conquered Kentucky and the Cumberland districts, despite a hideous warfare waged by all the tribes. Your people will not be denied, and when they get to Louisiana they will take it, as they take everything else." He was a man strong in argument, was Monsieur Gratiot, for he loved it, and he beat me fairly. "Nay," he said finally, "Spain might as well try to dam the Mississippi as to dam your commerce on it. As for France, I love her, though my people were exiled to Switzerland by the Edict of Nantes. But France is rotten through the prodigality of her kings and nobles, and she cannot hold Louisiana. The kingdom is sunk in debt." He cleared his throat. "As for this Wilkinson of whom you speak, I know something of him. I have no doubt that Miro pensions him, and I know Miro likewise, and you will obtain no proof of that. You will, however, discover in New Orleans many things of interest to your government and to the Federal party in Kentucky. Colonel Chouteau and I will give you letters to certain French gentlemen in New Orleans who can be trusted. This Saint Gré, for instance, who puts a French Louisiana into his prayers. He has never forgiven O'Reilly and his Spaniards for the murder of his father in '69. Saint Gré is a good fellow, a cousin of the current Marquis in France, and his ancestors held many positions of trust in the colony under the French regime. He entertains lavishly at Les Îles, his plantation on the Mississippi. He has the gossip of New Orleans at his tongue's tip, and you will be suspected of nothing save a desire to amuse yourself if you go there." He paused, interrupted by the laughter of the others. "When strangers of note or of position drift here and pass on to New Orleans, I always give them letters to Saint Gré. He has a charming daughter and a worthless son." Monsieur Gratiot produced his tabatière and took a pinch of snuff. I summoned my courage for the topic which had trembled all the evening on my lips. "Some years ago, Monsieur Gratiot, a lady and a gentleman were rescued on the Wilderness Trail in Kentucky. They left us for St. Louis. Did they come here?" Monsieur Gratiot leaned forward quickly. "They were people of quality?" he demanded. "Yes." "And their name?" They did not say." "It must have been the Cleves," he cried. "It can have been no other. Tell me, a woman still beautiful, commanding, of perhaps 38, a woman who had a sorrow, a great sorrow, though we have never learned it?" And Mr. Cleave, a man of fashion, ill content too, and pining for the life of a capital? Yes, I said eagerly, my voice sinking near to a whisper. Yes, it is they. And are they here? Monsieur Gratiot took another pinch of snuff. It seemed an age before he answered. It's curious that you should mention them, for I gave them letters to New Orleans, amongst others to St. Gré. Mrs. Cleave was, what shall I say, haunted. Monsieur Cleave talked of nothing but Paris, where they had lived once. And at last she gave in. They have gone there. To Paris? I said, taking breath. Yes, it's more than a year ago, he continued, seeming not to notice my emotion. They went by way of New Orleans in one of Chouteau's boats. Mrs. Cleave seemed a woman with a great sorrow. End of chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Cherchez la femme. Sunday came with the soft haziness of a June morning, and the dew sucked fresh fragrance from the blossoms and the grass. I looked out of our window at the orchard, all pink and white in the early sun, and across a patch of clover to the stone kitchen. A pearly, feathery smoke was wafted from the chimney. A delicious aroma of Creole coffee pervaded the odor of the blossoms. And a cotton-clad negro appeased nude came down the path with 2 steaming cups and knocked at our door. He who has tasted Creole coffee will never forget it. The effect of it was lost upon Nick, for he laid down the cup, sighed, and promptly went to sleep again, while I dressed and went forth to make his excuses to the family. I found Monsieur and Madame with their children walking among the flowers. Madame laughed. "He is charming, your cousin," said she. "Let him sleep, by all means, until after Mass. Then you must come with us to Madame Chouteau's, my mother's. Her children and grandchildren dine with her every Sunday." "Madame Chouteau, my mother-in-law, is the Queen Regent of St. Louis, Mr. Ritchie," said Monsieur Gratiot gayly. "We're all afraid of her, and I warn you that she's a very determined and formidable personage. She is the widow of the founder of St. Louis, the Sieur Laclade, although she prefers her own name. She rules us with a strong hand, dispenses justice, settles disputes, and sometimes indulges in them herself. It is her right. You will see a very pretty French custom of submission to parents," said Madame Gratiot, "and afterwards there is a ball." "A ball?" I exclaimed involuntarily. "It may seem very strange to you, Mr. Ritchie, but we believe that Sunday was made to enjoy. They will have time to attend the ball before you send them down the river?" she added mischievously, turning to her husband. "Certainly," said he. "The loading will not be finished before 8 o'clock." Presently Madame Gratiot went off to Mass, while I walked with Monsieur Gratiot to a storehouse near the river's bank, whence the skins, neatly packed and numbered, were being carried to the boats on the sweating shoulders of the negroes, the half-breeds, and the Canadian boatmen, bulky bales of yellow elk from the upper plains of the Missouri, of buffalo and deer and bear, and priceless little packages of the otter and the beaver trapped in the green shade of the endless northern forest, and brought hither in pirogues down the swift river by the red tribesmen and Canadian adventurers. Afterwards I strolled about the silent village. Even the cabarets were deserted. A private of the Spanish Louisiana regiment in a dirty uniform slouched behind the palings in front of the commandant's quarters, a quaint stone house set against the hill, with dormer windows in its curving roof, with a wide porch held by 8 sturdy hewn pillars. Here and there a muffled figure of a prowling Indian loitered, or a barefooted negress shuffled along by the fence crooning a folk song. All the world had obeyed the call of the church bell, save these and Nick. I bethought myself of Nick, and made my way back to Monsieur Gratiot's. I found my cousin railing at Benjy, who had extracted from the saddlebags a wondrous gray suit of London cut in which to array his master. Clothes became Nick's slim figure remarkably. This coat was cut away smartly, like a uniform, towards the tails, and was brought in at the waist with an infinite art. "Whither now, my conquistador?" I said. "To mass," said he. "To mass!" I exclaimed. "But you've slept through the greater part of it." "The best part is to come," said Nick, giving a final touch to his neckband. Followed by Benjy's adoring eyes, he started out of the door, and I followed him perforce. We came to the little church of upright logs and plaster, with its crudely shingled peaked roof, with its tiny belfry crowned by a cross, with its porches on each side shading the line of windows there. Beside the church, a little at the back, was the curé's modest house of stone, and at the other hand, under spreading trees, the graveyard with its rough wooden crosses. And behind these graves rose the wooded hill that stretched away towards the wilderness. What a span of life has been theirs who rested here! Their youth, perchance, had been spent amongst the crooked streets of some French village, streets lined by red-tiled houses and crossing limpid streams by quaint bridges. Death had overtaken them beside a monster tawny river of which their imaginations had not conceived, a river which draws tribute from the remote places of an unknown land, a river, indeed, which, mixing all the waters, seemed to symbolize a coming race which was to conquer the land by its resistless flow, even as the Mississippi bore relentlessly towards the sea. These were my own thoughts as I listened to the tones of the priest as they came, droningly, out of the door, while Nick was exchanging jokes in doubtful French with some half-breeds leaning against the palings. Then we heard benches scraping on the floor, and the congregation began to file out. Those who reached the steps gave back respectfully, and there came an elderly lady in a sober turban, a black mantilla wrapped tightly about her shoulders, and I made no doubt that she was Monsieur Gratiot's mother-in-law, Madame Chouteau, she whom he had jestingly called the Queen Regent. I was sure of this when I saw Madame Gratiot behind her. Madame Chouteau, indeed, had the face of authority, a high-bridged nose, a determined chin, a mouth that shut tightly. Madame Gratiot presented us to her mother, and as she passed on to the gate Madame Chouteau reminded us that we were to dine with her at 2. After her congregation, the well-to-do and the poor alike poured out of the church and spread in merry groups over the grass. Keel boatmen in tow-shirts and party-colored worsted belts, the blacksmith, the shoemaker, the farmer of a small plot in the common fields in large cotton pantaloons and light-wove camlet coat, the Moor favored in skull-caps, linen small-clothes, cotton stockings, and silver-buckled shoes, every man pausing, dipping into his tabatière for a word with his neighbor. The women, too, made a picture strange to our eyes. The matrons in jacket and petticoat, a madras handkerchief flung about their shoulders, the girls in fresh cotton aid or calamanco. All at once cries of "Polite! Polite!" were heard, and a nimble young man with a jester-like face hopped around the corner of the church, trundling a barrel. Behind Polite came 2 rotund little men perspiring freely, and laden down with various articles, a bird cage with 2 yellow birds, a hat trunk, an inlaid card box, a roll of scarlet cloth, and I know not what else. They deposited these on the grass beside the barrel which 'Polyte had set on end, and proceeded to mount, encouraged by the shouts of his friends, who pressed around the barrel. "It's an auction," I said. But Nick did not hear me. I followed his glance to the far side of the circle, and my eye was caught by a red ribbon, a blush that matched it. A glance shot from underneath long lashes, but not for me. Beside the girl, and palpably uneasy, stood the young man who had been called Gaspard. "Ah," said I, "your angel of the tumbrel." But Nick had pulled off his hat and was sweeping her a bow. The girl looked down, smoothing her ribbon. Gaspard took a step forward, and the other young women near us tittered with delight. The voice of 'Polyte, rolling his R's, called out in a French dialect: "Messieurs et Mesdames, c'est ça du effet d'un pauvre officier qui est mort. Who will buy?" He opened the hat trunk, produced an antiquated beaver with a gold cord, and surveyed it with a covetousness that was admirably feigned. For 'Polyte was an actor. "Messieurs, to own such a hat were a pattern of nobility, and I bid 20 livres." There was a loud laughter, and he was bid 4. "Gaspard," cried the auctioneer, addressing the young man of the tumbrel, "Suzanne would no longer hesitate if she saw you in such a hat, and with the trunk, too." "Ah, mon Dieu, can you afford to miss it?" The crowd howled. Suzanne simpered, and Gaspard turned as pink as clover. But he was not to be bullied. The hat was sold to an elderly person, the red cloth likewise. A pot of grease went to a housewife, and there was a veritable scramble for the box of playing cards. And at last Hippolyte held up the wooden cage with the fluttering yellow birds. "Ha!" he cried, his eyes on Gaspard once more, "a gentle present, a present to make a heart relent. And Monsieur Léon, perchance you will make a bid, although they are not gamecocks." Instantly from somewhere under the barrel a cock crew. Even the yellow birds looked surprised, and as for 'Polyte, he nearly dropped the cage. One elderly person crossed himself. I looked at Nick. His face was impassive. But suddenly I remembered his boyhood gift, how he had imitated the monkeys, and I began to shake with inward laughter. There was an uncomfortable silence. "Peste, c'est la magique," said an old man at last, searching with an uncertain hand for his snuff. "Monsieur," cried Nick to the auctioneer, "I will make a bid, but first you must tell me whether they are cocks or yellow birds." "Parbleu," answered the puzzled Hippolyte, "that I do not know, Monsieur." Everybody looked at Nick, including Suzanne. "Very well," said he, "I will make a bid, and if they turn out to be gamecocks I will fight them with Monsieur Léon behind the cabaret. 2 livres." There was a laugh as of relief. "3," cried Gaspard, and his voice broke. Hippolyte looked insulted. "Messieurs," he shouted, "they are from the Canaries. Diable un berge doit être généreux." Another laugh, and Gaspard wiped the perspiration from his face. "5," said he. "6," said Nick, and the villagers turned to him in wonderment. What could such a fine monsieur want with 2 yellow birds? "En avant, Gaspard," said Hippolyte, and Suzanne shot another barbed glance in our direction. "7," muttered Gaspard. "8," said Nick immediately. "9," said Gaspard. "10," said Nick. "10," cried Hippolyte. "I am offered 10 livres for the yellow birds." "Une bagatelle! Ose, Gaspard, ose livres, pour l'amour de Suzanne." But Gaspard was silent. No appeals, entreaties, or taunts could persuade him to bid more. And at length Hippolyte, with a gesture of disdain, handed Nick the cage as though he were giving it away. "Monsieur," he said, "the birds are yours, since there are no more lovers who are worthy of the name. They do not exist." "Monsieur," answered Nick, "it is to disprove that statement that I have bought the birds. Mademoiselle," he added, turning to the flushing Suzanne, "I pray that you will accept this present with every assurance of my humble regard." Mademoiselle took the cage, and amidst the laughter of the village at the discomfiture of poor Gaspard, swept Nick a frightened courtesy, one that nevertheless was full of coquetry. And at that instant, to cap the situation, a rotund little man with a round face under a linen berretta grasped Nick by the hand and cried in painful but sincere English, "Monsieur, you mek my daughter ver' happy. She want those birds ever since Captain Lopez he die. Monsieur, I am Jean Baptiste Lenoir, Colonel Chouteau's miller, and we ver' happy to see you at the pond." "If Monsieur will lead the way," said Nick instantly, taking the little man by the arm. "But you are to dine at Madame Chouteau's," he expostulated. "To be sure," said he. "Au revoir, Monsieur. Au revoir, Mademoiselle. Peut-être, Mademoiselle. Peut-être, nos dostrons, peut-être." "What devil inhabits you?" I said, when I got him started on the way to Madame Chouteau's. "Your own at present, Davy," he answered, laying a hand on my shoulder, "else I should be on the way to the pond with Lenoir. But the ball is to come," and he executed several steps in anticipation. "Davy, I'm sorry for you." "Why?" I demanded, though feeling a little self-commiseration also. "You will never know how to enjoy yourself," said he, with conviction. Madame Chouteau lived in a stone house, wide and low, surrounded by trees and gardens. It was a pretty tribute of respect her children and grandchildren paid her that day, in accordance with the old French usage of honoring the parent. I should like to linger on the scene and tell how Nick made them all laugh over the story of Suzanne Lenoir and the yellow birds, and how the children pressed around him and made him imitate all the denizens of wood and field amid deafening shrieks of delight. "You have probably delayed Gaspard's wooing another year, Mr. Temple. Suzanne is a sad coquette," said Colonel Auguste Chouteau, laughing, as we set out for the ball. The sun was hanging low over the western hills as we approached the barracks, and out of the open windows came the merry, mad sound of violin, guitar, and flageolet, the tinkle of a triangle now and then, the shouts of laughter, the shuffle of many feet over the puncheons. Within the door, smiling and benignant, unmindful of the stifling atmosphere, sat the black-robed village priest, talking volubly to an elderly man in a scarlet cap, and several stout ladies ranged along the wall. Beyond them, on a platform, Zéron, the baker, fiddled as though his life depended on it, the perspiration dripping from his brow, frowning, gesticulating at them with the flageolet and the triangle. And in a dim, noisy, heated whirl, the whole village went round and round and round under the low ceiling in the valse, young and old, rich and poor, high and low, the sound of their laughter and the scraping of their feet cut now and again by an agonized squeak from Zéron's fiddle. From time to time a staggering, panting couple would fling themselves out, help themselves liberally to pink syrup from the bowl on the side table, and then fling themselves in once more until Zéron stopped from sheer exhaustion to tune up for a pas de deux. Across the room, by the syrup bowl, a pair of red ribbons flaunted, and a pair of eyes sent a swift challenge. Zéron and his assistants struck up again, and there in a corner was Nick Temple, with characteristic effrontery attempting a pas de deux with Suzanne. Though Nick was ignorant, he was not ungraceful, and the village laughed, and admired. And when Zéron drifted back into a valse, he seized Suzanne's plump figure in his arms and bore her, unresisting, like a prize among the dancers, avoiding alike the fat and unwieldy, the clumsy and the spiteful. For a while the tune held its mad pace and ended with a shriek and a snap on a high note, for Zéron had broken a string. Amid a burst of laughter from the far end of the room, I saw Nick stop before an open window in which a prying Indian was framed, swing Suzanne at arm's length, and bow abruptly at the brave with a grunt that startled him into life. "Matin méchant!" shrieked Suzanne excitedly. Poor Gaspard, poor Hippolyte! They would gain Suzanne for a dance, only to have her snatched away at the next by the slim and reckless young gentleman in the gray court clothes. Little Nick cared that the affair soon became the amusement of the company. From time to time, as he glided past with Suzanne on his shoulder, he nodded gayly to Colonel Chouteau or made a long face at me, and to save our souls we could not help laughing. "The girl has met her match, for she has played shuttlecock with all the hearts in the village," said Monsieur Chouteau, "and perhaps it is just as well that Mr. Temple is leaving to night. I have signed a bond, Mr. Ritchie, by which you can obtain money at New Orleans. And do not forget to present our letter to Monsieur de St. Gré. He has a daughter, by the way, who will be more a match for your friend's fascinations than Suzanne." The evening faded into twilight, with no signs of weariness from the dancers. And presently there stood beside us Jean Baptiste Lenoir, the Colonel's miller. "Bon, Monsieur le Colonel," he said, touching his skull cap. "The water is very low. Your friend," he added, turning to me, "he stay long time in St. Louis?" "He is going away to night, in an hour or so," I answered, with thanksgiving in my heart. "I am sorry," said Monsieur Lenoir politely, but his looks belied his words. "He is ver' fond Suzanne. Petit try he marry her, but I think not. I come away from France to escape the fine gentleman. Long time ago they want to run off with my wife. She was like Suzanne." "How long ago did you come from France, Monsieur?" I asked, to get away from an uncomfortable subject. "It is 20 years," said he, dreamily, in French. "I was born in the Quartier Saint Jean, on the harbor of the city of Marseilles, near Notre Dame de la Nativité." And he told of a tall, uneven house of 4 stories with a high pitched roof and a little barred door and window at the bottom giving out upon the rough cobbles. He spoke of the smell of the sea, of the rollicking sailors who surged through the narrow streets to embark on his Majesty's men of war, and of the King's white soldiers in ranks of 4 going to foreign lands, and how he had become a farmer, the tenant of a country family. Excitement grew on him, and he mopped his brow with his blue rummel handkerchief. "They desire all, the nobles," he cried. "I make the land good, and they seize it. I marry a pretty wife, and Monsieur le Comte, he want her. Le bon Dieu," he added bitterly, relapsing into French. "France is for the King and the nobility, Monsieur. The poor have but little chance there. In the country I have seen the peasants eat roots, and in the city the poor devour the refuse from the houses of the rich. It was we who paid for their luxuries, and with mine own eyes I have seen their gilded coaches ride down weak men and women in the streets. But it cannot last. They will murder Louis and burn the great château. I who speak to you am of the people, Monsieur. I know it." The sun had long set, and with flint in tow they were touching the flame to the candles, which flickered transparent yellow in the deepening twilight. So absorbed had I become in listening to Lenoir's description that I had forgotten Nick. Now I searched for him among the promenading figures, and missed him. In vain did I seek for a glimpse of Suzanne's red ribbons, and I grew less and less attentive to the miller's reminiscences and arraignments of the nobility. Had Nick indeed run away with his daughter? The dancing went on with unabated zeal, and through the open door in the fainting azure of the sky the summer moon hung above the hills like a great yellow orange. Striving to hide my uneasiness, I made my farewells to Madame Chouteau's sons and daughters and their friends, and with Colonel Chouteau I left the hall and began to walk towards Monsieur Gratiot's, hoping against hope that Nick had gone there to change. But we had scarce reached the road before we could see two figures in the distance, hazily outlined in the mid-light of the departed sun and the coming moon. The first was Monsieur Gratiot himself, the second Benjy. Monsieur Gratiot took me by the hand. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Ritchie," he said politely, "that my keel boats are loaded and ready to leave. Were you on any other errand, I should implore you to stay with us." "Is Temple at your house?" I asked faintly. "Why, no," said Monsieur Gratiot. "I thought he was with you at the ball." "Where's your master?" I demanded sternly of Benjy. "I ain't seed him, Marse Dave, since I put him into dem fine clothes that he wearin' a courtin'." "He's gone off with the girl," put in Colonel Chouteau, laughing. "But where?" I said, with growing anger at this lack of consideration on Nick's part. "I'll warrant that Gaspard or Hippolyte Beaujais will know, if they can be found," said the Colonel. "Neither of them willingly lets the girl out of his sight." As we hurried back towards the throbbing sounds of Zéron's fiddle, I apologized as best I might to Monsieur Gratiot, declaring that if Nick were not found within the half hour, I would leave without him. My host protested that an hour or so would make no difference. We were about to pass through the group of loungers that loitered about the gate when the sound of rapid footsteps arrested us, and we turned to confront two panting and perspiring young men who halted beside us. One was Hippolyte Beaujais, more fantastic than ever as he faced the moon, and the other was Gaspard. They had plainly made a common cause. But it was Hippolyte who spoke. "Monsieur," he cried, "you seek your friend? Ha, we have found him. We will lead you to him." "Where is he?" said Colonel Chouteau, repressing another laugh. "On the pond, Monsieur, in a boat, Monsieur, with Suzanne, Monsieur le Colonel. And moreover, he will come ashore for no one." "Parbleu," said the Colonel, "I should think not of any arguments that you two could muster. But we will go there." "How far is it?" I asked, thinking of Monsieur Gratiot. "About a mile," said Colonel Chouteau, "a pleasant walk." We stepped out, Hippolyte and Gaspard running in front, the Colonel and Monsieur Gratiot and myself following. And a snicker which burst out now and then told us that Benjy was in the rear. On any other errand I should have thought the way beautiful, for the country road, rutted by wooden wheels, wound in and out through pleasant vales and over gentle rises, whence we caught glimpses from time to time of the Mississippi gleaming like molten gold to the eastward. Here and there, nestling against the gentle slopes of the hillside clearing, was a low thatched farmhouse among its orchards. As we walked, Nick's escapade, instead of angering Monsieur Gratiot, seemed to present itself to him in a more and more ridiculous aspect, and twice he nudged me to call my attention to the two vengefully triumphant figures silhouetted against the moon ahead of us. From time to time also I saw Colonel Chouteau shaking with laughter. As for me, it was impossible to be angry at Nick for any space. Nobody else would have carried off a girl in the face of her rivals for a moonlight row on a pond a mile away. At length we began to go down into the valley where Chouteau's pond was, and we caught glimpses of the shimmering of its waters through the trees. Ay, and presently heard them tumbling lightly over the mill dam. The spot was made for romance. A sequestered vale clad with forest trees, cleared a little by the waterside, where Monsieur Lenoir raised his maize and his vegetables. Below the mill, so Monsieur Gratiot told me, where the creek lay in pools on its limestone bed, the village washing was done. And every Monday morning bare-legged negresses strode up this road, the bundles of clothes balanced on their heads, the paddles in their hands, followed by a stream of black urchins who tempted Providence to drown them. Down in the valley we came to a path that branched from the road and led under the oaks and hickories towards the pond, and we had not taken 20 paces in it before the notes of a guitar and the sound of a voice reached our ears. And then when the 6 of us stood huddled in the rank growth at the water's edge, we saw a boat floating idly in the forest shadow on the far side. I put my hand to my mouth. "Nick!" I shouted. There came for an answer, with the careless and unskilful thrumping of the guitar, the end of the verse: "Thine eyes are bright as the stars at night, thy cheeks like the rose of the dawning, oh." "Hélas!" exclaimed Hippolyte sadly, "there's no other boat." "Nick!" I shouted again, reinforced vociferously by the others. The music ceased. There came feminine laughter across the water, then Nick's voice, in French that dared everything: "Go away and amuse yourselves at the dance. Peste, it is scarce an hour ago I threatened to row ashore and break your heads. Allez-vous en chalut!" A scream of delight from Suzanne followed this sally, which was received by Gaspard and Hippolyte with a rattle of sacres. And, despite our irritation, the Colonel, Monsieur Gratiot, and myself with a burst of involuntary laughter. "Parbleu," said the Colonel, choking, "it is a pity to disturb such a one. Gratiot, if it was my boat, I'd delay the departure till morning." "Indeed, I shall have had no small entertainment as a solace," said Monsieur Gratiot. "Listen." The tinkle of the guitar was heard again, and Nick's voice, strong and full and undisturbed: "S'posen I was to go to New Orleans and take sick and die, like a bird into the country my spirit would fly. Go away, old man, and leave me alone, for I'm a stranger and a long way from home." There was a murmur of voices in the boat, the sound of a paddle gurgling as it dipped, and the dugout shot out towards the center of the pond and drifted again. I shouted once more at the top of my lungs, "Come in here, Nick, instantly." There was a moment's silence. "By gad, it's Parson Davy!" I heard Nick exclaim. "Hello, Davy! How the deuce did you get there?" "No thanks to you," I retorted hotly. "Come in." "Lord," said he, "is it time to go to New Orleans?" "One might think New Orleans was across the street," said Monsieur Gratiot. What an attitude of mind! The dugout was coming towards us now, propelled by easy strokes, and Nick could be heard the while talking in low tones to Suzanne. We could only guess at the tenor of his conversation, which ceased entirely as they drew near. At length the prow slid in among the rushes, was seized vigorously by Gaspard and Hippolyte, and the boat hauled ashore. "Thank you very much, Messieurs, you're most obliging," said Nick. And, taking Suzanne by the hand, he helped her gallantly over the gunwale. "Monsieur," he added, turning in his most irresistible manner to Monsieur Gratiot, "if I have delayed the departure of your boat, I am exceedingly sorry. But I appeal to you if I have not the best of excuses." And he bowed to Suzanne, who stood beside him coyly, looking down. As for Hippolyte and Gaspard, they were quite breathless between rage and astonishment. But Colonel Chouteau began to laugh. "Diable, Monsieur, you are right," he cried, "and rather than have missed this entertainment, I would pay Gratiot for his cargo." "Au revoir, Mademoiselle," said Nick. "I will return when I am released from bondage. And when this terrible mentor relaxes vigilance, I will escape and make my way back to you through the forests." "Oh," cried Mademoiselle to me, "you will let him come back, Monsieur?" "Assuredly, Mademoiselle," I said. But I have known him longer than you, and I will tell you that in a month he will not wish to come back." Hippolyte gave a grunt of approval to this plain speech. Suzanne exclaimed, but before Nick could answer, footsteps were heard in the path, and Lenoir himself, perspiring, panting, exhausted, appeared in the midst of us. "Suzanne!" he cried, "Suzanne!" And turning to Nick, he added quite simply, "So, Monsieur, you did not run off with her after all." "There was no place to run, Monsieur," answered Nick. "Praise be to God for that," said the miller heartily. "There's some advantage in living in the wilderness, when everything is said." "I shall come back and try, Monsieur," said Nick. The miller raised his hands. "I assure you that he will not, Monsieur," I put in. He thanked me profusely, and suddenly an idea seemed to strike him. "There is the priest," he cried. "Monsieur le Curé retires late. There is the priest, Monsieur." There was an awkward silence, broken at length by an exclamation from Gaspard. Colonel Chouteau turned his back, and I saw his shoulders heave. All eyes were on Nick, but the rascal did not seem at all perturbed. "Monsieur," he said, bowing, "marriage is a serious thing, and not to be entered into lightly. I thank you from my heart. But I am bound now with Mr. Ritchie on an errand of such importance that I must make a sacrifice of my own interests and affairs to his." "If Mr. Temple wishes," I began with malicious delight, but Nick took me by the shoulder. "My dear Davy," he said, giving me a vicious kick, "I could not think of it. I will go with you at once." "Adieu, Mademoiselle," said he, bending over Suzanne's unresisting hand. "Adieu, Messieurs, and I thank you for your great interest in me." This to Gaspard and Hippolyte. "And now, Monsieur Gratiot, I have already presumed too much on your patience. I will follow you, Monsieur." We left them, Lenoir, Suzanne, and our two suitors, standing at the pond, and made our way through the path in the forest. It was not until we reached the road and had begun to climb out of the valley that the silence was broken between us. "Monsieur," said Colonel Chouteau, slyly, "do you have many such escapes?" "It might have been closer," said Nick. "Closer?" ejaculated the Colonel. "Assuredly," said Nick, "to the extent of abducting Monsieur le Curé. As for you, Davy," he added between his teeth, "I mean to get even with you." It was well for us that the Colonel and Monsieur Gratiot took the escapade with such good nature. And so we walked along through the summer night, talking gayly, until at length the lights of the village twinkled ahead of us, and in the streets we met many parties making merry on their homeward way. We came to Monsieur Gratiot's, bade our farewells to Madame, picked up our saddle bags, the two gentlemen escorting us down to the river bank where the keel boat was tugging at the ropes that held her, impatient to be off. Her captain, a picturesque Canadian by the name of Xavier Perret, was presented to us. We bade our friends farewell and stepped across the plank to the deck. As we were casting off, Monsieur Gratiot called to us that he would take the first occasion to send our horses back to Kentucky. The oars were manned, the heavy hulk moved, and we were shot out into the mighty current of the river on our way to New Orleans. Nick and I stood for a long time on the deck, and the windows of the little village gleamed like stars among the trees. We passed the last of the houses that nestled against the hill, and below that the forest lay like velvet under the moon. The song of our boatmen broke the silence of the night. Voici le temps et la saison, voici le temps et la saison. Ah, virez qui les gens solosa, ah, virez qui les gens solosa. End of chapter 9. Book 2, Chapter 10 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 The Keel Boat We were embarked on a strange river in a strange boat and bound for a strange city. To us Westerners a halo of romance, of unreality, hung over New Orleans. To us it had an old world, almost Oriental flavor of mystery and luxury and pleasure, and we imagined it swathed in the moisture of the Delta, built of quaint houses, with courts of shining orange trees and magnolias, and surrounded by flowering plantations of unimagined beauty. It was almost fitting that such a place should be the seat of dark intrigues against material progress, and this notion lent added zest to my errand thither. As for Nick, it took no great sagacity on my part to predict that he would forget Suzanne and begin to look forward to the Creole beauties of the mysterious city. First there was the fur-laden keel boat in which we travelled, gone forever now from Western navigation. It had its rude square sail to take advantage of the river winds, its mast strongly braced to hold the long tow ropes. But tow ropes were for the endless up-river journey, when a numerous crew strained day after day along the bank, chanting the voyageurs' songs. Now we were light-manned, 2 half-breeds and 2 Canadians to handle the oars in time of peril, and Captain Xavier, who stood aft on the cabin roof, leaning against the heavy beam of the long curved tiller, watching hawk-like for snag and eddy and bar. Within the cabin was a great fireplace of stones, where our cooking was done, and bunks set round for the men in cold weather and rainy. But in these fair nights we chose to sleep on the deck. Far into the night we sat, Nick and I, our feet dangling over the forward edge of the cabin, looking at the glory of the moon on the vast river, at the endless forest crown, at the haze which hung like silver dust under the high bluffs on the American side. We slept. We awoke again as the moon was shrinking abashed before the light that glowed above these cliffs, and the river was turned from brown to gold, and then to burnished copper, the forest to 1,000 shades of green from crest to the banks where the river was licking the twisted roots to nakedness. The south wind wafted the sharp wood smoke from the chimney across our faces. In the stern Xavier stood immovable against the tiller, his short pipe clutched between his teeth, the colors of his new worsted belt made gorgeous by the rising sun. "Bonjour, Michié," he said, and added, in the English he had picked up from the British traders, "The breakfast he is ready, and Jean make him good. Will you have the grace to descend?" We went down the ladder into the cabin, where the odor of the furs mingled with the smell of the cooking. There was a fricassee steaming on the crane, some of Zéron's bread, brought from St. Louis, and coffee that Monsieur Gratiot had provided for our use. We took our bowls and cups on deck and sat on the edge of the cabin. "By God," cried Nick, "it lacks but the one element to make it a paradise." "And what's that?" I demanded. "A woman," said he. Xavier, who overheard, gave a delighted laugh. "Parbleu, Monsieur, you have right," he said. "But Michié Gratiot he say no. In Nouveau Orleans we find some." Nick got to his feet, and if anything he did could have surprised me, I should have been surprised when he put his arm coaxingly about Xavier's neck. Xavier himself was surprised and correspondingly delighted. "Tell me, Xavier," he said, with a look not to be resisted, "do you think I shall find some beauties there?" "Beauties!" exclaimed Xavier. "La Nouvelle Orleans! It is the home of beauty, Michié. They promenade themselves on the levee. They look down from the gallery. Mais—" "But what, Xavier?" "But, mon Dieu, Michié, they are very difficile. They are not like English beauties. There is the father and the mother and the convent." And Xavier, who had a wen under his eyes, laid his finger on it. "For shame, Xavier," cried Nick. and you are balked by such things?" Xavier thought this an exceedingly good joke, and he took his pipe out of his mouth to laugh the better. "Me? Mais non, Michi. And yet the Alcalde, he make me afraid. Once he put me in the calaboose when I tried to climb the balcony." Nick roared. "I will show you how, Xavier," he said. "As to climbing the balconies, there's a convenience in it, as in all else. For instance, one must be daring and discreet and nimble and ready to give the law a presentable answer, and lacking that, a piastre. And then the fair one must be a fair one indeed." "Diable, Michi," cried Xavier, "you're the mischief." "Nay," said Nick, "I learned it all and much more from my cousin, Mr. Ritchie." Xavier stared at me for an instant, and considering that he knew nothing of my character, I thought it extremely impolite of him to laugh. Indeed, he tried to control himself, for some reason standing in awe of my appearance, and then he burst out into such loud haw-haws that the crew poked their heads above the cabin hatch. "Michi Ritchie," said Xavier, and again he burst into laughter that choked further speech. He controlled himself and laid his finger on his wen. "You don't believe it?" said Nick, offended. "Monsieur Ritchie, a gallant," said Xavier. "An incurable," said Nick. "An amazingly clever rogue at device when there's a petticoat in it. Davy, do I do you justice?" Xavier roared again. "Quel maitre," he said. "Xavier," said Nick, gently taking the tiller out of his hand, "I will teach you how to steer a keelboat." "Mon Dieu," said Xavier, "and who is to pay Michi Gratiot for his fur? The river she is full of things." "Yes, I know, Xavier, but you will teach me to steer." "Volontiers, Michi, as we go now. But there come a time when I, even I, who am 20 year on her, do not know whether it is right or left. The rock, he ver hard. The snag, he grip you like that." And Xavier twined his strong arms around Nick until he was helpless. "The bar, he hold you by the leg. And who is to tell you how far he run under the yellow water, Michi? I, who speak to you, know, but I know not how I know. The water, sometimes she tell, sometimes she say nothing." "Ah, Bass," said Nick, pushing him away, "I will teach you the river." Xavier laughed and sat down on the edge of the cabin. Nick took easily to accomplishments, and he handled the clumsy tiller with a certainty and distinction that made the boatmen swear in 2 languages and a patois. A great waterlogged giant of the northern forest loomed ahead of us. Xavier sprang to his feet, but Nick had swung his boat swiftly, smoothly into the deeper water on the outer side. "Saint Jacques, Michi," cried Xavier, "you make him better than I thought." Fascinated by his new accomplishment, Nick held to the tiller, while Xavier, with a trained eye, scanned the troubled, yellow glistening surface of the river ahead. The wind died, the sun beat down with a moist and venomous sting, and northeastward above the edge of the bluff a bank of clouds like sulphur smoke was lifted. Gradually Xavier ceased his jesting and became quiet. "Looks like a hurricane," said Nick. "Mon Dieu," said Xavier, "you have right, Michi." And he called in his rapid patois to the crew, who lounged forward in the cabin shade. There came to my mind the memory of that hurricane at Temple Bow long ago, a storm that seemed to have brought so much sorrow into my life. I glanced at Nick, but his face was serene. The cloud bank came on in black and yellow masses, and the saffron light I recalled so well turned the living green of the forest to a sickly pallor, and the yellow river to a tinge scarce to be matched on earth. Xavier had the tiller now, and the men were straining at the oars to send the boat across the current towards the nearer western shore. And as my glance took in the scale of things, the miles of bluff frowning above the bottom, the river that seemed now like a lake of lava gently boiling, and the wilderness of the western shore that reached beyond the ken of man, I could not but shudder to think of the conflict of nature's forces in such a place. A grim stillness reigned over all, broken only now and again by a sharp command from Xavier. The men were rowing for their lives, the sweat glistening on their red faces. "She come!" said Xavier. I looked, not to the northeast, whence the banks of cloud had risen, but to the southwest, and it seemed as though a little speck was there against the hurrying film of cloud. We were drawing near the forest line, where a little creek made an indentation. I listened, and from afar came a sound like the strumming of low notes on a guitar, and sad. The terrified scream of a panther broke the silence of the forest, and then the other distant note grew stronger and stronger yet, and rose to a high hum like unto no sound on this earth, and mingled with it now was a lashing like water falling from a great height. We grounded, and Xavier, seizing a great tow rope, leaped into the shallow water and passed the bight around a trunk. I cried out to Nick, but my voice was drowned. He seized me and flung me under the cabin's lee, and then above the fearful note of the storm came cracklings like gunshots of great trees snapping at their trunk. We saw the forest wall burst out, how far away I know not, and the air was filled as with a flock of giant birds, and boughs crashed on the roof of the cabin and tore the water in the darkness. How long we lay clutching each other in terror on the rocking boat I may not say, but when the veil first lifted, there was the river like an angry sea, and limitless, the wind in its fury, whipping the foam from the crests and bearing it off into space. And presently, as we stared, the note lowered and the wind was gone again, and there was the water tossing foolishly, and we lay safe amidst the green wreckage of the forest, as by a miracle. It was Nick who moved first. With white face he climbed to the roof of the cabin, and idly seizing the great limb that lay there, tried to move it. Xavier, who lay on his face on the bank, rose to a sitting posture and crossed himself. Beyond me crowded the 4 members of the crew, unhurt. Then we heard Xavier's voice in French, thanking the Blessed Virgin for our escape. Further speech was gone from us, for men do not talk after such a matter. We laid hold of the tree across the cabin and, straining, flung it over into the water. A great drop of rain hit me on the forehead, and there came a silver gray downpour that blotted out the scene and drove us down below. And then, from somewhere in the depths of the dark cabin, came a sound to make a man's blood run cold. "What's that?" I said, clutching Nick. "Benjy," said he. "Thank God he did not die of fright." We lighted a candle, and poking around, found the negro where he had crept into the farthest corner of a bunk, with his face to the wall. And when we touched him, he gave vent to a yell that was blood-curdling. "I's a bad nigger, Lord, yes, I is," he moaned. "I ain't fit for judgment, Lord." Nick shook him and laughed. "Come out of that, Benjy," he said. "You've got another chance." Benjy turned, perforce, the whites of his eyes gleaming in the candle light, and stared at us. "You ain't gone yet, Marse?" he said. "Gone where?" said Nick. "I's done been told de quality'll be judged first, Marse," said Benjy. Nick hauled him out on the floor. Climbing to the deck, we found that the boat was already under way, running southward in the current through the misty rain. And, gazing shoreward, a sight met my eyes which I shall never forget. A wide vista, carpeted with wreckage, was cut through the forest to the river's edge, and the yellow water was strewn for miles with green boughs. We stared down it overwhelmed, until we had passed beyond its line. "It is as straight," said Nick, "as straight as one of her Majesty's alleys I saw cut through the forest at St. Cloud." Had I space and time to give a faithful account of this journey, it would be chiefly a tribute to Xavier's skill, for they who have not put themselves at the mercy of the Mississippi in a small craft can have no idea of the dangers of such a voyage. Infinite experience, a keen eye, a steady hand, and a nerve of iron are required. Now, when the current swirled almost to a rapid, we grazed a rock by the width of a ripple, and again, despite the efforts of Xavier and the crew, we would tear the limbs from a huge tree, which, had we hit it fair, would have ripped us from bow to stern. Once, indeed, we were fast on a sandbar, whence, as Nick said, Xavier fairly cursed us off. We took care to moor at night, where we could be seen as little as possible from the river, and divided the watches lest we should be surprised by Indians. And as we went southward, our hands and faces became blotched all over by the bites of mosquitoes and flies, and we smothered ourselves under blankets to get rid of them. At times we fished, and one evening, after we had passed the expanse of water at the mouth of the Ohio, Nick pulled a hideous thing from the inscrutable yellow depths, a slimy, scaleless catfish. He came up like a log and must have weighed 70 pounds. Xavier and his men and myself made 2 good meals of him, but Nick would not touch the meat. The great river teemed with life. There were flocks of herons and cranes and water pelicans, and I know not what other birds. And as we slipped under the banks, we often heard the parakeets chattering in the forest. And once, as we drifted into an inlet at sunset, we caught sight of the shaggy head of a bear above the brown water, and, leaping down into the cabin, I primed the rifle that stood there and shot him. It took the 7 of us to drag him on board, and then I cleaned and skinned him as Tom had taught me, and showed Jean how to put the caul fat and liver in rows on a skewer and wrap it in the bear's handkerchief and roast it before the fire. Nick found no difficulty in eating this. It was a dish fit for any gourmand. We passed the great red Chickasaw Bluff, which sits facing westward looking over the limitless Louisiana forest, where new and wondrous vines and flowers grew, and came to the beautiful Walnut Hills, crowned by a Spanish fort. We did not stop there to exchange courtesies, but pressed on to the Grand Gulf, the grave of many a keelboat before and since. This was by far the most dangerous place on the Mississippi, and Xavier was never weary of recounting many perilous escapes there, or telling how such and such a priceless cargo had sunk in the mud by reason of the lack of skill of particular boatmen he knew of. And indeed, the Canadian's face assumed a graver mien after the Walnut Hills were behind us. "You laugh, Michié," he said to Nick a little resentfully. "I who speak to you say that there is 4 foot on each side of the bateau. Too much tafia, a little too much excite," and he made a gesture with his hand expressing of total destruction. "The tornado! I would sooner have him—" "Bah," said Nick, stroking Xavier's black beard. "Give me the tiller. I will see you through safely, and we will not spare the tafia either." And he began to sing a song of Xavier's own. "Marianne, dame jolie, où est votre mari?" "Ah, toujours la dames," said Xavier. "But I tell you, Michié, le diable, he is at the bottom of the Grand Gulf and his mouth open so." And he suited the action to the word. At night we tied up under the shore within earshot of the mutter of the place, and twice that night I awoke with clenched hands from a dream of being spun fiercely against the rock of which Xavier had told, and sucked into the devil's mouth under the water. Dawn came as I was fighting the mosquitoes, a still, sultry dawn with thunder muttering in the distance. We breakfasted in silence, and with the crew standing ready at the oars and Xavier scanning the wild expanse of waters ahead, seeking for that unmarked point whence to embark on this perilous journey, we floated down the stream. The prospect was sufficiently disquieting on that murky day. Below us, on the one hand, a rocky bluff reached out into the river, and on the far side was a timber-clad point round which the Mississippi doubled and flowed back on itself. It needed no trained eye to guess at the perils of the place. On the one side the mighty current charged against the bluff, and, furious at the obstacle, lashed itself into 100 sucks and whirls, their course marked by the flotsam plundered from the forests above. Woe betide the boat that got into this devil's cauldron. And on the other side, near the timbered point, ran a countercurrent marked by forest wreckage flowing upstream. To venture too far on this side was to be grounded, or at least to be sent back to embark once more on the trial. But where was the channel? We watched Xavier with bated breath. Not once did he take his eyes from the swirling water ahead, but gave the tiller a touch from time to time, now right, now left, and called in a monotone for the port or starboard oars. Nearer and nearer we sped, dodging the snags until the water boiled around us, and suddenly the boat shot forward as in a mill race, and we clutched the cabin's roof. A triumphant gleam was in Xavier's eyes, for he had hit the channel squarely. And then, like a monster out of the deep, the scaly black back of a great northern pine was flung up beside us and sheered us across the channel until we were at the very edge of the foam-speckled, spinning water. But Xavier saw it, and, quick as lightning, brought his helm over and laughed as he heard it crunching along our keel. And so we came swiftly around the bend and into safety once more. The next day was the Petite Gulf, which bothered Xavier very little, and the day after that we came in sight of Natchez on her heights, and guided our boat in amongst the others that lined the shore, scowled at by lounging Indians there, and eyed suspiciously by a hatchet-faced Spaniard in a tawdry uniform who represented His Majesty's customs. Here we stopped for a day and a night that Xavier and his crew might get properly drunk on tafia, while Nick and I walked about the town, and waited until His Excellency the Commandant had finished dinner that we might present our letters and obtain his passport. Natchez at that date was a sufficiently unkempt and evil place of dirty, ramshackle houses and gambling dens, where men of the four nations gamed and quarreled and fought. We were glad enough to get away the following morning, Xavier somewhat saddened by the loss of 30 livres of which he had no memory, and Nick and myself relieved at having the passports in our pockets. I have mine yet among my papers. Natchez, 29 de junio de 1789. Concedo libre y seguro pasaporte a don David Ritchie para que pasa al Nuevo New Orleans por Agna. Pido y encargo no se le ponga embarazo. A few days more, and we were running between low shores which seemed to hold a dark enchantment. The rivers now flowed out of and not into the Mississippi, and Xavier called them bayous, and often it took much skill and foresight on his part not to be shot into the lane they made in the dark forest of an evening. And the forest, it seemed an impenetrable mystery, a strange tangle of fantastic growths, the live oak, Schenvert, its wide spreading limbs hung funereally with Spanish moss entwined in the mistletoe's death embrace, the dark cypress swamp with the cone-like knees above the yellow-black waters, and here and there grew the bride-like magnolia which we had known in Kentucky, wafting its perfume over the waters, and wondrous flowers and vines and trees with French names that bring back the scene to me even now with a whiff of romance. Voidac, lilac, grand volet, water lily. Birds flew hither and thither, the names of every one of which Xavier knew, the whistling papabot, the mournful bittern, garde soleil, and the night heron, grosbeck, who stood like a sentinel on the points. One night I awoke with the sweat starting from my brow, trying to collect my senses, and I lay on my blanket listening to such plaintive and heart-rending cries as I had never known. Human cries they were, cries as of children in distress, and I rose to a sitting posture on the deck with my hair standing up straight to discover Nick beside me in the same position. "God have mercy on us," I heard him mutter. "What's that? It sounds like the wail of all the babies since the world began." We listened together, and I can give no notion of the hideous mournfulness of the sound. We lay in a swampy little inlet, and the forest wall made a dark blur against the star-studded sky. There was a splash near the boat that made me clutch my legs. The wails ceased and began again with redoubled intensity. Nick and I leaped to our feet and stood staring, horrified, over the gunwale into the black water. Presently there was a laugh behind us, and we saw Xavier resting on his elbow. "What devil-haunted place is this?" demanded Nick. "Ha, ha!" said Xavier, shaking with unseemly mirth. "You have never heard the alligator sing, Michié?" "Alligator!" cried Nick. "There are babies in the water, I tell you." "Ha, ha!" laughed Xavier, flinging off his blanket and searching for his flint and tinder. He lighted a pine knot, and in the red pulsing flare we saw what seemed to be a dozen black logs floating on the surface. And then Xavier flung the crescent at them, fire and all. There was a lashing, a frightful howl from one of the logs, and the night's silence once more. Often after that our slumbers were disturbed, and we would rise with maledictions in our mouths to fling the handiest thing at the serenaders. When we arose in the morning, we would often see them by the dozens, basking in the shallows, with their wide mouths flapped open, waiting for their prey. Sometimes we ran upon them in the water, where they looked like the rough bark pine logs from the north, and Nick would have a shot at them. When he hit one fairly, there would be a leviathan-like roar and a churning of the river into suds. At length there were signs that we were drifting out of the wilderness, and one morning we came in sight of a rich plantation with its dark orange trees and fields of indigo, with its wide galleried manor house in a grove. And as we drifted we heard the negroes chanting at their work, the plaintive cadence of the strange song adding to the mystery of the scene. Here in truth was a new world, a land of peaceful customs, green and moist. The soft-toned bells of it seemed an expression of its life, so far removed from our own striving and fighting existence in Kentucky. Here and there, between plantations, a belfry could be seen above the cluster of the little white village planted in the green. And when we went ashore amongst these simple French people, they treated us with such gentle civility and kindness that we would fain have lingered there. The river had become a vast yellow lake, and often as we drifted of an evening, the wail of a slave dance and monotonous beating of a tom-tom would float to us over the water. At last, late one afternoon, we came in sight of that strange city which had filled our thoughts for many days. End of chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 11 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, The Strange City. Nick and I stood by the mast on the forward part of the cabin, staring at the distant, low-lying city, while Xavier sought for the entrance to the eddy which here runs along the shore. If you did not gain this entrance, so he explained, you were carried by a swift current below New Orleans, and might by no means get back save by the hiring of a crew. Xavier, however, was not to be caught thus, and presently we were gliding quietly along the eastern bank, or levee, which held back the river from the lowlands. Then, as we looked, the levee became an esplanade, shaded by rows of willows, and through them we caught sight of the upper galleries and low, curving roofs of the city itself. There, cried Xavier, was the Governor's house on the corner, where the great Miro lived, and beyond it the house of the Intendant, and then, gliding into an open space between the keelboats along the bank, stared at by a score of boatmen and idlers from above, we came to the end of our long journey. No sooner had we made fast than we were boarded by a shabby customs officer, who, when he had seen our passports, bowed politely and invited us to land. We leaped ashore, gained the gravel walk on the levee, and looked about us. Squalidity first met our eyes. Below us, crowded between the levee and the row of houses, were dozens of squalid market stalls tended by cotton-clad negroes. Beyond, across the bare Place d'Armes, a blackened gap in the line of houses bore witness to the devastation of the year gone by, while here and there a roof, struck by the setting sun, gleamed fiery red with its new tiles. The levee was deserted save for the negroes and the river men. "Time for siesta, Michi," said Xavier, joining us. "I will show you the inn of which I speak. She is kept by my friend, Madame Bouvet." "Xavier," said Nick, looking at the rolling flood of the river, "suppose this levee should break." "Ah," said Xavier, "then some Spaniard who never have a bath. He feel what water is like." Followed by Benjy with the saddlebags, we went down the steps set in the levee into this strange foreign city. It was like unto nothing we had ever seen, nor can I give an adequate notion of how it affected us. Such a mixture, it seemed, of dirt and poverty, and wealth and romance. The narrow, muddy streets ran with filth, and on each side along the houses was a sun-baked walk held up by the curved sides of broken flatboats, where two men might scarcely pass. The houses, too, had an odd and foreign look, some of wood, some of upright logs and plaster, and newer ones, Spanish in style, of adobe, with curving roofs of red tiles and strong eaves spreading over the banquette, as the sidewalk was called, casting shadows on lemon-colored walls. Since New Orleans was in a swamp, the older houses for the most part were lifted some 7 feet above the ground, and many of these houses had wide galleries on the street side. Here and there a shop was set in the wall. A watchmaker was to be seen poring over his work at a tiny window, a shoemaker cross-legged on the floor. Again, at an open wicket, we caught a glimpse through a cool archway into a flowering courtyard. Stalwart negresses with bright kerchiefs made way for us on the banquette. Hands on hips, they swung along erect, with baskets of cakes and sweetmeats on their heads, musically crying their wares. At length, turning a corner, we came to a white wooden house on the Rue Royale. with a flight of steps leading up to the entrance. In place of a door, a flimsy curtain hung in the doorway, and pushing this aside, we followed Xavier through a darkened hall to a wide gallery that overlooked a courtyard. This courtyard was shaded by several great trees which grew there. The house and gallery ran down one other side of it, and the two remaining sides were made up of a series of low cabins, these forming the various outhouses and the kitchen. At the far end of this gallery a sallow, buxom lady sat sewing at a table, and Xavier saluted her very respectfully. "Madame," he said, "I have brought you from St. Louis with Michel Gratiot's compliments 2 young American gentlemen who are travelling to amuse themselves." The lady rose and beamed upon us. "From Monsieur Gratiot," she said. "You are very welcome, gentlemen, to such poor accommodations as I have. It is not unusual to have American gentlemen in New Orleans, for many come here first and last. And I am happy to say that 2 of my best rooms are vacant. Zoe!" There was a shrill answer from the court below, and a negro girl in a yellow turban came running up, while Madame Bouvet bustled along the gallery and opened the doors of 2 darkened rooms. Within I could dimly see a walnut dresser, a chair, and a walnut bed, on which was spread a mosquito bar. "Voilà, Messieurs," cried Madame Bouvet, "there is still a little time for a siesta." "No siesta!" cried Madame, eyeing us aghast. "Ah, the Americans, they never rest, never." We bade farewell to the good Xavier, promising to see him soon, and Nick, shouting to Benjy to open the saddlebags, proceeded to array himself in the clothes which had made so much havoc at St. Louis. I boded no good from this proceeding, but I reflected, as I watched him dress, that I might as well try to turn the Mississippi from its course as to attempt to keep my cousin from the search for gallant adventure. And I reflected that his indulgence in pleasure seeking would serve the more to divert any suspicions which might fall upon my own head. At last, when the setting sun was flooding the courtyard, he stood arrayed upon the gallery, ready to venture forth to conquest. Madame Bouvet's tavern, or hotel, or whatever she was pleased to call it, was not immaculately clean. Before passing into the street, we stood for a moment looking into the public room on the left of the hallway, a long saloon, evidently used in the early afternoon for a dining room, and at the back of it a wide, many-paned window, capped by a Spanish arch, looked out on the gallery. Near this window was a gay party of young men engaged at cards, waited on by the yellow-turbaned Zoe, and drinking what evidently was claret punch. The sounds of their jests and laughter pursued us out of the house. The town was waking from its siesta, the streets filling, and the people stopped to stare at Nick as we passed. But Nick, who was plainly in search of something he did not find, hurried on. We soon came to the quarter which had suffered most from the fire, where new houses had gone up or were in the building, beside the blackening logs of many of Bienville's time. Then we came to a high white wall that surrounded a large garden, and within it was a long, massive building of some beauty and pretension, with a high, latticed belfry and heavy walls, and with arched dormers in the sloping roof. As we stood staring at it through the iron grill set in the archway of the lodge, Nick declared that it put him in mind of some of the châteaux he had seen in France, and he crossed the street to get a better view of the premises. An old man in coarse blue linen came out of the lodge and spoke to me. "It is a convent of the good nuns of Ursuline, Monsieur," he said in French, "and it was built long ago, in the Sieur de Bienville's time, when the colony was young. For 45 years, Monsieur, The young ladies of the city have come here to be educated." "What does he say?" demanded Nick, pricking up his ears as he came across the street. "That young men have been sent to the mines of Brazil for climbing the walls," I answered. "Who wants to climb the walls?" said Nick, disgusted. "The young ladies of the town go to school here," I answered. "It is a convent." "It might serve to pass the time," said Nick, gazing with a new interest at the latticed windows. "How much would you take, my friend, to let us in at the back way this evening?" he demanded of the porter in French. The good man gasped, lifted his hands in horror, and straightway let loose upon Nick a torrent of French invectives that had not the least effect except to cause a blacksmith's apprentice and two negroes to stop and stare at us. "Pooh!" exclaimed Nick when the man had paused for want of breath. "It's no trick to get over that wall." "Bon Dieu!" cried the porter, "you are Kentuckians, yes? I might have known you were Kentuckians. And I shall advise the good sisters to put glass on the wall and keep a watch." "The young ladies are beautiful, you say?" said Nick. At this juncture, with the negroes grinning and the porter near bursting with rage, there came out of the lodge the fattest woman I have ever seen for her size. She seized her husband by the back of his loose frock and pulled him away, crying out that he was losing time by talking to vagabonds, besides disturbing the good sisters. Then we went away, Nick following the convent wall down to the river. Turning southward under the bank past the huddle of market stalls, we came suddenly upon a sight that made us pause and wonder. New Orleans was awake. A gay and laughing throng paced the esplanade on the levee under the willows, with here and there a cavalier on horseback on the royal road below. Across the Place d'Armes the spire of the parish church stood against the fading sky, and to the westward the mighty river stretched away like a gilded floor. It was a strange throng. There were grave Spaniards in long cloaks and feathered beavers, jolly merchants and artisans in short linen jackets, each with his tabatière, the wives with bits of finery, the children laughing and shouting and dodging in and out between fathers and mothers, beaming with quiet pride and contentment, swarthy boatmen with their worsted belts, gaudy negresses chanting in the soft patois, and here and there a blanketed Indian. Nor was this all. Some occasion, so Madame Bouvet had told us, had brought a sprinkling of fashion to town that day, and it was a fashion to astonish me. There were fine gentlemen with swords and silk waistcoats and silver shoe buckles, and ladies in filmy summer gowns. Greuze ruled the mode in France then, but New Orleans had not yet got beyond Watteau. As for Nick and me, we knew nothing of Greuze and Watteau then, and we could only stare in astonishment. And for once we saw an officer of the Louisiana regiment, resplendent in a uniform that might have served at court. Ay, and there was yet another sort. Every flatboatman who returned to Kentucky was full of tales of the marvellous beauty of the quadroons and octoroons, stories which I had taken with a grain of salt. But they had not indeed been greatly overdrawn, for here were these ladies in the flesh, the great opaque almond eyes consuming us with a swift glance, and each walking with a languid grace beside her duenna. Their faces were like old ivory, their dress the stern Miro himself could have scarce repressed. In former times they had been lavish in their finery, and even now earrings still gleamed, and color broke out irrepressibly. Nick was delighted, but he had not dragged me twice the length of the esplanade ere his eye was caught by a young lady in pink who sauntered between an elderly gentleman in black silk and a young man more gayly dressed. "Egad," said Nick, "there's my divinity, and I need not look a step farther." I laughed. You have but to choose, I suppose, and all falls your way," I answered. "But look," he cried, halting me to stare after the girl, "what a face, and what a form, and what a carriage, by Jove! There's breeding for you. And, Davy, did you mark the gentle, rounded arm? Thank heaven these short sleeves are the fashion." "You're mad, Nick," I answered, pulling him on. "These people are not to be stared at so, and once I present our letters to Monsieur de St. Gré, it will not be difficult to know any of them." "Look," he said, "that young man, lover or husband, is a brute. On my soul, they're quarrelling." The three had stopped by a bench under a tree. The young man, who wore claret silk and a sword, had one of those thin faces of dirty complexion which show the ravages of dissipation, and he was talking with a rapidity and vehemence of which only a Latin tongue would admit. We could see likewise that the girl was answering with spirit. Indeed, I should write a stronger word than spirit, while the elderly gentleman, who had a good-humored, fleshy face and figure, was plainly doing his best to calm them both. People who were passing stared curiously at the three. "Your divinity evidently has a temper," I remarked. "For that scoundrel, certainly," said Nick. "But come, they are moving on." "You mean to follow them?" I exclaimed. "Why not?" said he. "We will find out where they live and who they are, at least. And you've taken a fancy to this girl?" "I've looked them all over, and she's by far the best I've seen." "I can say so much honestly." "But she may be married," I said weakly. "Tut, Davy," he answered, "it's more than likely, from the violence of their quarrel. But if so, we will try again." "We!" I exclaimed. "Oh, come on," he cried, dragging me by the sleeve, "or we shall lose them." I resisted no longer, but followed him down the levee, in my heart thanking heaven that he had not taken fancy to an octoroon. Twilight had set in strongly, the gay crowd was beginning to disperse, and in the distance the three figures could be seen making their way across the Place d'Armes, the girl hanging on the elderly gentleman's arm, and the young man following with seeming sullenness behind. They turned into one of the narrower streets, and we quickened our steps. Lights gleamed in the houses, voices and laughter, and once the tinkle of a guitar came to us from courtyard and gallery. But Nick, hurrying on, came near to bowling more than one respectable citizen we met on the banquette into the ditch. We reached a corner, and the three were nowhere to be seen. "Curse the luck!" cried Nick. "We've lost them. The next time I'll stop for no explanations." There was no particular reason why I should have been penitent, but I ventured to say that the house they had entered could not be far off. "And how in the devil are we to know it?" demanded Nick. This puzzled me for a moment, but presently I began to think that the two might begin quarrelling again, and said so. Nick laughed and put his arm around my neck. "You have no mean ability for intrigue when you put your mind to it, Davy," he said. "I vow I believe you are in love with the girl yourself." I disclaimed this with some vehemence. Indeed, I had scarcely seen her. "They can't be far off," said Nick. "We'll pitch on a likely house and camp in front of it until bedtime." "And be flung into a filthy calaboose by a constable?" said I. "No, thank you." We walked on, and halfway down the block we came upon a new house with more pretensions than its neighbors. It was set back a little from the street, and there was a high adobe wall into which a pair of gates were set and a wicket opening in one of them. Over the wall hung a dark fringe of magnolia and orange boughs. On each of the gate posts a crouching lion was outlined dimly against the fainting light, and by crossing the street we could see the upper line of a latticed gallery under the low roof. We took our stand within the empty doorway of a blackened house nearly opposite, and there we waited, Nick murmuring all sorts of ridiculous things in my ear. But presently I began to reflect upon the consequences of being taken in such a situation by a constable and dragged into the light of a public examination. I put this to Nick as plainly as I could, and was declaring my intention of going back to Madame Bouvet's when the sound of voices arrested me. The voices came from the latticed gallery, and they were low at first, but soon rose to such an angry pitch that I made no doubt we had hit on the right house after all. What they said was lost to us, but I could distinguish the woman's voice, low-pitched and vibrant, as though insisting upon a refusal, and the man's scarce adult tones, now high as though with balked passion, now shaken and imploring. I was for leaving the place at once, but Nick clutched my arm tightly, and suddenly, as I stood undecided, the voices ceased entirely. There were sounds of a scuffle, and the lattice of the gallery was flung open. In the all but darkness we saw a figure climb over the railing, hang suspended for an instant, and drop lightly to the ground. Then came a light relief of a woman's gown in the opening of the lattice. The cry, "Auguste! Auguste!" The wicket in the gate opened and slammed, and a man ran at top speed along the banquette towards the levee. Instinctively I seized Nick by the arm as he started out of the doorway. "Let me go," he cried angrily. "Let me go, David." But I held on. "Are you mad?" I said. He did not answer, but twisted and struggled, and before I knew what he was doing he had pushed me off the stone step into a tangle of blackened beams behind. I dropped his arm to save myself, and it was mere good fortune that I did not break an ankle in the fall. When I had gained the step again, he was gone after the man, and a portly citizen stood in front of me, looking into the doorway. "Qu'est-ce qu'il y a dedans?" he demanded sharply. It was a sufficiently embarrassing situation. I put on a bold front, however, and not deigning to answer, pushed past him and walked with as much leisure as possible along the banquette in the direction which Nick had taken. As I turned the corner I glanced over my shoulder, and in the darkness I could just make out the man standing where I had left him. In great uneasiness I pursued my way, my imagination summing up for Nick all kinds of adventures with disagreeable consequences. I walked for some time, it may have been half an hour, aimlessly, and finally decided it would be best to go back to Madame Bouvet's and await the issue with as much calmness as possible. He might not, after all, have caught the fellow. There were few people in the dark streets, but at length I met a man who gave me directions, and presently found my way back to my lodging place. Talk and laughter floated through the latticed windows into the street, and when I pushed back the curtain and looked into the saloon I found the same gaming party at the end of it, sitting in their shirt sleeves amidst the moths and insects that hovered around the candles. "Ah, Monsieur," said Madame Bouvet's voice behind me, "you must excuse them. They will come here and play, the young gentlemen, and I cannot find it in my heart to drive them away, though sometimes I lose a respectable lodger by their noise. But after all, what would you?" she added with a shrug. "I love them, the young men. But, Monsieur," she cried, "you have had no supper. And where is Monsieur your companion? Comment est Bougargon?" "He will be in presently," I answered with unwarranted assumption. Madame shot at me the swiftest of glances and laughed, and I suspected that she divined Nick's propensity for adventure. However, she said nothing more than to bid me sit down at the table, and presently Zoe came in with lights and strange, highly seasoned dishes, which I ate with avidity, notwithstanding my uneasiness of mind, watching the while the party at the far end of the room. There were 5 young gentlemen playing a game I knew not, with intervals of intense silence, and boisterous laughter and execrations while the cards were being shuffled, and the money rang on the board, and glasses were being filled from a stand at one side. Presently Madame Bouvet returned, and, placing before me a cup of wondrous coffee, advanced down the room towards them. "Ah, Messieurs," she cried, "you will ruin my poor house." The five rose and bowed with marked profundity. One of them, with a puffy, weak, good-natured face, answered her briskly, and after a little raillery she came back to me. I had a question not over discreet on my tongue's tip. "There's some fine residences going up here, Madame," I said. "Since the fire, Monsieur, the dreadful fire of Good Friday a year ago. You admire them?" "I saw one," I answered with indifference, "with a wall and lions on the gate posts." "Mon Dieu, that is a house!" exclaimed Madame. "It belongs to Monsieur de St. Gré." "To Monsieur de St. Gré," I repeated. She shot a look at me. She had bright little eyes like a bird's that shone in the candlelight. "You know him, Monsieur?" "I heard of him in St. Louis," I answered. "You will meet him, no doubt," she continued. "He is a fine gentleman. His grandfather was Commissary General of the colony, and he himself is a cousin of the Marquis de St. Gré, who has two châteaux, a house in Paris, and is a favorite of the King." She paused as if to let this impress itself upon me, and added archly, "Tenez, Monsieur, there is a daughter." She stopped abruptly. I followed her glance, and my first impression of claret color gave me a shock. My second confirmed it, for in the semi-darkness beyond the rays of the candle was a thin, eager face, prematurely lined, with coal-black, lustrous eyes that spoke eloquently of indulgence. In an instant I knew it to be that of the young man whom I had seen on the levee. "Monsieur Auguste?" stammered Madame. "Bonsoir, Madame," he cried gayly, with a bow. "Diable, they are already at it, I see, and the punch in the bowl. I will win back to night what I have lost by a week of accursed luck." "Monsieur your father has relented, perhaps?" said Madame, deferentially. "Relented!" cried the young man. "Not a sou. C'est égal. I have the means here," and he tapped his pocket. "I have the means here to set me on my feet again, Madame." He spoke with a note of triumph, and Madame took a curious step towards him. C'est que, Monsieur Auguste?" she inquired. He drew something that glittered from his pocket and beckoned to her to follow him down the room, which she did with alacrity. "Ha, Adolphe!" he cried to the young man of the puffy face. "I will have my revenge to night. Voilà!" And he held up the shining thing. "This goes to the highest bidder, and you will agree that it is worth a pretty sum." They rose from their chairs and clustered around him at the table, Madame in their midst, staring with bent heads at the trinket which he held to the light. It was Madame's voice I heard first in a kind of frightened cry. "Mon Dieu, Monsieur Auguste, you will not part with that!" she exclaimed. "Why not?" demanded the young man indifferently. "It was painted by Boze, the back is solid gold, and the Jew in the Rue Toulouse will give me 400 livres for it to morrow morning." There followed immediately such a chorus of questions, exclamations, and shrill protests from Madame Bouvet that I, being a laborious French scholar, could distinguish but little of what they said. I looked in wonderment at the gesticulating figures grouped against the light, Madame imploring, the youthful profile of the newcomer marked with a cynical and scornful refusal. More than once I was for rising out of my chair to go over and see for myself what the object was, and then suddenly I perceived Madame Bouvet coming towards me in evident agitation. She sank into the chair beside me. "If I had 400 livres," she said. "And what then?" I asked. "Monsieur," she said, "a terrible thing has happened. Auguste de St. Gré." "Auguste de St. Gré!" I exclaimed. "He is the son of that Monsieur de St. Gré of whom we spoke," she answered. "A wild lad, a spendthrift, a gambler, if you like. And yet he is a St. Gré, Monsieur, and I cannot refuse him. It is the miniature of Madame Hélène de St. Gré, the daughter of the Marquis, sent to Mademoiselle Toinette, his sister, from France. How he has obtained it I do not know." "Ah!" I exclaimed sharply, the explanation of the scene of which I had been a witness coming to me swiftly. The rascal had wrenched it from her in the gallery and fled. Monsieur," continued Madame, too excited to notice my interruption, "if I had 400 livres I would buy it of him, and Monsieur de St. Gré, père, would willingly pay it back in the morning." I reflected. I had a letter in my pocket to Monsieur de St. Gré. The sum was not large, and the act of Monsieur Auguste de St. Gré in every light was detestable. A rising anger decided me, and I took a wallet from my pocket. "I will buy the miniature, Madame," I said. She looked at me in astonishment. "God bless you, Monsieur," she cried. "If you could see Mademoiselle 'Toinette, you would pay twice the sum. The whole town loves her. Monsieur Auguste," she shouted, "here is a gentleman who will buy your miniature." The 6 young men stopped talking and stared at me with one accord. Madame arose, and I followed her down the room towards them, and, had it not been for my indignation, I should have felt sufficiently ridiculous. Young Monsieur de St. Gré came forward with the good natured, easy insolence to which he had been born, and looked me over. "Monsieur is an American," he said. "I understand that you have offered this miniature for 400 livres," I said. "It is the Jew's price," he answered. "Mais pardieu, what will you?" he added with a shrug. "I must have the money. Regardez, Monsieur, you have a bargain. Here is Mademoiselle Hélène de St. Gré, daughter of my lord the Marquis, of whom I have the honor to be a cousin," and he made a bow. "It is by the famous court painter, Joseph Boze, and Mademoiselle de St. Gré herself is a favorite of her Majesty." He held the portrait close to the candle and regarded it critically. "Mademoiselle Hélène Victoire Marie de St. Gré, painted in a costume of Henry II.'s time, with a ruff, you notice, which she wore at a ball given by his Highness the Prince of Condé at Chantilly. A trifle haughty, if you like, Monsieur, but I venture to say you will be hopelessly in love with her within the hour." At this there was a general titter from the young gentlemen at the table. "All of which is neither here nor there, Monsieur," I answered sharply. "The question is purely a commercial one, and has nothing to do with the lady's character or position." "It is well said, Monsieur," Madame Bouvet put in. Monsieur Auguste de St. Gré shrugged his slim shoulders and laid down the portrait on the walnut table. 400 livres, Monsieur," he said. I counted out the money, scrutinized by the curious eyes of his companions, and pushed it over to him. He bowed carelessly, set him down, and began to shuffle the cards, while I picked up the miniature and walked out of the room. Before I had gone 20 paces I heard them laughing at their game and shouting out the stakes. Suddenly I bethought myself of Nick. What if he should come in and discover the party at the table? I stopped short in the hallway, and there Madame Bouvet overtook me. "How can I thank you, Monsieur?" she said. And then, "You will return the portrait to Monsieur de St. Gré?" "I have a letter from Monsieur Gratiot to that gentleman, which I shall deliver in the morning," I answered. "And now, Madame, I have a favor to ask of you." "I am at Monsieur's service," she answered simply. "When Mr. Temple comes in, he is not to go into that room," I said, pointing to the door of the saloon. "I have my reasons for requesting it." For answer Madame went to the door, closed it, and turned the key. Then she sat down beside a little table with a candlestick and took up her knitting. "It will be as Monsieur says," she answered. I smiled. "And when Mr. Temple comes in, will you kindly say that I am waiting for him in his room?" I asked. "As Monsieur says," she answered. "I wish Monsieur a good night and pleasant dreams." She took a candlestick from the table, lighted the candle, and handed it to me with a courtesy. I bowed, and made my way along the gallery above the deserted courtyard. Entering my room and closing the door after me, I drew the miniature from my pocket and stood gazing at it for I know not how long. Chapter 11. Book Two, Chapter 12 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Les Îles. I stood staring at the portrait, I say with a kind of fascination that astonished me, seeing that it had come to me in such a way. It was no French face of my imagination, and as I looked it seemed to me that I knew Mademoiselle Hélène de St. Gré. And yet I smile as I write this, realizing full well that my strange and foreign surroundings and my unforeseen adventure had much to do with my state of mind. The lady in the miniature might have been 18 or 35. Her features were of the clearest cut, the nose the least trifle aquiline, and by a blurred outline the painter had given to the black hair piled high upon the head a suggestion of waviness. The eyebrows were straight, the brown eyes looked at the world with an almost scornful sense of humor, and I marked that there was determination in the chin. Here was a face that could be infinitely haughty or infinitely tender, a mouth of witty, nay, perhaps cutting, repartee of brevity and force. A lady who spoke quickly, moved quickly, or reposed absolutely. A person who commanded by nature, and yet, dare I venture the thought, was capable of a supreme surrender. I was aroused by this odd reverie by footsteps on the gallery, and Nick burst into the room. Without pausing to look about him, he flung himself lengthwise on the bed on top of the mosquito bar. "1,000 curses on such a place!" he cried. "It's full of rat holes and rabbit warrens." "Did you catch your man?" I asked innocently. "Catch him?" said Nick, with a little excusable profanity. "He went in at one end of such a warren and came out at another. I waited for him in 2 streets until an officious person chanced along and threatened to take me before the alcalde." "What the devil is that you've got in your hand, Davy?" he demanded, raising his head. "A miniature that took my fancy and which I bought." He rose from the bed, yawned, and, taking it in his hand, held it to the light. I watched him curiously. "Lord," he said, "it's such a passion as I might have expected of you, Davy." "There was nothing said about passion," I answered hotly. "Then why the deuce did you buy it?" he said with some pertinence. This staggered me. "A man may fancy a thing without indulging in a passion, I suppose," I replied. Nick held the picture at arm's length in the palm of his hand and regarded it critically. "Faith," he said, "you may thank heaven it's only a picture. If such a one ever got hold of you, Davy, she would general you even as you general me. Egad," he added with a laugh, "there would be no more walking in the streets at night in search of adventure for you. Consider carefully the masterful features of that lady, and thank God you haven't got her." I was inclined to be angry, but ended by laughing. "There'll be no rivalry between us, at least," I said. "Rivalry!" exclaimed Nick. "Heaven forbid that I should aspire to such abject slavery. When I marry, it will be to command." "All the more honor in such a conquest," I suggested. "Davy," said he, "I have long been looking for some such flaw in your insuperable wisdom. But I vow I can keep my eyes open no longer. Benjy!" A smothered response came from the other side of the wall, and Benjy duly appeared in the doorway, blinking at the candle light to put his master to bed. We slept that night with no bed covering save the mosquito bar, as was the custom in New Orleans. Indeed, the heat was most oppressive, but we had become to some extent inured to it on the boat, and we were both in such sound health that our slumbers were not disturbed. Early in the morning, however, I was awakened by a negro song from the courtyard, and I lay pleasantly for some minutes listening to the early sounds, breathing in the aroma of coffee which mingled with the odor of the flowers of the court until Zoe herself appeared in the doorway, holding a cup in her hand. I arose, and taking the miniature from the table, gazed at it in the yellow morning light, and then, having dressed myself, I put it carefully in my pocket and sat down at my portfolio to compose a letter to Polly Ann, knowing that a description of what I had seen in New Orleans would amuse her. This done, I went out into the gallery, where Madame was already seated at her knitting in the shade of the great tree that stood in the corner of the court and spread its branches over the eaves. She arose and curtsied with a questioning smile. "Madame," I asked, "is it too early to present myself to Monsieur de St. Gré?" "Pardieu, no, Monsieur. We are early risers in the South, for we have our siesta. You are going to return the portrait, Monsieur?" I nodded. "God bless you for the deed," said she. "Tenez, Monsieur," she added, stepping closer to me, "you will tell his father that you bought it from Monsieur Auguste." I saw that she had a soft spot in her heart for the rogue. "I will make no promises, Madame," I answered. She looked at me timidly, appealingly, but I bowed and departed. The sun was riding up into the sky, the walls already glowing with his heat, and a midsummer languor seemed to pervade the streets as I walked along. The shadows now were sharply defined. The checkered foliage of the trees was flung in black against the yellow-white wall of the house with the lions, and the green latticed gallery which we had watched the night before seemed silent and deserted. I knocked at the gate, and presently a bright turbaned gardienne opened it. Was Monsieur de St. Gré at home? The gardienne looked me over, and evidently finding me respectable, replied with many protestations of sorrow that he was not, that he had gone with Mademoiselle very early that morning to his country place at Les Îles. This information I extracted with difficulty, for I was not by any means versed in the negro patois. As I walked back to Madame Bouvet's, I made up my mind that there was but one thing to do, to go at once to Monsieur de St. Gré's plantation. Finding Madame still waiting in the gallery, I asked her to direct me thither. "You have but to follow the road that runs southward along the levee, and some 3 leagues will bring you to it, Monsieur. You will inquire for Monsieur de St. Gré." "Can you direct me to Mr. Daniel Clark's?" I asked. "The American merchant and banker, the friend and associate of the great General Wilkinson, whom you sent down to us last year? Certainly, Monsieur. He will no doubt give you better advice than I on this matter." I found Mr. Clark in his counting room, and I had not talked with him 5 minutes before I began to suspect that if a treasonable understanding existed between Wilkinson and the Spanish government, Mr. Clark was innocent of it. He being the only prominent American in the place, it was natural that Wilkinson should have formed with him a business arrangement to care for the cargoes he sent down. Indeed, after we had sat for some time chatting together, Mr. Clark himself began to make guarded inquiries on this very subject. Did I know Wilkinson? How was his enterprise of selling Kentucky products regarded at home? But I do not intend to burden this story with accounts of a matter which, though it has never been wholly clear, has been long since fairly settled in the public mind. Mr. Clark was most amiable, accepted my statement that I was travelling for pleasure, and honored Monsieur Chouteau's bon, for my purchase of the miniature had deprived me of nearly all my ready money, and said that Mr. Temple and I would need horses to get to Les Îles. "And unless you propose going back to Kentucky by keel boat, or around by sea to Philadelphia or New York, and cross the mountains," he said, "you will need good horses for your journey through Natchez and the Cumberland country. There is a consignment of Spanish horses from the westward just arrived in town," he added, "and I shall be pleased to go with you to the place where they are sold. I shall not presume to advise a Kentuckian on such a purchase." The horses were crowded together under a dirty shed near the levee, and the vessel from which they had been landed rode at anchor in the river. They were the scrawny, tough ponies of the plains, reasonably cheap, and it took no great discernment on my part to choose 3 of the strongest and most intelligent looking. We went next to a saddler's, where I selected 3 saddles and bridles of Spanish workmanship, and Mr. Clark agreed to have 2 of his servants meet us with the horses before Madame Bouvet's within the hour. He begged that we would dine with him when we returned from Les Îles. "You will not find an island, Mr. Ritchie," he said. "St. Gré's plantation is a huge block of land between the river and a cypress swamp behind. St. Gré is a man with a wonderful quality of mind, who might, like his ancestors, have made his mark if necessity had probed him or opportunity offered. He never forgave the Spanish government for the murder of his father, nor do I blame him. He has his troubles. His son is an incurable rake and degenerate, as you may have heard." I went back to Madame Bouvet's to find Nick emerging from his toilette. "What deviltry have you been up to, Davy?" he demanded. "I've been to the House of the Lions to see your divinity," I answered, "and in a very little while horses will be here to carry us to her." "What do you mean?" he asked, grasping me by both shoulders. "I mean that we are going to her father's plantation, some way down the river." "On my honor, Davy, I did not suspect you of so much enterprise," he cried. "And her husband?" "Does not exist," I replied. "Perhaps, after all, I might be able to give you instruction in the conduct of an adventure. The man you chased with such futility was her brother, and he stole from her the miniature of which I am now the fortunate possessor." He stared at me for a moment in rueful amazement. "And her name?" he demanded. "Antoinette de St. Gré," I answered. "Our letter is to her father." He made me a rueful bow. "I fear I have undervalued you, Mr. Ritchie," he said. "You have no peer. I am unworthy to accompany you, and furthermore it would be useless." "And why useless?" I inquired, laughing. "You have doubtless seen the lady, and she is yours," said he. "You forget that I am in love with a miniature," I said. In half an hour we were packed and ready, the horses had arrived, we bade good by to Madame Bouvet, and rode down the miry road until we reached the road behind the levee. Turning southward, we soon left behind the shaded esplanade and the city's roofs below us, and came to the first of the plantation houses set back amidst the dark foliage. No tremor shook the fringe of moss that hung from the heavy boughs, so still was the day, and an indefinable milky haze stretched between us and the cloudless sky above. The sun's rays pierced it and gathered fire. The mighty river beside us rolled listless and sullen, flinging back the heat defiantly. And on our left was a tropical forest in all its bewildering luxuriance. The live oak, the hackberry, the myrtle, the Spanish bayonet in bristling groups, and the shaded places gave out a scented moisture like an orangery. Anon we passed fields of corn and cotton, swamps of rice, stretches of poverty-stricken indigo plants, gnawed to the stem by the pest. Our ponies ambled on, unmindful, but Nick vowed that no woman under heaven would induce him to undertake such a journey again. Some 3 miles out of the city we descried 2 figures on horseback coming towards us, and quickly perceived that one was a gentleman, the other his black servant. They were riding at a more rapid pace than the day warranted, but the gentleman reined in his sweating horse as he drew near to us, eyed us with curiosity tempered by courtesy, bowed gravely, and put his horse to a canter again. "Whew!" said Nick, twisting in his saddle. "I thought that all Creoles were lazy." "We have met the exception, perhaps," I answered. "Did you take in that man?" "His looks were a little remarkable, come to think of it," answered Nick, settling down into his saddle again. Indeed, the man's face had struck me so forcibly that I was surprised out of an inquiry which I had meant to make of him, namely, how far we were from the St. Gré plantation. We pursued our way slowly, from time to time catching a glimpse of a dwelling almost hid in the distant foliage, until at length we came to a place a little more pretentious than those which we had seen. From the road a graceful flight of wooden steps climbed the levee and descended on the far side to a boat landing, and a straight vista cut through the grove lined by wild orange trees disclosed the white pillars and galleries of a far-away plantation house. The grassy path leading through the vista was trimly kept, and on either side of it, in the moist green shade of the great trees, flowers bloomed in a profusion of startling colors, in splotches of scarlet and white and royal purple. Nick slipped from his horse. "Behold the mansion of Mademoiselle de St. Gré," said he, waving his hand up the vista. "How do you know?" I asked. "I am told by a part of me that never lies, Davy," he answered, laying his hand upon his heart. "And besides," he added, "I should dislike devilishly to go too far on such a day and have to come back again." "We will rest here," I said, laughing, "and send in Benjy to find out." "Davy," he answered with withering contempt, "you have no more romance in you than a turnip. We will go ourselves and see what befalls." "Very well, then," I answered, falling in with his humor. "We will go ourselves." He brushed his face with his handkerchief, gave himself a pull here and a pat there, and led the way down the alley. But we had not gone far before he turned into a path that entered the grove on the right, and to this likewise I made no protest. We soon found ourselves in a heavenly spot, sheltered from the sun's rays by a dense verdure, and no one who has not visited these southern country places can know the teeming fragrance there. One shrub, how well I recall it, was like unto the perfume of all the flowers and all the fruits, the very essence of the delicious languor of the place that made our steps to falter. A bird shot a bright flame of color through the checkered light ahead of us. Suddenly a sound brought us to a halt, and we stood in a tense and wondering silence. The words of a song, sung carelessly in a clear, girlish voice, came to us from beyond. "C'est vendras bien de marier, c'est vendras bien de marier. Mais le grand-père de me tromper, mais le grand-père de me tromper. Et sans ces marinettes, mais Laurent, mais Lorette, et sans ces malhonnêtes, et sans ces malhonnêtes, mon Laurent malheureux." "We have come to the very zenith of opportunity," I whispered. "Hush," he said. "Je ne vais pas d'un avocat, je ne vais pas d'un avocat, car ils amènent trop baiducas, car ils amènent trop baiducas. Ils trompent les fillettes, malheureux, malheurette, ils trompent les fillettes, malheureux, malheureux." "Eliminating, Mr. Ritchie, I believe," said Nick, turning on me with a grimace. "But hark again. Je voudrais bien du officier, je voudrais bien du officier. Je marcherai et précaire, je marcherai et précaire. De ma jolie chambrette, malheureux, malheurette. De ma jolie chambrette, malheureux, malheureux." The song ceased with a sound that was half laughter, half sigh, before I realized what he was doing. Nick, instead of retracing his steps towards the house, started forward. The path led through a dense thicket which became a casino hedge, and suddenly I found myself peering over his shoulder into a little garden bewildering in color. In the center of the garden a great live oak spread its sheltering branches, and around the gnarled trunk was a seat. And on the seat, her sewing fallen into her lap, her lips parted, her eyes staring wide, sat the young lady whom we had seen on the levee the evening before. And Nick was making a bow in his grandest manner. "Hélas, mademoiselle," he said, "je ne suis pas officier, mais ou pas enrigué, tant cela, tant Allah sans doute." My breath was taken away by this unheard of audacity, and I braced myself against screams, flight, and other feminine demonstrations of terror. The young lady did nothing of the kind. She turned her back to us, leaned against the tree, and to my astonishment I saw her slim shoulders shaken with laughter. At length, very slowly, she looked around, and in her face struggled curiosity and fear and merriment. Nick made another bow worthy of Versailles, and she gave a frightened little laugh. "You are English, Messieurs, yes?" she ventured. "We were once," cried Nick, "but we have changed, Mademoiselle." "Ecuadon?" relapsing into her own language. "Americans," said he. "Allow me to introduce to you the Honorable David Ritchie, whom you rejected a few moments ago." "Whom I rejected?" she exclaimed. "Alas," said Nick, with a commiserating glance at me, "he has the misfortune to be a lawyer." Mademoiselle shot at me the swiftest and shyest of glances, and turned to us once more her quivering shoulders. There was a brief silence. "Mademoiselle," said Nick, taking a step on the garden path. "Monsieur," she answered without so much as looking around. "What now would you take this gentleman to be?" he asked with an insistence not to be denied. Again she was shaken with laughter, and suddenly, to my surprise, she turned and looked full at me. "In English, Monsieur, you call it a gallant?" My face fairly tingled, and I heard Nick laughing with unseemly merriment. "Ah, Mademoiselle," he cried, "you are a judge of character, and you have read him perfectly." "Then I must leave you, Monsieur," she answered with her eyes in her lap, but she made no move to go. "You need have no fear of Mr. Ritchie, Mademoiselle," answered Nick instantly. "I am here to protect you against his gallantry." This time Nick received the glance, and quailed before it. "And who, par exemple, is to protect me against you, Monsieur?" she asked in the lowest of voices. "You forget that I, too, am unprotected and vulnerable, Mademoiselle," he answered. Her face was hidden again, but not for long. "How did you come?" she demanded presently. "On air," he answered, "for we saw you in New Orleans yesterday." "And why?" "Need you ask, Mademoiselle?" said the rogue, and then, with more effrontery than ever, he began to sing. Je viendras bien me marier, je viendras bien me marier, mais j'ai grand-peur de me tromper. She rose, her sewing falling to the ground, and took a few startled steps towards us. "Monsieur, you will be heard," she cried. "And put out of the Garden of Eden?" said Nick. "I must leave you," she said with the quaintest of English pronunciation. Yet she stood irresolute in the garden path, a picture against the dark green leaves and the flowers. Her age might have been 17. Her gown was of some soft and light material, printed in buds of delicate color, her slim arms bare above the elbow. She had the ivory complexion of the province, more delicate than I had yet seen, and beyond that I shall not attempt to describe her, save to add that she was such a strange mixture of innocence and ingenuousness and coquetry as I had not yet imagined. Presently her gaze was fixed seriously on me. "Do you think it very wrong, Monsieur?" she asked. I was more than taken aback by this tribute. "Oh," cried Nick, "the arbiter of etiquette." "Since I am here, Mademoiselle," I answered with anything but readiness, "I am not a proper judge." Her next question staggered me. "You are well born?" she asked. "Mr. Ritchie's grandfather was a Scottish earl," said Nick immediately, a piece of news that startled me into protest. "It is true, Davy, though you may not know it," he added. "And you, Monsieur?" she said to Nick. "I am his cousin. Is it not honor enough?" said he. "Yet you do not resemble one another." "Mr. Ritchie has all the good looks in the family," said Nick. "Oh," cried the young lady, and this time she gave us her profile. "Come, mademoiselle," said Nick. "Since the fates have cast the die, let us all sit down in the shade. The place was made for us." "Monsieur," she cried, giving back, "I have never in my life been alone with gentlemen." "But Mr. Ritchie is a duenna to satisfy the most exacting," said Nick. "When you know him better you will believe me." She laughed softly and glanced at me. By this time we were all three under the branches. "Monsieur, do you not understand the French customs? Mon Dieu, if the Sister Lorette could see me now. But she's safe in the convent," said Nick. "Are they going to put glass on the walls?" "And why?" asked Mademoiselle, innocently. "Because," said Nick, "because a very bad man has come to New Orleans, one who is given to climbing walls." "You?" "Yes, but when I found that a certain damoiselle had left the convent, I was no longer anxious to climb them." "And how did you know that I had left it?" I was at a loss to know whether this were coquetry or innocence. "Because I saw you on the levee," said Nick. "You saw me on the levee?" she repeated, giving back. "And I had a great fear," the rogue persisted. "A fear of what?" "A fear that you were married," he said, with a boldness that made me blush. As for Mademoiselle, a color that vied with the June roses charged through her cheeks. She stooped to pick up her sewing, but Nick was before her. "And why did you think me married?" she asked, in a voice so low that we scarcely heard. "Faith," said Nick, "because you seemed to be quarrelling with a man." She turned to him with an irresistible seriousness. "And is that your idea of marriage, Monsieur?" This time it was I who laughed, for he had been hit very fairly. "Mademoiselle," said he, "I did not for a moment think it could have been a love match." Mademoiselle turned away and laughed. "You are the very strangest man I have ever seen," she said. "Shall I give you my notion of a love match, Mademoiselle?" said Nick. "I should think you might be well versed in the subject, Monsieur," she answered, speaking to the tree. "But here is scarcely the time and place." She wound up her sewing and faced him. "I must really leave you," she said. He took a step towards her and stood looking down into her face. Her eyes dropped. "And am I never to see you again?" he asked. "Monsieur," she cried softly, "I do not know who you are." She made a curtsy, took a few steps in the opposite path, and turned. "That depends upon your ingenuity," she added. "You seem to have no lack of it, Monsieur." Nick was transported. "You must not go," he cried. "Must not? How dare you speak to me thus, Monsieur?" Then she tempered it. "There is a lady here whom I love, and who is ill. I must not be long from her bedside." "She is very ill?" said Nick, probably for want of something better. "She is not really ill, Monsieur, but depressed. Is that not the word? She is a very dear friend, and she has had trouble, so much, Monsieur, and my mother brought her here. We love her as one of the family." This was certainly ingenuous, and it was plain that the girl gave us this story through a certain nervousness, for she twisted her sewing in her fingers as she spoke. "Mademoiselle," said Nick, "I would not keep you from such an errand of mercy." She gave him a grateful look, more dangerous than any which had gone before. "And besides," he went on, "we have come to stay a while with you, Mr. Ritchie and myself." "You have come to stay a while?" she said. I thought it time that the farce were ended. "We have come with letters to your father, Monsieur de St. Gré, Mademoiselle," I said, "and I should like very much to see him, if he is at leisure." Mademoiselle stared at me in unfeigned astonishment. "But did you not meet him, Monsieur?" she demanded. "He left an hour ago for New Orleans. You must have met a gentleman riding very fast." It was my turn to be astonished. "But that was not your father!" I exclaimed. "Et pourquoi non?" she said. "Is not your father the stout gentleman whom I saw with you on the levee last evening?" I asked. She laughed. "You have been observing, Monsieur," she said. That was my uncle, Monsieur de Beauséjour. You saw me quarrelling with my brother, Auguste," she went on a little excitedly, "and I am very much ashamed of it. I was so angry. My cousin, Mademoiselle Hélène de St. Gré, has just sent me from France such a beautiful miniature, and Auguste fell in love with it." "Fell in love with it!" I exclaimed involuntarily. "You should see it, Monsieur, and I think you also would fall in love with it." "I have not a doubt of it," said Nick. Mademoiselle made the faintest of moves. "Auguste is very wild, as you say," she continued, addressing me. "He is a great care to my father. He wishes Louisiane to become French once more, as we all do. But I should not say this, Monsieur," she added in a startled tone. "You will not tell? No, I know you will not. We do not like the Spaniards. They killed my grandfather when they came to take the province. And once the Governor General Miro sent for my father and declared he would put Auguste in prison if he did not behave himself. But I have forgotten the miniature. When Auguste saw that, he fell in love with it, and now he wishes to go to France and obtain a commission through our cousin, the Marquis de St. Gré, and marry Mademoiselle Hélène." "A comprehensive programme indeed," said Nick. "My father has gone back to New Orleans," she said, "to get the miniature from Auguste. He took it from me, Monsieur." She raised her head a little proudly. "If my brother had asked it, I might have given it to him, though I treasured it. But Auguste is so impulsive. My uncle told my father, who is very angry. He will punish Auguste severely, and I do not like to have him punished. Oh, I wish I had the miniature." "Your wish is granted, Mademoiselle," I answered, drawing the case from my pocket and handing it to her. She took it, staring at me with eyes wide with wonder, and then she opened it mechanically. "Monsieur," she said with great dignity, "do you mind telling me where you obtained this?" "I found it, Mademoiselle," and as I spoke I felt Nick's fingers on my arm. "You found it? Where? How, Monsieur?" "At Madame Bouvet's, the house where we stayed." "Oh," she said with a sigh of relief, "he must have dropped it. It is there where he meets his associates, where they talk of the French Louisiane." Again I felt Nick pinching me, and I gave a sigh of relief. Mademoiselle was about to continue, but I interrupted her. "How long will your father be in New Orleans, Mademoiselle?" I asked. "Until he finds Auguste," she answered. "It may be days, but he will stay, for he is very angry. But will you not come into the house, Messieurs, and be presented to my mother?" she asked. "I have been very inhospitable," she added with a glance at Nick. We followed her through winding paths bordered by shrubs and flowers, and presently came to a low house surrounded by a wide, cool gallery and shaded by spreading trees. Behind it were clustered the kitchens and quarters of the house servants. Mademoiselle, picking up her dress, ran up the steps ahead of us and turned to the left in the hall into a darkened parlor. The floor was bare, save for a few mats, and in the corner was a massive escritoire of mahogany with carved feet, and there were tables and chairs of a like pattern. It was a room of more distinction than I had seen since I had been in Charlestown, and reflected the solidity of its owners. "If you will be so kind as to wait here, Messieurs," said Mademoiselle, "I will call my mother." And she left us. I sat down rather uncomfortably, but Nick took a stand and stood staring down at me with folded arms. "How I have undervalued you, Davy," he said. "I am not proud of it," I answered shortly. "What the deuce is to do now?" he asked. "I cannot linger here," I answered. "I have business with Monsieur de St. Gré, and I must go back to New Orleans at once." "Then I will wait for you," said Nick. "Davy, I have met my fate." I laughed in spite of myself. "It seems to me that I have heard that remark before," I answered. He had not time to protest, for we heard footsteps in the hall, and Mademoiselle entered, leading an older lady by the hand. In the light of the doorway I saw that she was thin and small and yellow, but her features had a regularity and her mien a dignity which made her impressing, which would have convinced a stranger that she was a person of birth and breeding. Her hair, tinged with gray, was crowned by a lace cap. "Madame," I said, bowing and coming forward, "I am David Ritchie from Kentucky, and this is my cousin, Mr. Temple of Charlestown. Monsieur Gratiot and Colonel Chouteau of St. Louis have been kind enough to give us letters to Monsieur de St. Gré." And I handed her one of the letters which I had ready. "You are very welcome, Messieurs," she answered with the same delightful accent which her daughter had used. "And you are especially welcome from such a source. The friends of Colonel Chouteau and Monsieur Gratiot are our friends. You will remain with us, I hope, Messieurs," she continued. "Monsieur de St. Gré will return in a few days at best." "By your leave, Madame, I will go to New Orleans at once and try to find Monsieur," I said, "for I have business with him." "You will return with him, I hope," said Madame. I bowed. "And Mr. Temple will remain?" she asked with a questioning look at Nick. "With the greatest pleasure in the world, Madame," he answered, and there was no mistaking his sincerity. As he spoke, Mademoiselle turned her back on him. I would not wait for dinner, but pausing only for a sip of cool Madeira and some other refreshment, I made my farewells to the ladies. As I started out of the door to find Benjy, who had been waiting for more than an hour, Mademoiselle gave me a neatly folded note. "You will be so kind as to present that to my father, Monsieur," she said. End of chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Monsieur Auguste Entrapped. It may be well to declare here and now that I do not intend to burden this story with the business which had brought me to New Orleans. While in the city during the next few days, I met a young gentleman named Daniel Clark, a nephew of that Mr. Clark of whom I have spoken. Many years after the time of which I write this, Mr. Daniel Clark the younger, who became a rich merchant and an able man of affairs, published a book which sets forth with great clearness proofs of General Wilkinson's duplicity and treason, and these may be read by any who would satisfy himself further on the subject. Mr. Wharton had not believed, nor had I flattered myself that I should be able to bring such a fox as General Wilkinson to earth. Abundant circumstantial evidence I obtained. Wilkinson's intimacy with Miro was well known, and I likewise learned that a cipher existed between them. The permit to trade given by Miro to Wilkinson was made no secret of. In brief, I may say that I discovered as much as could be discovered by any one without arousing suspicion, and that the information with which I returned to Kentucky was of some material value to my employers. I have to thank Monsieur Philippe de St. Gré for a great deal, and I take this opportunity to set down the fact that I have rarely met a more remarkable man. As I rode back to town alone, a whitish film was spread before the sun, and ere I had come in sight of the fortifications, the low forest on the western bank was a dark green blur against the sky. The esplanade on the levee was deserted. The willow trees had a mournful look, while the bright tiles of yesterday seemed to have faded to a sombre tone. I spied Xavier on a bench, smoking with some friends of his. "He make much rain soon, Michié," he cried. "You have good time, I hope, Michié." I waved my hand and rode on, past the Place d'Armes with its white diagonal bands strapping its green like a soldier's front. And as I drew up before the gate of the House of the Lions, the warning taps of the storm were drumming on the magnolia leaves. The same gardienne came to my knock, and in answer to her shrill cry a negro had appeared to hold my horse. I was ushered into a brick-paved archway that ran under the latticed gallery toward a flower-filled courtyard. But ere we reached this, the gardienne turned to the left up a flight of steps with a delicate balustrade which led to an open gallery above. And there stood the gentleman whom we had met hurrying to town in the morning. A gentleman he was, every inch of him. He was dressed in black silk, his hair a queue, and drawn back from a face of remarkable features. He had a high, bridged nose, a black eye that held an inquiring sternness, a chin indented, and a receding forehead. His stature was indeterminable. In brief, he might have stood for one of those persons of birth and ability who became prime ministers of France. "Monsieur de St. Gré?" I said. He bowed gracefully, but with a tinge of condescension. I was awed, and, considering the relations which I had already had with his family, I must admit that I was somewhat frightened. "Monsieur," I said, "I bring letters to you from Monsieur Gratiot and Colonel Chouteau of St. Louis. One of these I had the honor to deliver to Madame de St. Gré, and here is the other." "Ah," he said, with another keen glance, "I met you this morning, did I not?" "You did, Monsieur." I broke the seal, and, going to the edge of the gallery, held the letter to the light. As he read, a peal of thunder broke distantly. The rain came down in a flood. And then he folded the paper carefully and turned to me again. "You will make my house your home, Mr. Ritchie," he said. "Recommended from such a source, I will do all I can to serve you. But where is this Mr. Temple of whom the letter speaks? His family in Charlestown is known to me by repute." "By Madame de St. Gré's invitation he remained in Les Îles," I answered, speaking above the roar of the rain. "I was just going to table," said Monsieur de St. Gré. "We will talk as we eat." He led the way into the dining room, and as I stood on the threshold a bolt of great brilliancy lighted its yellow washed floor and walnut furniture of a staid pattern. A deafening crash followed as we took our seats, while Monsieur de St. Gré's man lighted 4 candles of green myrtle-berry wax. "Monsieur Gratiot's letter speaks vaguely of politics, Mr. Ritchie," began Monsieur de St. Gré. He spoke English perfectly, save for an occasional harsh aspiration which I cannot imitate. Directing his man to fetch a certain kind of Madeira, he turned to me with a look of polite inquiry which was scarcely reassuring. And as I reflected, the caution with which I had been endowed coming uppermost, that the man might have changed since Monsieur Gratiot had seen him. He had, moreover, the air of a man who gives a forced attention, which seemed to me the natural consequences of the recent actions of his son. "I fear I am intruding upon your affairs, Monsieur," I answered. "Not at all, sir," he said politely. "I have met this charming gentleman, Mr. Wilkinson, who came here to brush away the causes of dissension and cement a friendship between Kentucky and Louisiana." It was most fortunate that the note of irony did not escape me. "Where governments failed, General Wilkinson succeeded," I answered dryly. Monsieur de St. Gré glanced at me, and an enigmatical smile spread over his face. I knew then that the ice was cracked between us. Yet he was too much of a man of the world not to make one more tentative remark. "A union between Kentucky and Louisiana would be a resistless force in the world, Mr. Ritchie," he said. "It was Nebuchadnezzar who dreamed of a composite image, Monsieur," I answered. "And Mr. Wilkinson forgets one thing, that Kentucky is a part of the United States." At that Monsieur St. Gré laughed outright. He became a different man, though he lost none of his dignity. "I should have had more faith in my old friend Gratiot," he said, "but you will pardon me if I did not recognize at once the statesman he had sent me, Mr. Ritchie." It was my turn to laugh. "Monsieur," he went on, returning to that dignity of mien which marked him, My political opinions are too well known that I should make a mystery of them to you. I was born a Frenchman. I shall die a Frenchman, and I shall never be happy until Louisiana is French once more. My great-great-grandfather, a brother of the Marquis de St. Gré of that time, and a wild blade enough, came out with d'Iberville. His son, my grandfather, was the Commissary General of the colony under the Marquis de Vaudreuil. He sent me to France for my education, where I was introduced at court by my kinsman, the old Marquis, who took a fancy to me and begged me to remain. It was my father's wish that I should return, and I did not disobey him. I had scarcely come back, Monsieur, when that abominable secret bargain of Louis XV became known, ceding Louisiana to Spain. You may have heard of the revolution which followed here. It was a mild affair, and the remembrance of it makes me smile to this day, though with bitterness. I was 25, hot-headed, and French. Que voulez-vous? And Monsieur de St. Gré shrugged his shoulders. O'Reilly, the famous Spanish general, came with his men of war. Well, I remember the days we waited, with the leaden hearts, for the men of war to come up from the English turn. And I can see now the cannon frowning from the ports, the grim spars, the high poops crowded with officers, the great anchors splashing the yellow water. I can hear the chains running. The ships were in line of battle before the town. Their flying bridges swung to the levee, and they loomed above us like towering fortresses. It was dark, Monsieur, such as this afternoon, and we poor French colonists stood huddled in the open space below, waiting for we knew not what. He paused, and I started, for the picture he drew had carried me out of myself. On the 18th of August, 1769, well, I remember the day, Monsieur de St. Gré continued. The Spanish troops landed late in the afternoon, 2,600 strong, the artillery rumbling over the bridges, the horses wheeling and rearing, and they drew up as in a line of battle in the Place d'Armes, dragoons, fusileros de montañas, light and heavy infantry. Where were our white cockades then? 50 guns shook the town. The great O'Reilly limped ashore through the smoke, and Louisiana was lost to France. We had a cowardly governor, Monsieur, whose name is written in the annals of the province in letters of shame. He betrayed Monsieur de St. Gré and others into O'Reilly's hands, and when my father was cast into prison, he was seized with such a fit of anger that he died. Monsieur de St. Gré was silent. Without, under the eaves of the gallery, the white rain fell, and a steaming moisture arose from the courtyard. What I've told you, Monsieur, is common knowledge. Louisiana has been Spanish for 20 years. I no longer wear the white cockade, for I'm older now." He smiled. "Strange things are happening in France, and the old order to which I belong," he straightened perceptibly, "seems to be tottering. I have ceased to intrigue, but thank God I have not ceased to pray. Perhaps, who knows, perhaps I may live to see again the lily of France stirred by the river breeze." He fell into a reverie. His fine head bent a little, but presently aroused himself and eyed me curiously. I need not say that I felt a strange liking for Monsieur de St. Gré. "And now, Mr. Ritchie," he said, "will you tell me who you are and how I can serve you?" The servant had put the coffee on the table and left the room. Monsieur de St. Gré himself poured me a cup from the dainty, quaintly wrought Louis Quinze coffee pot, graven with the coat of arms of his family. As we sat talking, my admiration for my host increased, for I found that he was familiar not only with the situation in Kentucky, but that he also knew far more than I of the principles and personnel of the new government of which General Washington was president. That he had little sympathy with government by the people was natural, for he was a Creole, and behind that a member of an order which detested republics. When we got beyond these topics, the rain had ceased, the night had fallen, The green candles had burned low. And suddenly, as he spoke of Les Îles, I remembered the note Mademoiselle had given me for him, and I apologized for my forgetfulness. He read it and dropped it with an exclamation. "My daughter tells me that you have returned to her a miniature which she lost, Monsieur," he said. "I had that pleasure," I answered. "And that you found this miniature at Madame Bouvet's? Was this the case?" And he stared hard at me. I nodded, but for the life of me I could not speak. It seemed an outrage to lie to such a man. He did not answer, but sat lost in thought, drumming with his fingers on the table until the noise of the slamming of a door aroused him to a listening posture. The sound of subdued voices came from the archway below us, and one of these, from an occasional excited and feminine note, I thought to be the gardienne's. Monsieur de St. Gré thrust back his chair, and in 3 strides was at the edge of the gallery. "Auguste!" he cried. Silence. "Auguste, come up to me at once," he said in French. Another silence, then something that sounded like "Sapristi!" A groan from the gardienne, and a step was heard on the stairway. My own discomfort increased, and I would have given much to be in any other place in the world. Auguste had arrived at the head of the steps, but was apparently unable to get any farther. "Bonsoir, mes pères," he said. "Like a dutiful son," said Monsieur de St. Gré. "You heard I was in town, and called to pay your respects, I'm sure. I am delighted to find you. In fact, I came to town for that purpose." "Lisette," began Auguste. "Thought that I did not wish to be disturbed, no doubt," said his father. "Walk in, Auguste." Monsieur Auguste's slim figure appeared in the doorway. He caught sight of me, halted, backed, and stood staring with widened eyes. The candles threw their light across his shoulder on the face of the elder Monsieur de St. Gré. Auguste was a replica of his father, with the features minimized to regularity and the brow narrowed. The complexion of the one was a clear saffron, while the boy's skin was mottled, and he was not 20. "What's the matter?" said Monsieur de St. Gré. You have a visitor," stammered Auguste with a tact that savored of practice. Yet there was a sorry difference between this and the haughty young patrician who had sold me the miniature. "Who brings me good news," said Monsieur de St. Gré in English. "Mr. Ritchie, allow me to introduce my son, Auguste." I felt Monsieur de St. Gré's eyes on me as I bowed, and I began to think I was in near as great a predicament as Auguste. Monsieur de St. Gré was managing the matter with infinite wisdom. "Sit down, my son," he said. "You have no doubt been staying with your uncle." Auguste sat down, still staring. "Does your aunt's health mend?" "She's better to night, father," said the son in English, which might have been improved. "I'm glad of it," said Monsieur de St. Gré, taking a chair. "André, fill the glasses." The silent, linen-clad mulatto poured out the Madeira, shot a look at Auguste, and retired softly. "There's been a heavy rain, Monsieur," said Monsieur de St. Gré to me, "but I think the air is not yet cleared. I was about to say, Mr. Ritchie, when my son called to pay his respects, that the miniature of which we were speaking is one of the most remarkable paintings I have ever seen." Auguste's thin fingers were clutching the chair. "I have never beheld Mademoiselle Hélène de St. Gré, for my cousin the Marquis was not married when I left France. He was a captain in the regiment of his Majesty's Mousquetaires, since abolished. But I am sure that the likeness of Mademoiselle must be a true one, for it was the stamp of a remarkable personality, though Hélène can be only 18. Women with us mature quickly, Monsieur, and this portrait tallies with what I have heard of her character. You no doubt observed the face, Monsieur, that of a true aristocrat. But I was speaking of her character. When she was 12, she said something to a cardinal for which her mother made her keep her room a whole day. For Mademoiselle would not retract, and pardieu, I believe his Eminence was wrong. The Marquis is afraid of her. And when first Hélène was presented formally, she made such a witty retort to the Queen's sally that her Majesty insisted upon her coming to court. On every New Year's Day I have always sent a present of coffee and perique to my cousin the Marquis, and it is Mademoiselle who writes to thank us. Parole d'honneur, her letters make me see again the people amongst whom she moves, the dukes and duchesses, the cardinals, bishops, and generals. She draws them to the life, Monsieur, with a touch that makes them all ridiculous. His Majesty does not escape. God forgive him, he is indeed an amiable, weak person for calling a States General. And the Queen, a frivolous lady, but true to those whom she loves, and beginning now to realize the perils of the situation. He paused. Is it any wonder that Auguste has fallen in love with his cousin, Monsieur, that he loses his head, forgets that he is a gentleman, and steals her portrait from his sister? Had I not been so occupied with my own fate in the outcome of this inquisition, I should have been sorry for Auguste. And yet this feeling could not have lasted, for the young gentleman sprang to his feet, cast a glance at me which was not without malignance, and faced his father, his lips twitching with anger and fear. Monsieur de St. Gré sat undisturbed. He is so much in love with the portrait, Monsieur, that he loses it. Loses it? Cried Auguste. Precisely, said his father dryly. For Mr. Ritchie tells me he found it. At Madame Bouvet's, was it not, Monsieur? Auguste looked at me. Mille diables, he said, and sat down again heavily. Mr. Ritchie has returned it to your sister, a service which puts him heavily in our debt, said Monsieur de St. Gré. Now, sir, he added to me, rising, you have had a tiresome day. I will show you to your room, and in the morning we will begin our investigations. He clapped his hands. The silent mulatto appeared with a new candle, and I followed my host down the gallery to a room which he flung open at the far end. A great four-poster bedstead was in one corner, and a polished mahogany dresser in the other. "We've saved some of our family furniture from the fire, Mr. Ritchie," said Monsieur de St. Gré. "That bed was brought from Paris by my father 40 years ago. I hope you will rest well." He set the candle on the table, and as he bowed there was a trace of an enigmatical smile about his mouth. How much he knew of Auguste's transaction I could not fathom, but the matter and the scarcely credible part I had played in it kept me awake far into the night. I was just falling into a troubled sleep when a footstep on the gallery startled me back to consciousness. It was followed by a light tap on the door. "Monsieur Ritchie," said a voice. It was Monsieur Auguste. He was not an imposing figure in his nightail, and by the light of the carefully shaded candle he held in his hand I saw that he had hitherto deceived me in the matter of his calves. He stood peering at me as I lay under the mosquito bar. "How is it I can thank you, Monsieur?" he exclaimed in a whisper. "By saying nothing, Monsieur," I answered. "You are noble, you are generous, and one day I will give you the money back," he added with a burst of magniloquence. "You have behaved very well, Monsieur, and I make you my friend. Behold Auguste de St. Gré entirely at your service, Monsieur." He made a sweeping bow that might have been impressive save for the night ale, and sought my hand, which he grasped in a fold of the mosquito bar. "I am overcome, Monsieur," I said. "Monsieur Ritchie, you are my friend, my intimate." He put an aspirate on the word. "I go to tell you one little secret. I find that I can repose confidence in you. My father does not understand me. You saw, Monsieur, he does not appreciate. That is the English, mon Dieu. You saw it this night. I who speak to you am made for a courtier, a noble. I have the gift. La Louisiane, she is not so big enough for me. He lowered his voice still further and bent nearer to me. Monsieur, I run away to France. My cousin, the Marquis, will help me. You will hear of Auguste de St. Gré at Versailles, at Trianon, at Chantilly, at Poitiers." "It is a worthy campaign, Monsieur," I interrupted. A distant sound broke the stillness, and Auguste was near to dropping the candle on me. "Adieu, Monsieur," he whispered. "Mille tonnerres, I have done one extraordinary foolish thing when I am come to this house to night." And he disappeared, shading his candle as he had come. Chapter 13. Book 2, Chapter 14 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Retribution. During the next 2 days I had more evidence of Monsieur de St. Gré's ability, and, thanks to his conduct of my campaign, not the least suspicion of my mission to New Orleans got abroad. Certain gentlemen were asked to dine. We called on others, and met still others casually in their haunts of business or pleasure. I was troubled because of the inconvenience and discomfort to which my host put himself, for New Orleans in the dog days may be likened in climate to the underside of the lid of a steam kettle. But at length, on the second evening, after we had supped on jambalaya and rice cakes and other dainties, and the last guest had gone, my host turned to me. "The rest of the borough is the same, Mr. Ritchie, until it comes to the light again." "And the fox has crawled out of the other end?" I said. "Precisely," he answered, laughing. "In short, if you were to remain in New Orleans until New Year's, you would not learn a whit more. To morrow morning I have a little business of my own to transact, and we shall get to Les Îles in time for dinner. No, don't thank me," he protested. "There's a certain rough honesty and earnestness ingrained in you which I like. And besides," he added, smiling, "you are poor indeed at thanking, Mr. Ritchie. You could never do it gracefully. But if ever I were in trouble, I believe that I might safely call on you." The next day was a rare one, for the wind from somewhere had blown the moisture away a little. The shadows were clearer cut, and by noon Monsieur de St. Gré and I were walking our horses in the shady road behind the levee. We were followed at a respectful distance by André, Monsieur's mulatto body servant, and as we rode my companion gave me stories of the owners of the different plantations we passed, and spoke of many events of interest in the history of the colony. Presently he ceased to talk, and rode in silence for many minutes, and then he turned upon me suddenly. "Mr. Ritchie," he said, "you have seen my son. It may be that in him I am paying the price of my sins. I've done everything to set him straight, but in vain. Monsieur, every son of the St. Grés has awakened sooner or later to a sense of what becomes him. But Auguste is a fool," he cried bitterly, a statement which I could not deny. "Were it not for my daughter Antoinette, I should be a miserable man indeed." Insomuch as he was not a person of confidences, I felt the more flattered that he should speak so plainly to me, and I had a great sympathy for this strong man who could not help himself. "You have observed Antoinette, Mr. Ritchie," he continued. "She is a strange mixture of wilfulness and caprice and self-sacrifice. And she has at times a bit of that wit which has made our house for generations the intimates, I may say, of sovereigns." This peculiar pride of race would have amused me in another man. I found myself listening to Monsieur de St. Gré with gravity, and I did not dare to reply that I had had evidence of Mademoiselle's aptness of retort. "She has been my companion since she was a child, Monsieur. She has disobeyed me, flaunted me, nursed me in illness, championed me behind my back. I have a little book which I have kept of her sayings and doings, which may interest you, Monsieur. I will show it you." This indeed was a new side of Monsieur de St. Gré, and I reflected rather ruefully upon the unvarnished truth of what Mr. Wharton had told me, ay, and what Colonel Clark had emphasized long before. It was my fate never to be treated as a young man. It struck me that Monsieur de St. Gré had never even considered me in the light of a possible suitor for his daughter's hand. "I should be delighted to see them, Monsieur," I answered. "Would you?" he exclaimed, his face lighting up as he glanced at me. "Alas, Madame de St. Gré and I have promised to go to our neighbors, Monsieur and Madame Bertrand's, for to night. But to morrow, if we have leisure, we shall look at it together. And not a word of this to my daughter, Monsieur," he added apprehensively. "She would never forgive me. She dislikes my talking of her, but at times I cannot help it. It was only last year that she was very angry with me and would not speak to me for days, because I boasted of her having watched at the bedside of a poor gentleman who came here and got the fever. You will not tell her?" "Indeed, I shall not, Monsieur," I answered. "It is strange," he said abruptly, "it is strange that this gentleman and his wife should likewise have had letters to us from Monsieur Gratiot. They came from St. Louis, and they were on their way to Paris." "To Paris!" I cried. "What was their name?" He looked at me in surprise. "Clive," he said. "Clive!" I cried, leaning towards him in my saddle. "Clive! And what became of them?" This time he gave me one of his searching looks, and it was not unmixed with astonishment. "Why do you ask, Monsieur?" he demanded. "Did you know them?" I must have shown that I was strangely agitated. For the moment I could not answer. "Monsieur Gratiot himself spoke of them to me," I said after a little. "He said they were an interesting couple." "Pardieu!" exclaimed Monsieur de St. Gré. He put it mildly. He gave me another look. "There was something about them, Monsieur, which I could not fathom. Why were they drifting? They were people of quality who had seen the world, who were by no means paupers, who had no cause to travel save a certain restlessness. And while they were awaiting the sailing of the packet for France, they came to our house, the old one in the Rue Bourbon that was burned. I would not speak ill of the dead, but Mr. Clive I did not like. He fell sick of the fever in my house, and it was there that Antoinette and Madame de St. Gré took turns with his wife in watching at his bedside. I could do nothing with Antoinette, Monsieur, and she would not listen to my entreaties, my prayers, my commands. We buried the poor fellow in the alien ground, for he did not die in the church. And after that my daughter clung to Mrs. Clive. She would not let her go, and the packet sailed without her. I have never seen such affection, I may say," he added quickly, "that Madame de St. Gré and I share in it, for Mrs. Clive is a lovable woman and a strong character, and into the great sorrow that lies behind her life we have never probed." "And is she with you now, Monsieur?" I asked. "She lives with us, Monsieur," he answered simply, "and I hope for always. No," he said quickly, "it is not charity. She has something of her own. We love her, and she is the best of companions for my daughter. For the rest, Monsieur, she seems benumbed, with no desire to go back or to go farther." An entrance drive to the plantation of Les Îles, unknown to Nick and me, led off from the main road like a green tunnel arched out of the forest. My feelings as we entered this way may be imagined, for I was suddenly confronted with a situation which I had dreaded since my meeting with Nick at Jonesboro. I could scarcely allow myself even the faint hope that Mrs. Clive might not prove to be Mrs. Temple after all. Whilst I was in this agony of doubt and indecision, the drive suddenly came out on a shaded lawn dotted with flowering bushes. There was the house with its gallery, its curved dormer roof, and its belvedere, and a white girlish figure flitted down the steps. It was Mademoiselle Antoinette, and no sooner had her father dismounted than she threw herself into his arms. Forgetful of my presence, he stood murmuring in her ear like a lover, and as I watched them my trouble slipped from my mind, and gave way to a vaguer regret that I had been a wanderer throughout my life. Presently she turned up to him a face on which was written something which he could not understand. His own stronger features reflected a vague disquiet. "What is it, ma chérie?" What was it, indeed? Something was in her eyes which bore a message and presentiment to me. She dropped them, fastening in the lapel of his coat a flaunting red flower set against a shining leaf. And there was a gentle, joyous subterfuge in her answer. "Thou pardoned Auguste, as I commanded?" she said. They were speaking in the familiar French. "Ah, diable, is that what disquiets thee?" said her father. "We will not speak of Auguste. Dost thou know Monsieur Ritchie, Toinette?" She disengaged herself and dropped me a curtsy, her eyes seeking the ground. But she said not a word. At that instant Madame de St. Gré herself appeared on the gallery, followed by Nick, who came down the steps with a careless self confidence to greet the master. Indeed, a stranger might have thought that Mr. Temple was the host, and I saw Antoinette watching him furtively with a gleam of amusement in her eyes. "I am delighted to see you at last, Monsieur," said my cousin. "I am Nicholas Temple, and I have been your guest for 3 days." Had Monsieur de St. Gré been other than the soul of hospitality, it would have been impossible not to welcome such a guest. Our host had, in common with his daughter, a sense of humor. There was a quizzical expression on his fine face as he replied, with the barest glance at Mademoiselle Antoinette. "I trust you have been well entertained, Mr. Temple. My daughter has been accustomed only to the society of her brothers and cousins." "Faith, I should not have supposed it," said Nick instantly, a remark which caused the color to flush deeply in Mademoiselle's face. I looked to see Monsieur de St. Gré angry. He tried, indeed, to be grave, but smiled irresistibly as he mounted the steps to greet his wife, who stood demurely awaiting his caress. And in this interval Mademoiselle shot at Nick a swift and withering look as she passed him. He returned a grimace. "Messieurs," said Monsieur de St. Gré, turning to us, "dinner will soon be ready, if you will be so good as to pardon me until then." Nick followed Mademoiselle with his eyes until she had disappeared beyond the hall. She did not so much as turn. Then he took me by the arm and led me to a bench under a magnolia a little distance away, where he seated himself and looked up at me despairingly. "Behold," said he, "what was once your friend and cousin, your counselor, sage, and guardian. Behold the clay which conducted you hither, with the heart neatly but painfully extracted. Look upon a woman's work, Davy, and shun the sex. I tell you it is better to go blindfold through life, to have, pardon me, your own blunt features, than to be reduced to such a pitiable state. Was ever such a refinement of cruelty practised before? Never. Was there ever such beauty, such archness, such coquetry, such damned elusiveness? Never. If there is a cargo going up the river, let me be salted and lie at the bottom of it. I'll warrant you I'll not come to life." "You appear to have suffered somewhat," I said, forgetting for the moment in my laughter the thing that weighed upon my mind. "Suffered!" he cried. "I have been tossed high in the azure that I might sink the farther into the depths. I have been put in a grave, the earth stamped down, resurrected and flung into the dust heap. I have been taken up to the gate of heaven and dropped 150 years through darkness. Since I have seen you, I have been the round of all the bright places and all the bottomless pits in the firmament." "It seems to have made you literary," I remarked judicially. "I burn up 20 times a day," he continued with a wave of the hand to express the completeness of the process. "There's nothing left. I see her, I speak to her, and I burn up." "Have you had many tête à têtes?" I asked. "Not one," he retorted fiercely. "Do you think there's any sense in the damnable French custom? I am an honorable man, and besides, I am not equipped for an elopement. No priest in Louisiana would marry us. I see her at dinner, at supper. Sometimes we sew on the gallery," he went on. "But I give you my oath that I have not had one word with her alone." "An oath is not necessary," I said, "but you seem to have made some progress, nevertheless." "Do you call that progress?" he demanded. "It is surely not retrogression." "God knows what it is," said Nick, helplessly. "But it's got to stop. I've sent her an ultimatum." "A what?" A summons. Her father and mother are going to the Bertrands to night, and I have written her a note to meet me in the garden. And you," he cried, rising and slapping me between the shoulders, "are to keep watch, like the dear, careful, canny, sly rascal you are." And has she accepted?" I inquired. "That's the deuce of it," said he. "She has not, but I think she'll come." I stood for a moment regarding him. "And you really love Mademoiselle Antoinette?" I asked. "Have I not exhausted the language?" he answered. "If what I have been through is not love, then may the Lord shield me from the real disease. It may have been merely a light case of tropical enthusiasm, let us say. I've seen others, a little milder because the air was more temperate." "Tropical balderdash!" he exploded. "If you are not the most exasperating, unfeeling man alive." "I merely wanted to know if you wished to marry Mademoiselle de St. Gré," I interrupted. He gave me a look of infinite tolerance. "Have I not made it plain that I cannot live without her?" he said. "If not, I will go over it all again." "That will not be necessary," I said hastily. "The trouble may be," he continued, "that they may already have made one of their matrimonial contracts with a Grand Pré, a Beauséjour, a Bernard." "Monsieur de St. Gré is a very sensible man," I answered. "He loves his daughter, but I doubt if he would force her to marry against her will. Tell me, Nick," I asked, laying my hand upon his shoulder, "do you love this girl so much that you would let nothing come between you and her?" "I tell you I do, and again I tell you I do," he replied. He paused suddenly, glancing at my face, and added, "Why do you ask, Davy?" I stood irresolute, now that the time had come, not daring to give voice to my suspicions. He had not spoken to me of his mother save that once, and I had no means of knowing whether his feeling for the girl might not soften his anger against her. I have never lacked the courage to come to the point, but there was still the chance that I might be mistaken in this after all. Would it not be best to wait until I had ascertained in some way the identity of Mrs. Clive? And while I stood debating, Nick regarding me with a puzzled expression, Monsieur de St. Gré appeared on the gallery. "Come, gentlemen," he cried, "dinner awaits us." The dining room at Les Îles was at the corner of the house, and its windows looked out on the gallery, which was shaded at that place by dense foliage. The room, like others in the house, seemed to reflect the decorous character of its owner. Two St. Grés, indifferently painted, but rigorous and respectable, relieved the whiteness of the wall. They were the Commissary General and his wife. The lattices were closed on one side, and in the deep amber light the family silver shone but dimly. The dignity of our host, the evident ceremony of the meal, which was attended by 3 servants, would have awed until a modified silence at least a less irrepressible person than Nicholas Temple. But Nick was one to carry by storm a position which another might wait to reconnoitre. The first sensation of our host was no doubt astonishment, but he was soon laughing over the vivid account of our adventures on the keel boat. Nick's imitation of Xavier and his description of Benjy's terrors after the storm were so perfect that I laughed quite as heartily, and Madame de St. Gré wiped her eyes and repeated continually, "Que drôle, Monsieur! It is thus he has entertained us since thou departed, Philippe." As for Mademoiselle, I began to think that Nick was not far wrong in his diagnosis. Training may have had something to do with it. She would not laugh, not she, but once or twice she raised her napkin to her face and coughed slightly. For the rest, she sat demurely, with her eyes on her plate, a model of propriety. Nick's sufferings became more comprehensible. To give the devil his due, Nick had an innate tact which told him when to stop. And perhaps at this time Mademoiselle's superciliousness made him subdue the more quickly. After Monsieur de St. Gré had explained to me the horrors of the indigo pest and the futility of sugar raising, he turned to his daughter. "Toinette, where's Madame Clive?" he asked. The girl looked up, startled into life and interest at once. "Oh, papa," she cried in French, We are so worried about her, mamma and I. It was the day you went away, the day these gentlemen came, that we thought she would take an airing, and suddenly she became worse." Monsieur de St. Gré turned with concern to his wife. "I do not know what it is, Philippe," said that lady. "It seems to be mental. The loss of her husband weighs upon her, poor lady. But this is worse than ever, and she will lie for hours with her face turned to the wall, and not even Antoinette can arouse her." "I've always been able to comfort her before," said Antoinette, with a catch in her voice. I took little account with what was said after that, my only notion being to think the problem out for myself, and alone. As I was going to my room, Nick stopped me. "Come into the garden, Davy," he said. "When I've had my siesta," I answered. "When you've had your siesta!" he cried. "Since when did you begin to indulge in siestas?" "To day," I replied, and left him staring after me. I reached my room, bolted the door, and lay down on my back to think. Little was needed to convince me now that Mrs. Clive was Mrs. Temple, and thus the lady's relapse when she heard that her son was in the house was accounted for. Instead of forming a plan, my thoughts drifted from that into pity for her, and my memory ran back many years to the text of good Mr. Mason's sermon. "I have refined thee, but not with silver. I have chosen thee in the furnace of affliction." What must Sarah Temple have suffered since those days? I remembered her in her prime, in her beauty, in her selfishness, in her cruelty to those whom she might have helped, and I wondered the more at the change which must have come over the woman that she had won the affections of this family, that she had gained the untiring devotion of Mademoiselle Antoinette. Her wit might not account for it, for that had been cruel, and something of the agony of the woman's soul as she lay in torment, facing the wall, thinking of her son under the same roof, of a life misspent and irrevocable, I pictured. A stillness crept into the afternoon like the stillness of night. The wide house was darkened and silent, and without a sunlight washed with gold filtered through the leaves. There was a drowsy hum of bees, and in the distance the occasional languishing note of a bird singing, which might have been a cradle song. My mind wandered, and shirked the task that was set to it. Could anything be gained by meddling? I had begun to convince myself that nothing could, when suddenly I came face to face with the consequences of a possible marriage between Nick and Mademoiselle Antoinette. In that event the disclosure of his mother's identity would be inevitable. Not only his happiness was involved, but Mademoiselle's, her father's, and her mother's, and, lastly, that of this poor hunted woman herself, who thought at last to have found a refuge. An hour passed, and became more and more evident to me that I must see and talk with Mrs. Temple. But how was I to communicate with her? At last I took out my portfolio and wrote these words on a sheet: "If Mrs. Clive will consent to a meeting with Mr. David Ritchie, he will deem it a favor. Mr. Ritchie assures Mrs. Clive that he makes this request in all friendliness." I lighted a candle, folded the note and sealed it, addressed it to Mrs. Clive, and, opening the latticed door, I stepped out. Walking along the gallery until I came to the rear part of the house which faced towards the outbuildings, I spied 3 figures prone on the grass under a pecan tree that shaded the kitchen roof. One of these figures was Benjy, and he was taking his siesta. I descended quietly from the gallery, and making my way to him, touched him on the shoulder. He awoke and stared at me with white eyes. "Marse Dave!" he cried. "Hush!" I answered, "and follow me." He came after me, wondering, a little way into the grove where I stopped. "Benjy," I said, "do you know any of the servants here?" "Lawsy, Marse Dave, I reckon I knows 'em, some of 'em," he answered with a grin. "You talk to them?" "Shucks no, Marse Dave," he replied with a fine scorn. "I ain't no hand at dat ar nigger French, but I knows some of 'em, and right well, too." "How?" I demanded curiously. Benjy looked down sheepishly at his feet. He was standing pigeon-toed. "I done kiss some of 'em, Marse Dave," he said at length, and there was a note of triumph in his voice. "You did what?" I asked. "I done kiss one of dem yaller girls, Marse Dave. Yes, sah, I done kiss Mlissy." "Do you think Mlissy would do something for you if you asked her?" I inquired. Benjy seemed hurt. "Marse Dave," he began reproachfully. "Very well, then," I interrupted, taking the letter from my pocket. "There's a lady who is ill here, Mrs. Clive." I paused, for a new look had come into Benjy's eyes. He began that peculiar sympathetic laugh of the negro, which catches and doubles on itself, and I imagined that a new admiration for me dawned on his face. "Yes, sah, yes, Marse Dave. I reckon Mlissy'll git it to her 'thout any one takin' notice." I bit my lips. "If Mrs. Clive receives this within an hour, Mlissy shall have 1 piastre, and you another. There is an answer." Benjy took the note and departed nimbly to find Mlissy, while I paced up and down in my uneasiness as to the outcome of the experiment. A quarter of an hour passed, half an hour, and then I saw Benjy coming through the trees. He stood before me chuckling, and drew from his pocket a folded piece of paper. I gave him the 2 piastres, warned him if his master or any one inquired for me that I was taking a walk, and bade him begone. Then I opened the note. "I will meet you at the bayou at 7 this evening. Take the path that leads through the garden." I read it with a catch of the breath, with a certainty that the happiness of many people depended upon what I should say at that meeting. And to think of this and to compose myself a little, I made my way to the garden in search of the path, that I might know it when the time came. Entering a gap in the hedge, I caught sight of the shaded seat under the tree which had been the scene of our first meeting with Antoinette, and I hurried past it as I crossed the garden. There were 2 openings in the opposite hedge, the one through which Nick and I had come, and another. I took the second, and with little difficulty found the path of which the note had spoken. It led through a dense semi-tropical forest in the direction of the swamp beyond, the way being well beaten, but here and there jealously crowded by an undergrowth of brambles and the prickly Spanish bayonet. I know not how far I had walked, my head bent in thought, before I felt the ground teetering under my feet, and there was the bayou. It was a narrow lane of mucky, impenetrable water, shaded now by the forest wall. Imaged on its amber surface were the twisted boughs of the cypresses of the swamp beyond, boughs funereally draped, as though to proclaim a warning of unknown perils in the dark places. On that side where I stood, ancient oaks thrust their gnarled roots into the water, and these knees were bridged by treacherous platforms of moss. As I sought for a safe resting place, a dull splash startled me. The pink and white water lilies danced on the ripples, and a long black snout pushed its way to the center of the bayou and floated there, motionless. I sat down on a wide knee that seemed to be fashioned for the purpose, and reflected. It may have been about 5:30, and I made up my mind that rather than return and risk explanation, I would wait where I was until Mrs. Temple appeared. I had much to think of, and for the rest the weird beauty of the place, with its changing colors as the sun fell, held me in fascination. When the blue vapor stole through the cypress swamp, my trained ear caught the faintest of warning sounds. Mrs. Temple was coming. I could not repress the exclamation that rose to my lips when she stood before me. "I have changed somewhat," she began quite calmly. "I have changed since you were at Temple Bow." I stood staring at her, at a loss to know whether by these words she sought to gain an advantage. I knew not whether to pity or to be angry. Such a strange blending she seemed of former pride and arrogance and later suffering. There were the features of the beauty still, the eyes defiant, the lips scornful. Sorrow had set its brand upon this protesting face in deep, violent marks under the eyes, in lines which no human power could erase. Sorrow had flecked with white the gold of the hair, had proclaimed her a woman with a history. For she had a new and remarkable beauty which puzzled and astonished me, a beauty in which maternity had no place. The figure, gowned with an innate taste in black, still kept the rounded lines of the young woman, while about the shoulders and across the open throat a lace mantilla was thrown. She stood facing me, undaunted, and I knew that she had come to fight for what was left her. I knew further that she was no mean antagonist. "Will you kindly tell me to what circumstance I owe the honor of this summons, Mr. Ritchie?" she asked. "You are a travelled person for one so young. I might almost say," she added with an indifferent laugh, "that there's some method and purpose in your travels." "Indeed, you do me wrong, Madame," I replied. "I am here by the merest chance." Again she laughed lightly, and stepping past me took her seat on the oak from which I had risen. I marvelled that this woman, with all her self-possession, could be the same as she who had held her room cowering these 4 days past. Admiration for her courage mingled with my other feelings, and for the life of me I knew not where to begin. My experience with women of the world was, after all, distinctly limited. Mrs. Temple knew, apparently by intuition, the advantage she had gained, and she smiled. "The Ritchies were always skilled in dealing with sinners," she began. "The first earl had the habit of hunting them like foxes, so it is said. I take it for granted that before my sentence is pronounced I shall have the pleasure of hearing my wrongdoings in detail. I could not ask you to forego that satisfaction." "You seem to know the characteristics of my family, Mrs. Temple," I answered. "There is one trait of the Ritchies concerning which I ask your honest opinion." "And what is that?" she said carelessly. "I have always understood that they have spoken the truth. Is it not so?" She glanced at me curiously. "I never knew your father to lie," she answered. "But after all he had few chances. He so seldom spoke." "Your intercourse with me at Temple Bow was quite as limited," I said. "Ah," she interrupted quickly, "you bear me that grudge. It is another trait of the Ritchies." "I bear you no grudge, Madame," I replied. "I ask you a question concerning the veracity of my family, and I beg that you will believe what I say." "And what is this momentous statement?" she asked. I had hard work to keep my temper, but I knew that I must not lose it. "I declare to you on my honor that my business in New Orleans in no way concerns you, and that I had not the slightest notion of finding you here. Will you believe that?" "And what then?" she asked. "I also declare to you that since meeting your son, my chief anxiety has been lest he should run across you." "You are very considerate of others," she said. "Let us admit, for the sake of argument, that you come here by accident." It was the opening I had sought for, but despaired of getting. "Then put yourself for a moment in my place, Madame, and give me credit for a little kindliness of feeling and a sincere affection for your son." There was a new expression on her face and the light of a supreme effort in her eyes. "I give you credit at least for a logical mind," she answered. "In spite of myself you have put me at the bar, and seem to be conducting my trial." "I do not see why there should be any rancor between us," I answered. "It is true that I hated you at Temple Bow. When my father was killed and I was left a homeless orphan, you had no pity for me, though your husband was my mother's brother. But you did me a good turn after all, for you drove me out into the world, where I learned to rely upon myself. Furthermore, it was not in your nature to treat me well." "Not in my nature?" she repeated. "You were seeking happiness, as every one must in their own way. That happiness lay, apparently, with Mr. Riddle. "Ah," she cried, with a catch of her breath, "I thought you would be judging me. I am stating facts. Your son was a sufficient embarrassment in this matter, and I should have been an additional one. I blame you not, Mrs. Temple, for anything you have done to me, but I blame you for embittering Nick's life." "And he?" she said. It seemed to me that I detected a faltering in her voice. "He blames you. With what justice, I leave you to decide." She did not answer this, but turned her head away towards the bayou, nor could I determine what was in her mind. "And now I ask you whether I have acted as your friend in begging you to meet me." She turned to me swiftly at that. "I am at a loss to see how there can be friendship between us, Mr. Ritchie," she said. "Very good, then, Madame. I am sorry," I answered. "I have done all that is in my power, and now events will have to take their course." I had not gone 2 steps into the wood before I heard her voice calling my name. She had risen and leaned with her hand against the oak. "Does Nick know that you are here?" she cried. "No," I answered shortly. Then I realized suddenly what I had failed to grasp before. She feared that I would pity her. "David!" I startled violently at the sound of my name, at the new note in her voice, at the change in the woman as I turned. And then before I realized what she had done, she had come to me swiftly and laid her hand upon my arm. "David, does he hate me?" All the hope remaining in her life was in that question, was in her face as she searched mine with a terrible scrutiny. And never had I known such an ordeal. It seemed as if I could not answer, and as I stood staring back at her, a smile was forced to her lips. "I will pay you one tribute, my friend," she said. "You are honest." But even as she spoke, I saw her sway, and though I could not be sure it were not a dizziness in me, I caught her. I shall always marvel at the courage there was in her, for she straightened and drew away from me a little proudly, albeit gently, and sat down on the knee of the oak, looking across the bayou towards the mist of the swamp. There was the infinite calmness of resignation in her next speech. "Tell me about him," she said. She was changed indeed. Were it not so, I should have heard of her own sufferings, of her poor, hunted life from place to place, of countless nights made sleepless by the past. Pride indeed was left, but the fire had burned away the last vestige of selfishness. I sat down beside her, knowing full well that I should be judged by what I said. She listened, motionless, though something of what that narrative cost her I knew by the current of sympathy that ran now between us. Unmarked, the day faded, a new light was spread over the waters, the mist was spangled with silver points, the Spanish moss took on the whiteness of lace against the black forest swamp, and on the yellow face of the moon the star-shaped leaves of a gum were printed. At length I paused. She neither spoke nor moved, save for the rising and falling of her shoulders. The hardest thing I had to say I saved for the last, and I was near lacking the courage to continue. "There is Mademoiselle Antoinette," I began, and stopped. She turned on me so quickly and laid a hand on mine. "Nick loves her," she cried. "You know it," I exclaimed, wondering. "Ah, David," she answered brokenly, "I foresaw it from the first. I, too, love the girl. No human being has ever given me such care and such affection. She is all that I have left. Must I give her up? Have I not paid the price of my sins?" I did not answer, knowing that she saw the full cruelty of the predicament. What happiness remained to her now if a battered life stood squarely in the way of her son's happiness? That was the issue, and no advice or aid of mine could change it. There was another silence that seemed to me an eternity as I watched, a helpless witness, the struggle going on within her. At last she got to her feet, her face turned to the shadow. "I will go, David," she said. Her voice was low, and she spoke with a steadiness that alarmed me. "I will go." Torn with pity, I thought again, but I could see no alternative. Then suddenly she was clinging to me, her courage gone, her breast shaken with sobs. "Where shall I go?" she cried. "God help me! Are there no remote places where he will not seek me out? I have tried them all, David." And quite as suddenly she disengaged herself and looked at me strangely. "You are well revenged for Temple Bow," she said. "Hush," I answered, and held her, fearing I knew not what. "You have not lacked courage. It is not so bad as you believe. I will devise a plan and help you. Have you money?" "Yes," she answered with a remnant of her former pride, "and I have an annuity paid now to Mr. Clark." "Then listen to what I say," I answered. "To night I will take you to New Orleans and hide you safely. And I swear to you, whether it be right or wrong, that I will use every endeavor to change Nick's feelings towards you. Come," I continued, leading her gently into the path, "let us go while there is yet time." "Stop," she said, and I halted fearfully. "David Ritchie, you are a good man. I can make no amends to you." She did not finish. Feeling for the path in the blackness of the wood, I led her by the hand, and she followed me as trustfully as a child. At last, after an age of groping, the heavy scents of shrubs and flowers stole to us on the night air, and we came out of the hedge into what seemed a blaze of light that flooded the rows of color. Here we paused, breathless, and looked. The bench under the great tree was vacant, and the garden was empty. It was she who led the way through the hedge, who halted in the garden path at the sound of voices. She turned, but there was no time to flee, for the tall figure of a man came through the opposite hedge, followed by a lady. One was Nicholas Temple, the other Mademoiselle de St. Gré. Mrs. Temple's face alone was in the shadow, and as I felt her hand trembling on my arm, I summoned all my resources. It was Nick who spoke first. "It's Davy!" he cried. "Oh, the sly rascal! And this is the promenade of which he left us word, the solitary meditation. Speak up, man. You are forgiven for deserting us." He turned, laughing, to Mademoiselle, but she stood with her lips parted and her hands dropped, staring at my companion. Then she took 2 steps forward and stopped with a cry. "Mrs. Clive!" The woman beside me turned, and with a supreme courage raised her head and faced the girl. "Yes, Antoinette, it is I," she answered. And then my eyes sought Nick, for Mrs. Temple had faced her son with a movement that was a challenge, yet with a look that questioned, yearned, appealed. He too stared, the laughter fading from his eyes, first astonishment and then anger growing in them slowly, surely. I shall never forget, as he stood there, for what seemed an age, recalling one by one the wrongs this woman had done him. She herself had taught him to brook no restraint, to follow impetuously his loves and hates, and endurance in these things was moulded in every line of his finely cut features. And when he spoke, it was not to her, but to the girl at his side. "Do you know who this is?" he said. "Tell me, do you know this woman?" Mademoiselle de St. Gré did not answer him. She drew near gently to Mrs. Temple, whose head was bowed, whose agony I could only guess. "Mrs. Clive," she said softly, though her voice was shaken by the prescience, "won't you tell me what has happened? Won't you speak to me, Antoinette?" The poor lady lifted up her arms as though to embrace the girl, dropped them despairingly, and turned away. "Antoinette," she murmured, "Antoinette." For Nick had seized Antoinette by the hand, restraining her. "Do you know what you're doing?" he cried angrily. "Listen!" I stood bereft of speech, watching the scene breathlessly. And now I would have spoken had not Mademoiselle astonished me by taking the lead. I have thought since that I might have pieced together this much of her character." Her glance at Nick surprised him momentarily into silence. "I know that she is my dearest friend," she said, "that she came to us in misfortune, and that we love her and trust her. I do not know why she is here with Mr. Ritchie, but I am sure it is for some good reason." She laid a hand on Mrs. Temple's shoulder. "Mrs. Clive, won't you speak to me?" "My God, Antoinette, listen!" cried Nick. "Mrs. Clive is not her name. I know her. David knows her. She is an adventuress." Mrs. Temple gave a cry, and the girl shot at him a frightened, bewildered glance in which a newborn love struggled with an older affection. "An adventuress," she repeated, her hand dropping. "Oh, I do not believe it. I cannot believe it." "You shall believe it," said Nick, fiercely. "Her name is not Clive. Ask David what her name is." Antoinette's lips moved, but she shirked the question, and Nick seized me roughly. "Tell her," he said. "Tell her. My God, how can I do it? Tell her, David." For the life of me I could not frame the speech at once, my pity and a new found and surprising respect for her making it doubly hard to pronounce her sentence. Suddenly she raised her head, not proudly, but with a dignity seemingly conferred by years of sorrow and of suffering. Her tones were even, bereft of every vestige of hope. "Antoinette, I have deceived you, though as God is my witness, I thought no harm could come of it. I deluded myself into believing that I had found friends and a refuge at last. I am Mrs. Temple." "Mrs. Temple!" The girl repeated the name sorrowfully, but perplexedly, not grasping its full significance. "She's my mother," said Nick, with a bitterness I had not thought in him. "She's my mother, or I would curse her, for she has ruined my life and brought shame on a good name." He paused, his breath catching for very anger. Mrs. Temple hid her face in her hands, while the girl shrank back in terror. I grasped him by the arm. "Have you no compassion?" I cried, but Mrs. Temple interrupted me. "He has the right," she faltered. "It is my just punishment." He tore himself away and took a step to her. "Where's Riddle?" he cried. "As God lives, I will kill him without mercy." His mother lifted her head again. "God has judged him," she said quietly. "He is beyond your vengeance. He is dead." A sob shook her, but she conquered it with a marvelous courage. "Harry Little loved me. He was kind to me. And he was a better man than John Temple." Nick recoiled. The fierceness of his anger seemed to go, leaving a more dangerous humor. "Then I've been blessed with parents," he said. At that she swayed, but when I would have caught her, she motioned me away and turned to Antoinette. Twice Mrs. Temple tried to speak. I was going away to night," she said at length, "and you would never have seen or heard of me more. My nephew David, Mr. Ritchie, whom I treated cruelly as a boy, had pity on me. He is a good man, and he was to have taken me away. I do not attempt to defend myself, my dear, but I pray that you, who have so much charity, will some day think a little kindly of one who has sinned deeply, of one who will love and bless you and yours to her dying day." She faltered, and Nick would have spoken had not Antoinette herself stayed him with a gesture. "I wish my son to know the little thing there is on my side. It is not much, but God may not spare him the sorrow that brings pity. I loved Harry Riddle as a girl. My father was ruined, and I was forced into marriage with John Temple for his possessions. He was selfish, overbearing, cruel, unfaithful. During the years I lived with him he never once spoke kindly to me. I, too, grew wicked and selfish and heedless. My head was turned by admiration. Mr. Temple escaped to England in a man of war. He left me without a line of warning, of farewell. I have wandered over the earth, haunted by remorse, and I knew no moment of peace, of happiness, until you brought me here and sheltered and loved me. And even here I've had many sleepless hours, 100 times I've summoned my courage to tell you. I could not. I am justly punished, Antoinette." She moved a little timidly towards the girl, who stood motionless, dazed by what she heard. She held out a hand appealingly and dropped it. "Good by, my dear. God will bless you for your kindness to an unfortunate outcast." She glanced with a kind of terror in her eyes from the girl to Nick, and what she meant to say concerning their love I know not, for the flood, held back so long, burst upon her. She wept as I have never seen a woman weep, and then, before Nick or I knew what had happened, Antoinette had taken her swiftly in her arms and was murmuring in her ear, "You shall not go, you shall not. You will live with me always." Presently the sobs ceased, and Mrs. Temple raised her face slowly, wonderingly, as if she had not heard aright, and she tried gently to push the girl away. "No, Antoinette," she said, "I have done you harm enough." But the girl clung to her strongly, passionately. "I do not care what you have done," she cried. "You are good now. I know that you are good now. I will not cast you out. I will not." I stood looking at them, bewildered and astonished by Mademoiselle's loyalty. She seemed to have forgotten Nick, as had I, and then as I turned to him he came towards them. Almost roughly he took Antoinette by the arm. "You do not know what you are saying," he cried. "Come away, Antoinette. You do not know what she has done. You cannot realize what she is." Antoinette shrank away from him, still clinging to Mrs. Temple. There was a fearless directness in her look which might have warned him. "She is your mother," she said quietly. "My mother," he repeated. "Yes, I will tell you what a mother she has been to me. Nick, it passes my power to write down the pity of that appeal, the hopelessness of it, the yearning in it." Freeing herself from the girl, Mrs. Temple took one step towards him, her arms held up. I had not thought that his hatred of her was deep enough to resist it. It was Antoinette whose intuition divined this ere he had turned away. "You have chosen between me and her," he said, and before he could get the poor lady to the seat under the oak he had left the garden. In my perturbation I glanced at Antoinette, but there was no other sign in her face save of tenderness for Mrs. Temple. Mrs. Temple had mercifully fainted. As I crossed the lawn I saw two figures in the deep shadow beside the gallery, and I heard Nick's voice giving orders to Benjy to pack and saddle. When I reached the garden again the girl had loosed Mrs. Temple's gown and was bending over her, murmuring in her ear. Many hours later, when the moon was waning towards the horizon, fearful of surprise by the coming day, I was riding slowly under the trees on the road to New Orleans. Beside me, veiled in black, her head bowed, was Mrs. Temple, and no word had escaped her since she had withdrawn herself gently from the arms of Antoinette on the gallery at Les Îles. Nick had gone long before. The hardest task had been to convince the girl that Mrs. Temple might not stay. After that Antoinette had busied herself with a silent fortitude I had not thought was in her, making ready for the lady's departure. I shall never forget her as she stood, a slender figure of sorrow, looking down at us, the tears glistening on her cheeks. And I could not resist the impulse to mount the steps once more. "You were right, Antoinette," I whispered. "Whatever happens, you will remember that I am your friend, and I will bring him back to you if I can." She pressed my hand and turned and went slowly into the house. Chapter 14